morning and welcome to your ultimate show, Politics Today, live simultaneously on independent television and radio. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukpong, while today's focus will be on 2027 elections, and of course, as Nigeria inches closer to the 2027 general elections, the nation's political landscape is already becoming increasingly active. However, for several opposition parties, the road to 2027 is being shaped not only by campaigns and coalition talks, but also by internal leadership disputes, and of course the legal battles that have found their way into the courts. From disagreements over party leadership and of course the legitimacy of national executives to disputes arising from congresses and conventions, some opposition parties continue to grapple with judicial interventions while trying to reposition themselves ahead of the next general elections. Well, the big questions are, can these parties resolve their internal crisis in time, as we inch closely to 2027? Or will the courts determine the political fortunes of some opposition parties? And can the opposition unite? That's a big one, to present a credible alternative to the ruling party in 2027? These are the issues, and we'll be discussing this today on our program, Politics Today. And of course, joining me to discuss this very, very sensitive topic, I have at my extreme left a lecturer of the Igbinedion University, Okada, also a public affairs analyst, Dr. Okaifo Esegbe, aka Open Secret. Well, your secret is open today.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Omo-Gyukpong. Good morning, Nigerians and everyone.
Thank you.
It's a good day.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Also close by is a very seasoned legal practitioner. We call them custodian of the law, and they will be giving us an insight on what the provisions of the laws are like in terms of making sure that we have a very, very right election that will be credible, that will be adjudged as acceptable by the electorate, by the people. And of course, joining me, we have a constitutional and human rights lawyer, Barrister Mbanefo Alakwe. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know your names individually, but listeners on independent radio and of course viewers on independent television, you can take a bite on this show as it progresses, as we will open the lines for you to pour in your calls at us and give us some very full information in order to guide the political landscape forward in bringing good dividends, as we call it, of good governance and not democracy. Well, sometimes we want to look at democracy. Do we really have it? But well, we will continue to interrogate the process. And quickly, let's pound the first question to you. Open Secret, as I easily find it easy to call you on that. We've gone through this mileage, and I remember we had a discussion earlier on where you already said that there seems to be a very shaky stand for the opposition. Now we have the ADC already heading to the Supreme Court. We have the NDC also facing some leadership internal disputes. Do you see the opposition, as we speak just now, gathering momentum in the positive direction to really, struggle power effectively from the ruling party APC come 2027?
Well, I think there's no one who actually want to be successful in life, but the challenges and the travails of life keep people where they find themselves. So I think it's a very hard time to be an opposition party in this country. So because the ruling party, they are not giving a damn at all. I can say that over the years we have had people in power, maybe ex-military men and what have you, but this is the first time we're actually having a politician, a typical Nigerian politician in power.
A rugged politician.
Let me use typical. So a typical politician of the African extraction in power. In fact, not only of the African extraction. In fact, when I say a typical politician, for example, you can see the intrigues of Donald Trump in America, also a typical politician, in fact, around the world. So, but what we have here is that democracy has been strangled, as it were. Democracy is under strangulation. So the opposition, they are finding it very difficult to breathe. I think survival of the opposition now depends on the masses, on the electorate. The opposition is part of whatever they are passing through in terms of legal tussle and seemingly annihilation practices or system antics from the ruling party. I think the opposition, it is time, as it were, for them to continue to sell themselves to the Nigerian people. While they are fighting them legally, internal landmines being planted around them, let them continue to sell themselves to the Nigerian populace, so that if at all the election is going to count, our vote is going to count in the 2027 election, then the Nigerian people can easily rally around any of this opposition if need be, if the ruling party will allow them to even surface in the ballot paper at all. Because from the way things are going, it seems to be that this seemingly vibrant opposition that we are having, like the ADC and the NDC, they seemingly may not have a candidate to produce at the dying minute.
But how come you are saying if the APC is not INEC, for instance? Don't forget.
Yes, sir. It is the officials of the APC that have appointed the INEC chairman. So he who pays the piper is definitely going to dictate the tone.
Does that usually happen?
Yes, it happens.
Because we always say this as a sing song.
No, it happens every time. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Even in the media house, we are here now.
But in a place where we have a system that works,
that's
he who pays the piper does usually have the control over such.
There is a way. That's why politics come in. By the time the politics come in, there's always a way. By the time politics come in. But when there is an established system, in Nigeria, the systems are comatose. So you cannot rely on the system. What you do is to rely on human being, powerful human being as it were. So the only people who can challenge the powerful human being as it were now are the ordinary masses who may go to the field on the election day having the brunt of the hardship, of the economic hardship at their back, and the strangulation of the first subsidy is gone and what have you. They may want to change the system, but does the system want to be changed? That is the issue. So on the day of the election, like for example, we saw the just concluded local government election, we saw that there was no opposition. Everything went on freely for the ruling party.
The people decided on that?
No.
Oh.
No.
The people didn't decide?
No. The people, it's like, Mona carry go na bad market. It's like it's people who are supposed to be in contention with you have withdrawn from the election, withdrawn from the participation for there is something wrong about it. When they cook food for the entire family to eat, and only you now, the entire family abandon the food, the pot of soup and everything for you, only you are, it's not a good food meal, sir. So, and that is not an Edo State problem just now. It's a national problem. So on that national problem, we also reflect in the 2027 general election as it were right now.
All right.
Because from the way it is now, it seems to be that there will not be other viable political parties on the ballot.
Thank you. Well, I think you have a very beautiful way of opening secrets that probably a particular party has, and you've opened some part of it as open secret.
Yes,
well, we're going to be taking a short break on politics today, and after that we continue from where we left off. To stay. Thank you for being there. While we had a break, we were opportunity to be joined by another human rights and constitutional lawyer in the person of Matthew Edalese. Big thanks for coming, Matthew Edalese.
Thanks for having me.
Matthew Edalese is also a policy analyst. But looking at what we have in over 2027 elections, and questions are being asked about the role of the judiciary. We need to see where legal tussle will be churned out in victory that will be celebrated by the people, because we've seen over elections where the people's mandate are being turned around by the court. And again, what is the role of the court in terms of bringing justice to all of this? Because we see some executive influence or possible features of it. Some will say, well, what is the executive doing as regards to 2027 elections? Will it be maybe the gifts given to judges in houses and probably cars in line with what probably will be coming up in 2027 to, boycott justice. So, Mbalefo, let's get your bite on this. Do we see the judiciary, the Nigerian judiciary, ahead to make sure that justice is served, looking at features we see presently that seems not to go well in that direction?
Yes, I would answer your question, but let me take a bite on where the ruling party is muscling the opposition party for an come to the judiciary. It is not that the beauty of democracy is opposition. The situation whereby you don't have opposition in a democracy, you have to democracy wherein all the power flows from you. And in this country, what is happening so far is not so beautiful. Looking at the challenges the opposition parties are having, and though it's natural to have challenges, but like you said earlier, looking at the election timetable, can all these issues be resolved before the election? Again, back to your question about the role of the judiciary. The role of the judiciary is very sacrosanct. It's embedded in the 1999 Constitution as amended. And when there are challenges between the parties, it's natural that the case goes to court. And it's the duty of the courts to, take a position. Where there are two parties in a case, one particular party must win. And so the judiciary is doing their constitutional job as it is right now. And if anybody who feels is not satisfied, you go upstairs. The Court of Appeal is there, the Supreme Court is there. And so the essence of having this higher court, the judgment of the election tribunal has given judgments that you feel you're not comfortable with. You go upstairs, and when you go to the Court of Appeal, the appeal gives judgment you're not comfortable. Go to the Supreme Court. So a lot of cases, electoral matters in this country have received one kind of judgment or the other at the lower court. Most times, the Supreme Court have told you this is the position, as one person has won the election. And so it's not rocket science if parties go to court. So that is my take on it.
Okay, but some again have said, is it as a result, well, I'll be parking that question to you, Matthew Darisi. Some again have said that, is it as a result of the failure of opposition parties not to do the right thing at a given time, that probably the ruling party or the other factions, as I can put it, are taking it on in order to win their arguments in court? Because we see as we get close to the election, there seems to be a hope that is thinning out on getting the strength of the opposition to contest, competently with the ruling party. That may not show up if we notice that the courts will be turning out cases that will not be in favor of the opposition parties, and then probably producing a situation where we'll be having one party candidate returning unopposed in the presidency, for instance. What do you see as the role of the judiciary? Do you see faith? Do you see hope that the people have, the electorate have? Do you see that hope as what the judiciary can protect, or by virtue of their body language, are they giving us hope as the electorate?
Your question are multifaceted, but I will start somewhere in an attempt to answer it. The judicial intervention in disputes, in political disputes, has become a major feature in our democratic experiment. Every election cycle, every post-election and post-election period, we see litany of litigation bordering on political grievances. The question is not why judiciary should intervene. The concern should be what is the quality and nature of the intervention. Because if a dispute is brought before a king, like we have the biblical case of Solomon and the two women over the ownership, the parenthood of the baby, Solomon delivered a landmark decision, which that we still can probably say that was wisdom, that was practical justice. But are we going to be able to say so of the separation of judicial intervention?
As we can have it now?
Yes, as it is today in Nigeria. I dare say no. Because most of this judicial intervention turned out to be precedent. The decision they make turned out to be precedent that we would be too glad to cite as authority in future cases, because they are disconnected.
They are disconnected
with the law.
With the law.
Yes.
Then how come such precedents?
For instance, we had a situation where the Electoral Act was grossly violated. The stipulations were sidelined and sidetracked, and the judiciary intervened in favor of that violation. We had people who did not partake in the primaries.
What could be the basis?
And others who went ahead to partake in primary in one particular position, and they doubled up as a candidate for another position in the same electoral cycle.
Ordinarily, isn't that unlawful?
That is what I'm saying. It's a gross violation of the Electoral Act, the provision there, which forbids such occurrence. But what happened when judicial intervention was brought to bear? The violators triumphed, and they ended up as senators. One of them is the current Senate president. So, what does that say of the judicial intervention? It has turned out to be a negative outcome
in Nigeria.
Yes. So we are not against judicial intervention. We are interested in the quality and standard of the decision that will come out of such intervention, which has, to the ordinary man on the street, proven to be decisions that are obviously influenced by executive interference.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That is the concern, that is the worry.
Okay, thank you very much, Edelesi. Well, back to you, Dr. Okaifo. Let's look at the possibility of having a credible coalition among these opposition parties ahead of 2027. Do you see hope in that?
Yes, if and only if the individualism or the individuality in these opposition parties will come down from their high horses and see Nigeria as the project, and see the alleviation of the suffering of the poor people, of the generality of Nigerians as a project. Because when you, it would have been a nice idea, but I still have hope that the coalition will work maybe towards the elections, and that is what the ruling party is trying to destabilize in all form. Its politics. Agreed. So the issue now is between, if we are looking at the opposition party now, we are looking at two major opposition parties, which is that of ADC and the NDC. And if you look at the two arrowheads here now, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, you discover that they are like parallel lines that may not agree. They went to SDP together and left. They went to ADC until Peter Obi left. So if you say coalition now, who will step down for the other? That's where the problem will come from.
Which means the party lines may not meet.
Yes, it may not meet. And that is what the ruling party has already foreseen. And they are working on it perfectly.
These are your assumptions anyway.
My assumption can be right. My assumption can be right as a researcher. So the issue is that everything now boils down to the electorate. If they will allow, even they will allow the electorate votes to count.
Okay.
If the electorate votes are allowed to count, then there may be hope for the opposition on the election. Even in spite of what we are actually looking for now, let the opposition party be able to establish themselves as recognized by law and INEC. Because it's weird now, INEC recognizes them, law does not recognize them, law recognizes them, and then so there is a lacuna.
Yeah.
So if the masses have the mind to elect any of these opposition parties And at the end of the day, the votes become null and void because of lack of recognition by the law. And so it becomes an issue. So there is an issue from the word go. So if Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi can be able to meet at a point, and for the benefit of we Nigerians, but we know somebody like Atiku Abubakar will never want to step down. And you know, as it were,
somebody like Atiku Abubakar will never want to step down. What about somebody like Peter Obi?
It's the same 2 and 10 pence. It's the same 2 and 10. But if you check it very well, the ovation is more on Peter Obi.
What yardstick do you use?
Judging from the masses, judging from the voices from the masses.
You carried out the survey?
Yes, yes. Judging from the voices, from the body language. Okay. For example, the election for Peter Obi 2023 was very loud and clear. It was very loud. In spite of the fact that he doesn't have structure anywhere, some people rode on him in Edo State here. Okay. He won in Edo State, some people rode on him. So
can you use that to test that of 2027? Because some experts have said that again has gone into history and may never resurface.
No, as far as Peter Obi is still on, you cannot wish him off. Peter Obi is the main opposition. Peter Obi is the main opposition. The ruling party knows that.
You seem to have sentiments for this Peter Obi.
I don't have any sentiment for him. Judging by, I'm objective. As a researcher, I'm objective. Okay. Judging by body language, by all whatnot, all the indices, people need a change. Okay. It's only that there's nothing, our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. People need a change. People, it's glaring that we are all roasting.
Okay, if you have to put these 3 figures, for instance, yes. The ruling party's candidate, that of Peter, the NDC, and that of ADC, yes. Sincerely, just open up the secret.
Yes.
Who do you see as credible enough?
In terms of credibility, it's Peter Obi now. Okay. In terms of credibility, in terms of human impact, in terms of character, in terms of charisma, in terms of somebody you can be proud of, to say this is my leader, this is my president, I can be proud of. It's not somebody who cannot bring any certificate everywhere. Chicago University, Toronto University. What are we talking about?
Okay, thank you. Well, do you agree with what he said? Alakwe.
Yeah, you ask us some intelligent questions. We also give you some intelligent answers. But I think I wanted to know this, that the kind of democracy we practice in Nigeria is not absolute democracy. Unfortunately, we are running a democracy that looks like a military government.
Wow.
Here, under the military, you have Decree number 4. Under this particular government, you have the Cyber Crimes Act. Cyber Crimes Act deals with cyberbullying. And so, just a reminder to you and to my colleague and young man here, that sometimes that law brings some certain limitations to what you say in the studio. And so, we may not get the best of us today, but we have to speak within the ambit of that law.
Oh, no. When you say we may not get the best, we may not get the best of you today, yeah. What do you mean?
What I mean,
are you gagged?
We cannot go compared to that law. So we don't put.
So are you trying to say that you are seemingly being gagged?
Yes, we are being gagged. You don't put weight in someone's mouth, and when the person leaves the studio, you have an issue. So ask us questions that you can get a good answer. So now, what is your question?
Oh no. You mean questions that could appeal to how you want to respond? No, and not necessarily speaking truth to power. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Because I said that basically because we have the responsibility as citizens to make sure that we have our democracy, our system, if we have, working effectively. And it's our responsibility, no matter whose ox is God, to speak truth to power. And you form a very vital, a fulcrum part of the legal system, where we are supposed to see truth, we are supposed to see justiciable actions taking place to make sure that the people's will comes to fusion. And I'm asking you this question again. I don't know how you're going to meander over it. I'm asking you this question again. Among these 3 candidates, who do you see as the hope for the electorate?
I cannot answer that question because it's an opinion question.
You can speak your opinion on that.
So it's not an opinion question. What I'm telling you, what I want, my last page is that we are guided by the law. I saw everything.
Not to speak truth to power, you mean?
It's not about truth. It's not about truth. It's
Okay.
about what the law permits you to say. You see, leadership.
You can say
I don't get it. Okay.
It's not about.
Okay.
So you don't know.
Okay, but based on the records we're having, you can take a decision or an action on that.
Ask about the studio to tell you the candidate that you think is more appealing. You see, all the candidates are good candidates.
Okay.
It all boils down to the electorate to choose the person they feel they want to vote for on election day.
Okay.
And so you don't ask somebody in the studio to tell you who the election, even if our next chairman comes there, he will tell you that this is candidate he prefers. It's just for the people to decide who to vote for at the end of the day, or the party to vote for at the end of the day. But I was just trying to bring to your notice that even though we're running a democracy, there are certain laws that also guide what you say. The Cyber Crimes Act limits all of us, whether you like it or not. And so when we're done with this program, you can Google it.
What do you mean the Cybercrime Act? Is it a crime to say what you see as surveys that you are seeing in the public space as regards the candidates being?
Cybercrimes Act
Yes.
has made you to have certain limitations about what you say, both within the media, social media, and where we are right now.
All right, we were watching politics today, and of course, we'll be taking a short break, and after that, we'll continue from where we left off. Do stay. Thank you for still joining us as politics today, and I still have my guests with me, Dr. Okaifo Esegbe of Immediate University Okada, and of course Matthew Ederase, a fine legal practitioner, and Alakwe Mbanefo. Well, let's go to you, Matthew Ederase. We have issues about how to get it right as a people, and of course some have said, well, with the opposition, coming up, and of course the challenges of they are having presently, where some say maybe the ruling party could be part of what could be forming those landmines against them. But what do you see as the electorate, how they can be able to decipher who to elect as president come 2027?
Like I have said several times before now, at several fora, the electorate are boss to a corner. Because before the choices are available for them to make at the polls, manipulation has already happened within the party structure by virtue of crooked primaries. There is no internal party democracy in almost all the parties, both the ruling and opposition. So the way and manner candidates are produced or nominated to stand for election, which is the final product that the electorate to patronize, is already skewed. That is why you see in most cases you end up having voters apathy. Candidates that ought to have been projected, because we are not just restricting choice of leader to who becomes the president alone. That is just one office.
Yeah.
This is a federal system of government. There are other units, from the federal to state to local government, even to the ward. You have councillors. How do we throw up these people as choices that the electorate should choose from? They are most of the time imposed, superimposed by some few clique, cabal within the various political formations. So invariably the choices that eventually are presented to the electorate are already choices made by few persons.
That may not meet the yearnings of the electorate.
Yes. And those choices that the electorate would have chosen most of the time are pushed as, are shoved aside in preference for the choices of these power brokers.
So that's where you said it's been skewed.
Yes. So there is no real robust choice for the electorate to patronize. They are left with the remnants. Sometimes they settle for a choice between evil or lesser evil.
Okay. Do you see, like what I asked Dr. Esegbe, do you see possibility of having a stronger opposition in having a realignment, like what they had in the Badon Declaration, to produce a candidate that will contest with the ruling party's candidate?
The Badon Declaration is neither here nor there. It's mere jamboree, because we operate a federal system of government, not parliamentary. When people begin to shout this slogan of coalition, coalition is not for federal system of government.
You mean the law doesn't allow it?
Every system that talk about coalition government, so you have prime minister.
No, we're having as a possibility of having political parties, coalition of political parties.
Political party cannot form coalition, but they are the independent entities. It's not major. After you are registered, you are a party standing on your own. How do you form coalition when you still maintain your identity in the register with INEC? Every Kakari member belongs to a political party.
Oh, really?
How do you manage me and benefit if we belong to a different party?
So, which means that declaration was done in...
It's just a
dead on arrival,
we should take it.
Oh, okay.
Because the real coalition will be the coalition of the electorate. The resolve. Because you cannot tell me, for instance, I am a Kakari of party Z. Then you and the two party chairmen went to say they have formed a coalition. You can't impose your will on me. So
if that happened, that would have also generated another legal source.
It's a coalition of few persons wearing big babariga, and their vote is very infinitesimal.
Okay.
Compared to the vote of the masses, so we determine the fortune at the polls.
Okay.
So when we're talking about coalition, we should forget we're talking about mobilization of the masses, the voters. Mass mobilization for people to take the decision.
And not for political parties.
Any party that is strong enough to mobilize will win the election. Not coalition. Coalition in the boardroom will not produce a result on the field, at the ballot. All
right, let's get your calls pouring in. The number will be placed on the on the screen for viewers on independent television to dive in. It's bon appetit, so you can take a bite on it, and of course listeners on independent radio. Well, let's get back to you, Dr. Segbe. Well, 2027 is coming closely. Of course, you know the fact that you already have this impression that the opposition parties seem not to be able to breathe under the present administration. How can they get it right going forward?
How they can get it right is for them to continually put themselves before the masses, before the electorate, in all fora, in all media that is possible, so that the electorate who are deemed to vote on the election day may have the reason to forego the ruling party and vote for any of the oppositions. So the opposition, like my discussant here have already put forward, what Nigeria need now is an understanding. It's an understanding of the system and know who among the opposition that is to be voted for. For example, in 1999, we had APP, and we had the other party that sort of form an alliance with I'm talking about Olufalaye's party.
Okay.
Olufalaye was AMPP. AD. So they now came together, and that was how they were able to garner enough votes. At the end of the day, whether Olufalaye or so was now made a minister in that government. So I see even why coalition may not be possible, as they say the two parties joined them together, like we saw in APC 2014 general election. But there may be an understanding between the opposition parties, in spite of the struggles and problems they are going through, to say, okay, if the federal government don't want us to do this, they don't want us to stand, which party are we all going to mobilize vote for? That's why I'm agreeing with my brother here. That's talking about mobilization of the masses. So that if the opposition, or sorry, the ruling party seem to be crumbling the major opposition party, but we know that it is not the party that will vote, it's the human being that will vote. So let us see how this opposition are able to mobilize the populace to come out, so that on that day, 2 days of election, 3 days of election, we can have information, we can have a news that all candidates of a social party have stepped down
Okay.
for so party.
Okay, I'll come back to
So
you.
let us all of us go there.
I'll come back
and
to you.
vote.
Let's quickly get this caller. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning to you in the studio. My name is Fred.
Fred, where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Orebeni, here in Benin.
Okay, make your contributions.
What I want to say is this. The oppositions are divided on their own. Every one of them want to be the president that will take power from the ruling party. That's why the ruling party have a loophole that they are digging on just to make them divide more. And it is now the oppositions, because if you want to carry something that is heavier, when 5 people or that thing that is heavier, you alone cannot carry it. When 2 people or 3 people carry that object, it will be easy. But all of them want to be president at the time. You understand me? And Peter Abi, as it is the heaviest among the oppositions. That's why you see him anywhere he goes. The ruling party want to create problem for him not to have 2 feet on the ground. That's why you see what he said in the last statement he said the other day. He does not think that we live and see 2027, because how I'll be pursued around the country, even trend in everywhere. This is not a democracy. If you want to have a democracy, you know you are popular, you have done well for the people as a president. Then let your work speak. Not that you are using the power the people give to you to rule them, to oppress them.
Okay.
It's not done.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred. Okay, continue from where you left off.
Yes, like the last caller just said. For example, who is the opposition party? We that are not in government, we are the opposition party. There's no one particular person that's opposition party. So everybody that's not in government is opposition. Every person that is not in government is opposition party. And you cannot say that opposition party have divided themselves. How are they divided themselves? The constitution creates room for multiple parties, and multiple parties have been registered. So what are you saying that opposition have divided themselves? The opposition have not divided themselves. What we are talking about, what is apparent now is we the masses. Who are we going to vote for?
That is it.
That is what is important.
Thank you.
The opposition parties, as we are the oppositions, we the masses, the people that are suffering the brunt of the subsidies gone, we are the opposition party.
Thank you.
We are
I'm
the
coming
ones
there.
to decide who we are going to vote for.
Thank you. I'm coming there. There are indices to show, to show that how the electorate are going to really cast their vote. Looking at some factors that could shape, the 2027 elections. We have the aspect of insecurity, which comes number one, and of course that of the economy that is nose diving, or isn't it? So what do you see as these factors that can affect the 2027 that may not be in favor of the ruling party come 2027? Alakwe?
For now, from the way everything is going, we have not actually seen what can stop the ruling party from constituting victory.
Insecurity, for instance, it's been said that under the present administration, there seems to be an increase in insecurity. The economy, for instance, like what Dr. Esegbe said, fuel subsidy gone, affected many homes. I don't know if it affected you.
Yeah, the point we're making here is this, is that ordinarily, because of insecurity, crisis in this country, it has been a very opposition, if there's any, to have campaigns against the government.
Anybody, okay.
Because as it is, the federal government have not been able to nip it on the bud about the problem of insecurity.
So the effort of the ruling party is poor as regards tackling insecurity and the economy.
They have not been able to do that.
Okay.
Again, the National Assembly is not making things easier for any of us. The fear everybody is having is whether the incumbent president can be talking about a third tenure. Because the way it is, second tenure is already assured. But the way the question is going.
Well, let's quickly take this call. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Alakwe. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, my brother. Amor Yukon. Good morning to my brothers there, the analysts. Open Secret, S1. Solomon Ataka, popularly known as the voice of common masses. If the program now is designed for only me to come, I will not be happy. At least there wants to be a competition. The way they are handling the democracy, this is not how it was introduced to us. The opposition cannot fly. This party really today, they are the ones who suspend national chairman who went to office today. Before the next day, he was removed in office. Nobody sponsored that man to go to court. Then the judiciary, important issue to be discussed of, is not being discussed. How come that we cannot fire those we found with arms? Many things. Our dollar today, dollar controlling the naira today. All these issues are scenario bothering Nigeria. Holding in a president accountable of if when subsidy is gone. But let me tell you, you cannot take my cow and you start cutting shaki for me to be praising you. The president cannot tell me that if we leave the free and fair election, it is really good to Nigeria. I don't see any reason why being afraid of opposition. They're coming together. Some opposition are even working for the president. We know them. They paralyzed all primary. After the end, they compensate them allegedly, which we don't know. They are just to distract Nigeria. But the thing is that this election is going to be between the APC, the ruling party, and Nigeria. All we are begging them is free and fair. Let it reflect. We don't want to see glitches. We don't want to see there is no network. Because if kidnappers can post this at the forest, it means there is network everywhere in Nigeria. It's not too hard to demand.
Thank you, Solomon Ataga. Big thanks for very, very useful information, for that very, very articulate point you made. Well, back to you, because while you had the floor, you may mention the fact that it's already clear that his second bid for presidency, I mean the president, as a candidate of the ruling party, you know, it's clear that the second bid is guaranteed. And of course, do you mean to say that it's clear that he will win the office?
The circumstances on the ground, looking at the problems the opposition parties are having, looking at the way INEC is constituted, looking at the laws made by the National Assembly regarding the Electoral Act, looking at the fact that we're not relying solely on electronic voting, looking at the fact the same Electoral Act is saying that where there's no network, manual can be, you cannot count manually. Look at the fact that we have a National Assembly that is pro ruling party. For instance, the national anthem, it took the National Assembly about only 2 hours to change national anthem. The national anthem is is a part of the nation, so you can't change it without public consultation. So
are you saying that with all of these facts you are saying, because that seems to be a defeatist perspective? Are you saying with all of these facts that the electorate can't do anything to change the polls in favor of themselves? Are you saying because of this the opposition can't realign, or the political parties can't realign to do the needful? Otherwise, you indirectly saying that there isn't hope and there isn't point to come out in 2027 to vote.
If by July, is it 18 today? ADC and NDC is in court.
Yeah.
Then who are the opposition parties? As we look at this, what is on ground, we are not seeing any opposition for now. And it's most likely that by the time the president wins this election, we'll be looking at National Assembly even passing a bill for an act, creating a rule for third tenure. And so from what is happening, all the institutions that will have been a roadblock to the ruling party, actually, for now, are all moribund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, for your information, today is July 18 and not 13. Well, let's quickly take this call before we get to you. Matthew Adegasi. Good morning, caller. Tell us your name and where you're calling from and make a contribution. Fact.
Yeah, Godfrey. I'm calling from the Savior area. Where I off the Savior area.
Godfrey, make a contribution.
Yes, sir. Well, I just align with the last speaker. It is very easy for the ruling party to just win the next election. Do you know why? The hunger is the land, the people that, majority of those that will vote, like in my village, they are just waiting to come out there to collect their own like this, or their own national cake. And the ruling party has the money to buy these people that day. So that is my own. You may not agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's Let's get your opinion on that. I think you have a divergent view. That is it.
Obviously, I vehemently disagree with the submission of my colleague that it's a fait accompli. Who guaranteed anybody anything?
Exactly.
It is a contest. Brazil was removed from the World Cup. They were favorites. France is out. They were favorites. If not for a little circumstance and fate, Quebec, the first time, I would have even cleared that cup. So the result of the people.
But a system that works. So you made mention of that. A system that works. Can you make up the referees? Exactly. That's what point.
There's referee. There's VAR and all of that.
Okay.
You can raise this down and take the medal.
We have an issue on the ground. I don't know if you have forgotten the aspect of the transmission of election results electronically at real time is not guaranteed in the present electoral act 2026.
Why are we making a mountain out of a molehill? Transmission of results, yes, it's a thing that we would have wished,
because that could open room for manipulations. If it's not guaranteed.
Manipulation is not 100% assured of succeeding. You can manipulate and still fail. Tinubu lost Lagos to opposition. Okay. You know what Lagos was before that 2023 political.
You're talking about if the electorate pour out en masse.
Where there is mass participation, you can hardly rig it. The manipulator will be outmaneuvered.
So the onus lies on the electorate.
The people's resolve is the ultimate in this contest. Just like Quebec demonstrated that if you are resilient, you can take down a Goliath. There's nothing is guaranteed.
You're talking about revolution.
Yes, not revolution.
Said if you're talking about revolution.
I was surprised because you said a while ago, right here, that you cannot give your opinion. It's against certain provision.
Which we are yet to see there.
Campaigning for the incumbent. That's saying that you have already given him the mandate.
It's done and dusted.
Which is even a crime. This is the real offense. Because you have already told us that you are undermining the process.
And that the National Assembly will create top tenure.
The vote, you are undermining the entire process. The electorate, everybody that you are already jumping the gun to declare a winner out of a race that is here to.
We will give you room to respond to that anyway, because this is an indictment and you must respond. So why you quickly learn in 10 seconds?
Now,
yes.
You have already gone.
He has said it. He has said it.
So can you respond quickly before?
I'm not done. So when we are talking about 27 contest, a lot of surprises await whoever is trying to manipulate.
Exactly.
Don't forget that beside the transmission, results will be counted, vote will be counted and announced at every polling unit. Everybody will have a copy.
Yeah, tangible copy.
Figure, yes. And if you think you can put a sleeping pill on people who have already seen the result to now accept a different result, you must be a dreamer.
But that has been happening. Litigations have been showing all of these irregularities, disparity in figures.
2023, what saved the day for the manipulators was that obedient movement wasn't having the structure, party structure, political structure, to man every polling unit.
Do they have now?
So after voting, they left. There were no party agents to even get all this things done.
Okay.
Right now, all the parties are well established.
Structured.
Yes. They all have party agents. How are you going to tell ADC, APC?
So it's going to be more competitive.
Yes, MPP that they are voting Kano, that they want it is no longer. Look,
so that could close the gap of deliberate manipulations that he spoke about.
It will be too hard to handle for the manipulator.
All right, respond. That was an indictment.
Yes. My learned friend is entitled to his opinion. Yes, just like I'm entitled to my own opinion.
Of course. And no one is gagging you on that.
Yes. The truth of the matter is that we are all Nigerians. If INEC it becomes a weak institution and under the presidency.
Okay.
And of course, the judiciary, like you earlier, was trying to push it to us. My dear friend affirmed that most pronouncements cannot survive the test of the day.
I wasn't pushing it to you. You are not a part of the judiciary anyways.
And, and the leadership also goes with followership.
Okay.
And Nigerians are not ready to take the bull by the horn. And nobody is willing to go to the streets.
Nigerians are not ready to take the bull by the horn. Well, you can't take that decision for Nigerians. You can only speak for.
That's
speculating.
Yeah, speculating. Yes.
That is the outcome of the election.
Okay, thank you.
The people will accept it.
Thank you, Barrister Alakwe Mbanefo. Quickly, in 10 seconds, you round off on that.
Yes, in 10 seconds, it is not over until it is over. We, as the populace of Nigeria that are suffering the brunt of this administration, let us mobilize ourselves. Let's keep on mobilizing ourselves towards the election, so that at the end of the day, when we have a better option that INEC and the ruling party and as well as the court has legitimized, we might resolve to that.
Okay, thank you so much, Fred. You called in. Big thanks to you also, Solomon Ataga, and all that called in. Big thanks for making our time to be part of this. And big thanks to you, Dr. Esegbe. And of course, Matthew Derese, a legal practitioner, a fine legal practitioner. And of course, also to you, Barrister Alakwe, another fine legal practitioner. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Well, listeners on Independent Television and Radio, we hope to see you again same time next week on this. I am Philip Omo Gyupo. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma no kada zima Esama zima dion bona zima dion obala zima dion ma we ma ri o Esama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken Esama e ma dio wa re na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi ton na ba no ge ton ni maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbon o oro pa ewu dori e ma di awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me we need just to know me afa
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Ẹgbẹ́ Júwà. ọ̀pá àtọ́kùn ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adisuwa Sawagye. We sincerely apologize for coming on behind schedule due to some technical issues we're experiencing. My guest is actually joining me via Zoom this afternoon, and we're having one or two little, technical issues. We will rectify that, and then we'll come and talk to you briefly, all right? We want to look at why it's so difficult for women to take a walk or find somehow to have a redress when they are going through a lot in marriage, like domestic violence, that can come in whatever form, in every form as the case may be. So today I'm going to be speaking briefly with Grace Ijoma Ome, who is a seasoned journalist and of course a legal practitioner and a marriage counselor. But let's quickly take a break. I'm Adisuwa Sawagye. Let's quickly take a break and we'll be back shortly. Please bear with me. Please do. Sometimes things like this just happen. You cannot predict what network will do to you. And all you have to do is just keep working. Like they say, the show must go on. And so this show must go on regardless of the number of minutes we're going to use. So we will try our best possible to be impactful. The lady with the golden pen is up to the task. So Grace Ijoma Ome, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm good. So quickly, keeping it real, keeping it smart, keeping it okay, and all of that. Give me a quick answer. Marriage, should it be a do or die affair?
No, I don't think so. Marriage shouldn't be a do or die affair. Marriage is a union between two persons, and it is meant to be enjoyed, not endured. But the common thing these days, my sister, is that people are enduring and give you certain good reasons in quotes why they should endure rather than enjoy marriage. And
tell us, what are the reasons why you think women should enjoy and not endure? Why do women endure in the face of serious violence, whether verbal abuse, physical, emotional, financially, and all of that? We have come to realize that some women are just roommates with their husbands, nothing they happen. So why should a woman stay?
Yes, they will tell you first that they have children. They are staying behind because of the children. They wouldn't want the children to be subjected to certain abuse because once they walk away from that tormenting environment, then the children will, suffer it. And I do not think that's right because whether you stay or you do not stay, these children will leave. That is LIVE. They will be alive. And you will see them. And sometimes you walk away and you see that your children are doing well. So some of them will tell you, even people with grown-up children that have already reached the age of self-determination, they will tell you, I cannot live, my children are still young. Children that are above 18, above 20, 21, they are still young, and you have to live there and go through hell because you want to protect your children. I think that is wrong. And then some of them have bought properties with their partner, their husband, and then they have this joint ownership of property, and they want to stay and protect their inheritance, so to speak. And they say, I'll stay because if I leave, what will happen to the property we jointly own?
Okay.
So many excuses. Then the society ridicule. They say stigmatization. They say, if I leave, people will say I've left marriage, I'm a divorcee. And society will classify me as a divorcee. Many women who don't want that, so they will stay and endure. So these are just some of the flimsy excuses that we hear in the society every day.
So
and then we are not saying,
go ahead, please. Just go ahead.
We are not saying that divorce is to be encouraged. No, we are not encouraging divorce. But when it gets to a point where a woman has suffered several ordeals and she knows that she has gotten to the boiling point, in fact, the doctors are even telling her another push and then you will die. Then it is time for her to take a long walk without looking back. And then by the time she takes the walk, the law will give her the needed protection. The Ministry of Women Affairs is there. FIDA is there. That's the Women's Federation of Women Lawyers. The law has guaranteed her safety in a way to protect her rights. The right of property acquisition, the right to access her children, and then the stigmatization of society. Just accept yourself. Tell yourself that you must realize before you think of what society thinks about you. So the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law prohibits that a woman should get to that point, that boiling point, where she cannot take it anymore, and the doctors are telling her, one more strike to your head from your partner, and you're dead. Then the law gives her the freedom to walk away. We always preach, leave in order to live. What to do, we preach. And so many women are assimilating that like one of those words you say every day, but that we don't mean it. No, we mean it. For instance, I am in marriage. If at a point in my marriage, and I can't take it anymore because I've been abused, I've been violated, my dignity as a person has been violated, then I will walk away. We have also got properties together, and then I will go to the law and ask the law, what rights are available to me over my property that I jointly bought with my partner. Then the law will give me the access to take certain steps, to take my own part of that property. So it is ignorance actually that has made women to endure certain turmoil in marriage, and they think, okay,
this ignorance now, lady with the golden pen, I like to call you that because that's what we know you are. Yes. Okay, this ignorance now, it's not an excuse in law and should not be an excuse in marriage too. So how can a woman strive? Because it's easy for you to say you're enlightened, you're educated, you know what you want and how to get it. But some women really don't know what they want. I was talking to somebody the other day about the case of Osinachi, Shimite, and a couple of others, which made national headlines. Nigeria and abroad, you know, people talked about it. There were stories about it everywhere. A lot of women know this, but yet they still stick to that excuses you have them made just now that you highlighted. So what is the way forward? How do we get women to start believing in themselves? Education has got nothing to do with this, whether the woman is educated or not, whether she's enlightened or not. It has just got nothing to do with it. But I think it's more of a societal, more of a religious, or more of a family thing. So how do we get women to get past this channel and begin to make it real? And then the place of prenuptial agreement in all of this. So I've asked you like two questions in one.
Yes, I think that like our people will say, You don't learn how to use your right hand when you are already old. But then we can start something with our daughters.
Okay.
And then for women who are already in marriage, we can start enlightening them on their fundamental human rights. We have to create awareness. Start with our girl child. Tell the children that they have rights. The girl child has rights. She has a fundamental right. As she grows up, like the word says, she will not depart from it. Let them be equipped. Let them know their rights as human beings first, and then their rights as girl children. Then the women in marriage who are already in marriage and going through turmoil, they also need to know their fundamental rights. Because a woman walks away from a marriage she has suffered to build a house with a man, for instance, and she thinks that's the end of the world. But in the law, there's provision for you to get an affidavit after the divorce proceedings, and then ask for separation of your property, or ask for the property to be dispensed accordingly, going by the law. Then the court will now decide, are we going to sell, or are you going to do, you want to let the property, for instance, that is rent it out. How do you get your tenancy rates and all that, your rentals? So these are things a woman can discuss with her lawyers. Because many of them don't know. They say, if I go now, this property we built together, what happens?
Okay.
You know, once a marriage has been severed, a woman can still claim what is hers.
What if her name is not? What if her name is not on the property? You know, like most women are falling victim. Yeah, I can tell you that for free. Most women are falling victim to this issue of property and all of that. When her name is not on the property, you see, Mr. and Mrs. Assuming I'm a man, I don't say Mr. and Mrs. Adesuwa. Anybody can be Mrs. Adesuwa, for goodness sake.
Instances where a marriage was severed, and both and the couple, they went to court over their property, and it was discovered that the woman's name wasn't on the property. But then the receipt for buying cement, the receipt for buying rods, the receipt for buying granite, sand, and all of that, the receipt for even buying files, she had them, and her names were there.
Fantastic.
And that was where the judgment was based.
Fantastic.
That you are joint owners of this property, and then the property will be dispensed accordingly.
Lucky that woman.
How do you want it to be dispensed? You know?
Okay.
So there are instances like that. So women do not just walk away.
Okay.
Because that's the fear of majority of the women who are going through domestic violence. They say, how can I walk away?
All right, in just a minute.
Talking of the property.
In just a minute, Ijoma, before we go, what is the role of prenuptial agreement in marriage? Just in one.
So many men.
Just a minute.
So many families.
Okay.
So many families will tell you that we are African. Prenuptial agreement before we walk down the aisle is alien to Africa.
Just
they will tell you and they will beat their chest to it that it's alien to Africa. So if a man do not condescend to signing such prenuptial agreement with you, then what do you now resort to when there is an issue of...
So at the rate we are going now, would you say that prenuptial agreement is okay or not okay?
It's okay where you know that this man comes from a family of disputants who will eventually leave you dry out there in the sun.
Okay.
So it's okay when you know, and some people have not even had courtship and they walk down the aisle.
Okay,
so for some people, I think they should consider prenuptial agreement.
Okay.
I think so.
So in a violent marriage now, a marriage that is riddled with violence and all of that, should a woman take a walk or remain?
Come again, I didn't hear
I
that.
said in a relationship where violence is the order of the day, whether violence on the man or violence on the woman, should partners stay put in such a relationship, or they go their way before they buy each other?
Whether it's the woman violating the man or the man violating the woman, it's violence. Violence is violence.
Okay.
And violence is not it's not only about the feminine gender, it's also about the man. I know of a woman who beats her husband. She beats him blue and black. So that kind of man should walk away because she could actually kill him. We have instances of women killing their husband.
All right, Grace Ijana, mate. Tell me.
The woman tells you she has one belt. There is one popular belt they mentioned in Taekwondo. And
maybe she's a black belt. I need to go and learn that Taekwondo too. Yeah,
okay,
I should learn.
You learn it, and you unleash terror on your husband. And if I say food, you will say,
now
let me say, because I don't want my children to
All right, Grace, thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the show. We're going to do this again, okay? And hopefully, network will be so friendly for us to flow. Thank you so much for the patience and all of that, okay?
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you again soon. All right, guys, this is our show today, and we apologize earlier on, and we will do this again, okay, when network is favorable, all right? Don't die inside your relationship. Be a man or a woman, all right? Take a walk. You know, you can take a walk for a few months, maybe come back again, and if it's not working, seek redress in court. We need you to stay alive. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orebo, obviously, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya waweso Odion ni ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion Bona zima Odion Obala zima Odion Manawe Maari Esama Odion na ni ma do pon Esama ni ma do gbeken Esama e ma Odion wa na Esama magbekene ne osabo obuyo bitu ne baba no get on maga no dia mi maga me manido gbekene ne de na ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oro pa ewu dori ima dia wore ne o be ti agbo ya no we mi maga me ni just Christ no mi afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us all to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisted Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center. What gave you that conviction to start something on your own? A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it?
Okay, what helped me? I met a friend, Dr. Ola, is an island now. Left with his family, so he was visiting me as we were visiting you, we talk, we share. I said, wow, you are doing well. I said, doing well like this. The mistake I have. I don't know the one that brought me new state planting. We cannot afford food. We are buying bonnet. We buy bonnet. We tell the woman to put sauce. The woman will say she's selling the sauce. We ask the woman how much is sauce? It's 15 naira. Why can you be selling sauce? As you are selling bonnet, you should be adding sauce to it. You can't be selling sauce, madam. I just add that sauce. So we buy bonnet. We compare the woman to add sauce that she's selling. You see, it's just because people are very good. I just want to give you sauce. The sauce is 15 naira. Plantain is 15 naira. So you buy it 100 naira. So it's Allah that was buying that for you. So what really went to was that any little money I get, I will go and deposit it in the bank. If it's 10,000 naira, if it's 20,000 naira, I will save every little dime I have. Already, if I was watching this program in DSTV, it's a business program. The white man will say, let's save the money from 1 cent to 1 to 2 billion. So we were just calling billion, but I used to save the money like that. I said, so if you start saving 1 naira, you can go to 1 billion. So I started saving like that. Wow. So if I have 5,000 naira now, I'll use 500 naira to pay transport to go and save that 4,500 naira. I'll stay like that. You even bring that. If that money is in my pocket, I will spend it. But if it's in the bank, I will save it. I will not spend it. And I said I don't want to have ATM card to that. Then all these POS transactions, they will not be there. You understand? So I was saving every little dime. As I was saving the money, as the money was coming, I was saving it. As the money was coming, I was saving it. That was how I now saved enough money to buy a therapeutic bed in 1 room. So I saved another money. When I went to the carpentry shop, the carpenter was laughing at me. I just remember, you have money to pay. I was giving him, if you see the specification, it really wrong. I don't have money. I will say the specification, the bed we have, the collapsible, to have cupboards, I said, how much is it? He said, this is the amount. I said, okay, I can't even remember how much he told me. I deposited the first deposit. I said, how many weeks will you take it to do it? He said, 1 week. I said, okay, no problem. Before that 1 week, I'll pay the money. So I went back to the office to start working another, saving money again. So in 1 week time, I called him. Is he ready? He said I should come the following week. I was happy. I didn't quarrel with you. That's what you actually want. I worked in the money. So I now said, okay. The next week, he said I should come and collect it. So I have money to pay transport from there to come to the clinic. And also I have money to balance up. So I balanced up and I was happy. The workers were also happy. Okay. I was paying money. I didn't want disgrace in my life. I didn't want insults in my life. So I was saving enough money to pay the secretary and to pay one of the therapists that was working with me. And also I was saving money for the 500,000 for the rent. I wasn't even talking about how I was going to live. Let me just save for these 3 things. Because I don't want somebody to inject me, or somebody to insult me, or somebody to call me out. I want to get you from the apartment. And that will, I mean, God forbid, that crumbles the businesses. Crumbles the business. Yeah. So it's not that you have, well, for young people that are aspiring to make a business, when you start getting money, when you get money, you have 200,000, you just squander out the 200,000 and say another one will come. The little one you save belongs to you. The one you spend is for outsiders. The little one you save, that 50,000 is your own. The other ones you are spending is for other people. So you are actually giving other people back their money. So they will be able to always save. What also needed me up is moving. I saw how you were doing business. We saw you as a big man on the pulpit. But you know that behind the pulpit, he was also being a big-time businessman.
A businessman. So he was teaching us and lecturing us on how to be prudent, how to be committed, and how to be straightforward. Not to eat another person's money. If somebody gives you money for something, do it. So he taught us that over time. Then I had the opportunity to lecture his children on violin. I played the violin. Many people don't know that.
I look forward to that. I look forward to singing with the violin. I look forward to singing. Okay, this is where we get the curtains on the part 1 of this series. Icons on ITV. I guess Dr. Tabusite Osado, and the CEO of Crescent Osteopathic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City. I mean, if you look through the spectrum of our conversation today, you find a lot of nuggets that, if you imbibe, will help you. Number 1, how to save, especially if you have a business idea, because interestingly, in this part of the world, if you need money to start a business and you're looking for someone who will do that money, you're most likely not going to get that money. You're most likely not going to get that money. If you have a means to put your resources together to save, to invest in the business, the best for you. And then also he had just 2 shirts and a palm driver, and started living in his office, couldn't afford an accommodation, all in a bid to ensure that his vision is realized. But of course, you can watch this program on our YouTube channel, ITV Radio NG. Post a comment there. I'm sure in the next episode of the program we'll definitely highlight your comment. Thank you for staying with us. Please watch out for part 2 of this interview. Welcome to the part 2 of this series on icons. And today we have Dr. Osado Tabusite, the CEO of Crescent Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us insights into how his life journey has been. Literally a story that you can say started from grass and then metamorphosed into grace. Dr. Osado, thanks again for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much. That's
okay, quickly talk to us about those core values that shaped your life and that you have held on to tenaciously and has brought you to where you are today.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Solidi Kokoso. I grew up in a Christian home. When we are saying Christian home, we were very close to God. Yes, my mom always takes us to church every Sunday. Doesn't want anybody to be at home. So first is my home brought up. My home building was very disciplined. My mom did not allow nonsense. My mom, first of all, didn't allow us to play outside with other kids. Even though we want to play outside, we should be within the terrain of his eye reach. And we should be within the terrain of our environment. Just when we call environment, it means our doorpost. We say other kids should come and play with us, not in going to their house to play with them. So my mom was actually a leader, a shaper, a disciplinary person. She disciplined us very well. Then growing up, my brother, I've always talked about this, my older brother, Mr. Smart Osado, professor. It's not prof. He always tells me something. He will say, if you cause problem outside and come back to my house, you will face it alone. Don't bring it back in. So for me not to be kicked out of his house, I have to behave myself. So he tells me you are on your own. If you cause problem for yourself, you are on your own. If police catch you, you are on your own. If they lock you up, you are on your own. If they beat you outside, you are on your own. So you're still out of trouble. So you use that one to threaten. It's also really threatening because he meant it. He said you are on your own. So my routine was home to work, to school, back home. On Sunday, I go to church. I didn't know how to pray because I grew up in a Catholic background. I didn't know how to pray much because when we just say prayer, we just say, Lord, I thank you, I give you the praise. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for making me to sleep well. In Jesus' name, amen. Then I joined my church, the Super Church, and my reverend taught us how to pray. He taught me how to pray. He taught me how to speak in other tongues. So that helped me. That pushed me forward. It was a push for me. Prayers. My reverend is one of my biggest role models. He disciplined me again. He molded me again in the ways of God. And when he's talking about being truthful, being faithful. So people cannot say 5 words without lying 4 out of it. You see, you can live without telling a lie. Why should you lie about something? Why should you claim what you are not and just lie? So if I'm lying, definitely you see it in my face because it's not part of me. Then he told me something again. He said, great men do business with handshake. They don't even put their signature on the book because of trust. When they give you their word, he said their word means more than $1 million. They just tell you, I will do it. I will take it for them. They will do it. He said, don't you want to get to that level? Every time I aspire to become that. Take my word. Take my word. So I always look forward to that. So I was praying. So there was a time I went to Price Long to put in the office, and the red man came in the afternoon actually to come and take measurements and all that because I've already given him my location. So he came to remind me, I remember him again. He let me pray. I didn't know that I've been praying for more than 1 hour, and he was waiting for 1 hour 30 minutes outside. So I was praying for the business. I was praying for the states. I was praying. I left my personal needs and I was praying for other things. I was also praying for the country. So I was praying that this country is going to favor me, is going to bless me. I wasn't condemning the country. And I stayed away from friends. Discussions, discouragement discussion. Because what kills people's morale today is when they find themselves in the wrong company. People talking, the way they are talking about the government is that Nigeria is totally condemned. Nigeria is a no place to be at all. I stayed away from those kind of people. When I finish, I play my violin and I thank God for my life. And I study. I read a lot. Yes, I study a lot. I try to study all kind of books. Is that your hobby? Yes, reading, writing, and playing violin. Okay. These are my hobbies. And I love cooking too. Oh, really? Yeah, but when I was sleeping in the office, I didn't have the kitchen. I did have a kitchen. Okay. Yeah, so I was just eating once a day. Okay. Fantastic. Yes. You know, in our society today, when you hear some news told, they tell you education is a scam. I mean, apart from the fact that that's a very negative narrative, as it were, we also have this challenge of youths wanting to get rich quick. Get into business today, the business goes today, I make all the money I want to make today, I buy a Lamborghini,
I buy a Rolls Royce and stuff like that. I won't live in the mansion as the case may be. Give me your take on this in terms of advising those categories of people who think that way. You see, life is a process, and you cannot jump or skip any process. Just like you are climbing on the stairs, you can't take 2 steps at a time. It's not possible. Secondly, for youth that just say education is a scam, you cannot give what you don't have. That is what they call in Latin, mono cordon, not habits. You can't give what you don't have. How can you use singular for plural or plural for singular? Or how can you execute a business principle that you have not studied about? You can't give what you don't have. That's what is killing a lot of youth today. They are half-baked people out there. Too many half-baked. You call a plumber to come and fix your plumbing, whatever, and he fixes it, it's still leaking water. No, you could only make it worse. You make it worse. Or you call a nurse to give an injection, the place is swollen and, it's so strong there. Because you have not learned well. You have not studied well. You have not taken your time to understand the principle behind that thing. So education is not a scam. Because you cannot sit in your house and say knowledge of the world should enter into your brain by force, by fire. You start praying for this knowledge. Education is not prayed for, it is acquired. Education is not stolen. You cannot use your father's certificate to work. You have to acquire your own certificate. Education is not inherited. You have to compel yourself to sit in the classroom and learn by yourself. And education is not a scam. Family, how are you able to cope being an entrepreneur, a businessman, being a husband and a family man and a father? How are you able to cope with all of this and maintain your skills as a whatever you do, just enjoy it. As an entrepreneur, you should have the power of publicity. Make your business known, no matter what. Even though you're inside a pit, people will look for you when they know you. Yeah. Make your business known. Publicity is one of the key power, the key strengths to every business to grow. Then, secondly, for me, as all of this you just mentioned, I actually have a partner as a friend. We just play like children. You don't take things serious. We enjoy the process. We play along with the process. We don't see ourselves being carried away by what people say. Okay. You enjoy the process. When you have, you enjoy. When you don't have, you enjoy the same way you enjoy when you have. Don't look at other people, what they are doing. And I know that other people will want to challenge you to do more. But everybody has his own pace at which he's moving down. Your pace is not my pace. And my pace is not your pace. Absolutely. We are moving in different pedestal. So for me, I'm just not with anybody. I don't compete with anybody. I do my things the way I like it, the way I want it, and the way people will like it as well. Okay. So how do you see yourself in the next 10 years? In the next decade? In the next 10 years, I want to have the best structure here in Nigeria, in Edo State, Nigeria, that
relatively patient. I want to see how people will come to the realization of being, in a setting whereby they are not consuming prescribed and unprescribed medication for pain. Again, they can have a place to go. I want to be that man they call father, that your children can play around you, when even though you have a very tight and busy schedule. Because our generation that we are bringing forward now, we are raising now, we don't have parental guidance again, we don't have parental love again. They are looking for love outside. I want to be that father that can raise his children. So I want to be a father, a good father for that. I want to be a mentor. I want to be a problem solver. That already we are this, but we want to make it bigger. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us the time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on Icon to a program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You'll be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
Ugeni Madonna, Imagedion, Orebo, Obesni Agbo, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
Certainly the best.
When you look at time now, the only time when we say go tell you, then we say it is now Oduota o'clock. Now we think Oduota the heart of the matter. You go ask me now, say which matter I want to look the heart today. Like I talk all the time, no matter how ant small reach, if you put your eye for ground where you go open the ant, you go see the heart of that ant. Then you have to look today, it's not big ant. I say concern the country Nigeria, I go carry and come down to our state, Edo State. How we go take sovereign? People they won't be say they in charge for government side, we go look at. People they won't be say they for church side, we go look at. What in the church do to make sure say security day? Where they join hand with government to make sure say security day? And what even government they do to make sure say security day? State police when say they want to give us, which road they won't carry us past? Or is there questions they won't be say we they ask ourselves as the program they work how they go. My name is Thomas Sado. Welcome. I will say I will tell you with that. Who will be the people that want to check this matter with us? I don't say they wonder now. I get another person here that people they won't be say they're in charge for every side they call churches there for Nigeria before you call 1 to 3, never call and black no churches they won't be say there for Nigeria. And one of them won't be say yes they and I be the regional pastor of Omega Fire Ministries. When we say a name now, Pastor Courage Imolore. What's I call the name? Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Because now we talk about the church side when for the matter. Then our brother when we say a day here, every they call commissioners when we say they in charge of safety, they in charge of public security. You never call a name. Let's say you never know now this Edo State now you say you day, or you know say you say people like that. Then they make and be say if they sleep well to make you sleep the way it's supposed to be. I talk about one person, let me say, Honorable First. Yeah, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank
you, viewers and listeners.
I know some big grammar in the speak. You know, so we don't go school like you, so you go bring a contact small. Okay, may I just start from you?
Yes.
They say after God, Now government. And to make matters just sweet well, now GG, now follow. After the first G, you go see, oh, after the first G for government, now oh, you go still see. For this, our state, Edo State, how on they do to make sure say people they feel sleep well? Because they complain say, say to sleep these days for night or time they travel now issue.
Well, I thank every listeners and Thomas Sado, I thank you when you bring me come here today. It's not easy, but we must come make we begin to tell people what we do. The fact is that in our government, we they make sure say all the noise, all the happenings for Edo, not just alone, no, Nigeria as a whole, but Edo. You say, oh, security deal, kidnapping deal, terrorism deal, drug addiction deal, or drug sellers deal, and all that. We must be able to work with all the security agencies to reduce it to the barest minimum. Say, this one that they talk, say, we sleep with 2 eyes closed. We not say make you the closed one, the open one, though, but make you try, make you enough sleep. So we will then make us, the government of today, make sure they do everything to ensure, say, Edo people that be able to sleep and close their 2 eyes.
Okay. Before we talk of government, now God already said go. But I know why I start with my brother here first. I said, yeah, because I know say now him with the see here. The other one now our faith, now our belief, another one be. I want to ask you now, my brother Imolore, Courage, Pastor, the Christian world or the Christian community, if let's say just leave all of these things when we say concern security for the hands of even of government, and so now just the pastors then now say they get the security, the followers then when we say the inside they'll get pastor will get policemen, get everybody the follower, but the followers they say don't worry, have faith, God is with you.
Ogasado, thank you for bringing me here. I appreciate you, and to all our viewers and listeners, God bless you all. That will not be true.
So you miss how they talk like now.
Okay, listen. Make I respond to the issue of pastors with policemen. Like today now, I finish for New Benin Market. I go preach. The crowd, the mobbing. So why would sometimes you see they carry those police? Not just for security, but just to help curtail individuals. When we say they want mob you, oh, you know, they see pastor, they're out of joy, excitement, they will hold your cloth, draw, push me.
They draw Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Now only touch Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You know, say,
and you know, say Jesus Christ get 12 disciples, and they be male. One gets sword. Okay. Now, see, for the issue of security, the church, they play better role. Number one, we get some degree of peace for this country and Edo State in particular, because of our pastors, our religious leaders. Almost on a daily basis, they are committing the state in prayers. And they pray for the state. Like my organ, Monday to Friday, there's a prayer section, 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Part of that prayer, security day. Because no matter anything what you do, no matter the apparatus when you get the security outfit and all, if God hand not there,
you watch it alone, watch it in vain.
Watch it in vain. The watchman that watched the city without God involved. Now vain they watch. So church they pray. They pray. Number two, they teach morality. Our youth, when we get today for Edo State, for Nigeria, if you look towards the southern part and towards the northern part, that's a difference there.
Okay, no worry, you go show me that difference. Last time they work out, they go. The one when you say we talk about insights, then be the one like say if you go around different people, then they for different states then. You get Hishba police for north, you get a Motekun for west, for southwest and the rest. At those states, how their own be, because we see different kind of uniform and all of that, but we don't know how the thing they be to make sure say yes, we get people they want to say they have you those states they don't get that kind plan as it be say yes, how they get for southwest where they say they get a Motekun.
Well, for Edo, we get a popular name when we call them vigilante, local vigilante. But for the government circle, they call them Edo State Security Corps, ESSC. Now they call them. So if they use a Motekun, then they use a Hisba. Those will not be our language. I know say Edo na cosmopolitan people we be. So we not just pick one day, one person with the other person will say wetin he talk. So we say Edo State Security Corps, and that vigilante, when we talk vigilante, it go around for everybody mouth and everybody know what we talk. They know say not be not an ordinary policeman, not be soldier. You understand? Not even be civil defense. They know say this one are the local police when Edo State they use.
The fear when we say for the game, say we see some of them with guns, maybe these locally made guns and all of that one. We dey look am, we don't know how, which kind of training we see they give, we see they can carry guns, number one. And secondly too, the people they want to say would they able to fight against now. Or want to say yes with it, and people then say they can't go and they carry even what more than their lives. Let somebody talk. But we're going to ask them how they acquire these guns then. Who teach them to use these guns? Or what can they do to teach them to use all this kind of gun when they carry?
Well, I thought na impact. We don't talk say we must carry AK-47 or 49. But being the first responder when they be, you dey local place now, then it's see for them or they kidnap somebody. If 10 of una begin pursue the 3 when they be, and I don't want to talk say not go they carry AK-47, but they will know say the people serious. Okay. You understand? And from there they will seek help from either the military formation. There are so many ones they call FOB. Or the police themselves, or even the those states and what they call it, NSCDC. So, not necessarily say until we reach to carry AK-47, we're never serious. We equally know what those guns will do to you if they shoot you with a locally made gun or pump action or double barrel when they carry. Those are the things. It might not be. Some get advantage, some get disadvantage.
At the country, the training when they say, so how they take they know this.
The training before I came on board, they carry them, go Ogida. They screen them properly and then give them military and police training. If I should talk now, maybe you will ask me a question on that later. The forest guard.
No, they come there.
They were here around the Kadolo yesterday. Inside the ring.
No, until when I come to forest guard, you tell me about forest guard. Make you not jump the gun.
Woman is a big crime. Near before you begin cry.
Make I come to you. You know one thing, when they say the thing they born now, you talk about Jesus Christ, you get what they call out 12 people, some carry gun and all of that kind of thing. But the fear when we say people they fear for inside, we say these people that when we say supposed to give us some kind of cover and all of that. We get the belief say owner as the church to preach morality, to do everything. There's supposed to be a time when we now fit the liaise with government, say, let's work hand in hand. But the blind say salvation now be saying how to give the people. If I tell them salvation now, prosperity when we say so just they enter it deep into the system and to synergize with government to give people protection. I know if I ask a guy first to say they are here honorable, he go tell me say never see you one day when we say yes you are in Sudan as one of the pastor of one of the biggest churches for Edo State to say we can talk about how we say we take give our people security.
Okay, make I respond to that. Using Edo State now as example, we get PFN, we get CAN. There's no way when church, from time up to this moment, when they liaise with government, the church and government has always been one. And if you see today, not the only person who want to contest as governor for this state, who want to contest for House of Assembly, they always come to church.
Okay. And not for prayers.
For prayers. The PFN, they can. You may not need to see me as a person. We have the Christian, the religious body that tends to cover for the Christians as Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Christian Association of Nigeria. At every month or at every time, they get meeting with the government of the day, where they interface, they interact, talk about development, how to ensure security for the state is intact. So, say church not the liaise with government, that will not be true, because the church they liaise with government. Government need the church need the government.
Now the government that go ask, now government now they work with churches.
Oh, well, they work with everybody. It not be say you know I don't feel tell them many times. The issue of security not be every discourse every time.
Okay.
And when they reach out to them, they reach out to us.
Okay. So we get the one we say share with the people, get the one we say share with the people.
Yes. The truth is not just that they are praying for the nation. They equally they give moral support.
Okay.
We see which one they do. Thank you. You understand? Small then they equally they help the local sectors where they operate. You understand? I remember one of the churches, the Heritage and all that. When they say they can't steal their things, they park everything when they the church, they can't sell for market for Lagos. They got information, they came to us, and we helped them repatriate some of those things, you know. But in the course of time, they are now saying they need our support in terms of giving them our men. We equally let them know what they must.
This men when we say they talk about now, we see they say most of them now inside bringing here now we say they concentrate on more than in those central North, because like me from my place now from Edo North, my place now I'm better to go to farm. Now problem, you get to a point where we see they kill one man and his husband, one man and a wife and the son that they go church, they rape the woman, but the man present, they kill the woman, the son man is wrong, but they shoot the man to the top and the man not get leg again. So that kind of a thing now, why basically all of these people when on the train, so when you talk about vigilante or you talk about those, they only push them go that side.
Okay. When I came on board, October last year, 15 precisely, our governor, Senator Monday Okoro, he said all the vigilantes when they don't train, they do say security when they don't train, he wants 300 each for each local government. May them be their staff.
Times 18.
They are working. Yes, 300 per local government. Times 18. That gives you 5,400. They are there working. You understand? If you not go, if you see that now, you ask somebody in your place who is the sector commander, will tell you. You understand? I don't want to be calling names now. You are from Central.
No, I'm from North.
No, it's Akon Central now.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, I can begin to call you.
Who tells you I come from Akon Central?
You told me there's no place I don't know in this state.
Okay.
You understand? That's why we tell people, who will know the job and then leave us, make we do one. There's no place.
Well, nobody is able to do from doing your job now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we know those when they deal in different sectors. You understand? Say, well, Peter, you there, I can't go, so you there for that side. The other man, you there for this side. They will give us like the near your village.
Okay. Okay, not in village, eh?
Of course.
Okay.
And his village, he get boundary.
Now they will not know your own village.
I will tell you, his village get boundary with Era.
Okay.
He get boundary with what do you call it from back of Ewu.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. Then you get boundary with Ile.
Okay.
That whole ungoverned bush. Our men entered there last week. They neutralize, first of all, neutralize 3, arrest 1, neutralize 2 again, arrest about 2. You understand? But I don't tell them, all the social media business. You understand? You give it to us to look at it, our government look at it, say, yes, right on, boys, you are doing well. You understand? And the people they kidnap, we're able to retrieve them. You know,
rescue them.
We rescue them. You know, behind the leg, Ewu, down to Era, going to Afuze, it's an ungoverned bush, ungoverned space, large bush, large expanse of bush. Then stay there, they think, say, we know if we reach there. We destroy their tents that they are, using to have a habitation and all that. So these people are working in all the various communities. In Nakoko Edo that day, they asked for help, the sector commander, they asked for help. And then a chopper came. And they told them when they enter here, the chopper will follow them. Enter here, for inside rock and all that. They had to abandon those that they kidnapped. One was neutralized. One was arrested. We don't come on television and talk all those stories every day. We cannot. You understand? But no day passes without us recording sources in terms of fighting insecurity.
Okay, make this insecurity when we see with the father. We already know now, say maybe only people that when we see they come from one, maybe one region or one tribe, or so maybe they do it because if like it don't become business when we see almost everybody enter now. It don't become enterprise. So everybody enter now. So I want to find out whether we like them or not. A church the other day, I know what called the name and all of that. We see, some people they when we say they go kidnap people from the church, from this side of the country. They kidnap people from the church, and at the end of the day, we constantly say, now some of the church members, and they even plan all of these things there to make sure that they collect, go capture this man and all of that. And the church, the pastor, they make matters worse now. They can't go to the help out to see how they secure the members out of the place and that kind of thing. That's not what TBC was supposed to be drunk for.
You see, in every organization, in every society,
in every 12,
you always have a Judas. You must have the bad egg. Yes, not everybody who comes to church, even Bible talk now, not all that says Lord, Lord. Yes, you always get those ones who say they still get bad head. Someday they never repent, finish. Okay. They see the go through process. Someday that bad thing they get from mind is still there. So in that church, definitely you always get them. But like what we do, in our little way, we partner with government to also ensure that our church or our churches are secured through security agencies. And as I tell you, do not say church don't relate to government, not be true. Because sometimes we cry to this same government, please, we get so and so programs, we get so and so activities. Give us some of your men to help station or strategic junctions. Even for areas, look at areas within the church ASICs. We also aid security. We also ensure not just the church itself, even the houses at Johnny House when they're also secured. So the church is doing so much.
Okay. Make I come to the one that say, now I go see on this same train, on this our so-called vigilante people. Because whether we like them or not, the one we see they come, they bring big drum for now, they come, they applaud now. Come talk and say, before the next one come, come talk about the one they call forest guards. You don't understand? Forest guard. When I grow up, that time, say people they want to say they serve as forest. Now stick that they hold. You understand? Bush. They go wear some of them will wear brown and brown, not this kind of brown shower. The khaki, when we see they wear, they go hold wood and all of that. Now that wood, now they will say they want to follow people, they want to say carry AK-47, they fight for Issa Bush.
The forest guard. Yesterday here, since on Sunday, they shooting range for Sunday. For Sunday. Okay. Yeah. Now AK-47 they take they do the shooting range.
Government approved make the AK-47.
That is what the law will be.
Okay.
When you see the SOP, standard operating procedure of forest guard, now things like that they go hold.
Okay.
So the people that they train the Abuja NSA's office and therefore send them on national security advisors. And their guards then were in Benin last week. They stayed 3 nights. They met with the governor. I received them. They stayed. And they give pass mark for our trainees so far. On Monday next week, 27th, is the passing out for them. So we are going to have a passing out parade at Ogida, where they have been staying the last 2 months. So when these people come out, they say, you and the stranger, you call, they say, now you know our forest pastors. Now that one, the president see when he say no, make we use local style to deal with this matter. I agree that the forest guard of days of old, now stick then they hold. Now things fall apart talk say, NK the best say, since men have learned to shoot without missing, and the melon say, as sincere, and so into the chopper. So as now talk say, no, stick no, you know reach the fight again. Even going down no work again. We don't move. When are they grow up? Policeman, when we see it, when we they call supernumerary, now batting that they hold. We don't use batting block, do anything to do it. So we don't move to that level. And don't be surprised. It is a brainer. Say we don't get forest guard. We don't they do law to have local police, what we call state police. All these ones now to take challenge those people who are not from this area when they want to teach us now they know our forest pass. There's no free land anywhere. In as much as the government is the owner of every land based on land use decree as amended in 1978. As it is today, you cannot go to any hinterland, you will not be able to say, in my own area, you will not to say, now this village is far from here. So you are not in a place where you say nobody don't ever reach there before. But these people we are recruiting, we're not recruiting for Benin to be forest guard in Ujaja. The man who be forest guard in Ujaja is an Ujaja person. The man who be forest guard in Irua is an Irua person. The man who be forest guard in your place we beat from that very place in Edo.
Okay, we beat.
If you are from Fuga, yes, we recruit people from Fuga, we recruit people from all those surrounding communities, Rako, Udaba, and all that. Now they will come to Afuze, the same place. That's what I tell you, say, nowhere we don't know. And this training now, once this one they come out, government tell them that the second batch will come.
Okay, before I go take a short break, because by 5 o'clock on top of the hour, we will take a short break, so I will go open the line, say people calling. The issue of fear amongst us, because whether we like them or not, one religion say, if they come attack them back with everything when say you get. But the other religion say, if they slap for this side, give them this side, make it say slap you. And that kind of thing. You come the one that say, where will they? You go answer that question. After I say we'll take this break. Not going anywhere. We will take a very short break. When we come back, we'll open the line, make it say yes, so you call into the program. So you could tell us no, or tell us how you feel about the whole thing. And the number you say you take call us now be 080 77 77 0300 080 77770300. After this break, don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to
The program today, Waka Go, and the name of the program, our daughter, the heart of the matter. You see the number there, we'll put the number there so that you can call in, make you let us know how it be, say it be. Before we take that break just now, Pastor Monore, I deal with you. They ask you the fear and the way we take the react as religion. Because whether we like him or not, you say one of the disciples when we say they with Jesus Christ, it gets a sword. When we say you take fight and everything. But these days now the same Bible tells you if they stand for this side, give them the right one, they stand for left side, give the right and all of that kind of thing. And we will see now blood of Jesus, and all we say with the prayer and all that. And the Bible tells us say faith without action or without work is useless. Take out from there.
You see, the Constitution no empower us to attack when they attack you back. And this part of religion we belong to as Christians, we don't preach violence, we preach peace.
But the same Bible tells us the violent take it by force.
Say take it by force, no, not be to go kill, not be to commit murder, or else. But that day now, if you commit murder, they will come pick you. They don't put you inside police station. No, go ask whether you be Christian, not be Christian. So now where the government, like, thank God for the partnership between the church and the government. This is where the government, now where government will come in to come help us douse that tension, that apprehension, that fear one day. How? They provide security, they gather intelligence, and you see, like, what thing Oga share with us now, we have about 5,000 forest guards that will be deployed from next week. So to a large extent, we from this part of the world, and Christians as it will, they create some atmosphere of peace. We know, say, somebody not doing, we easily can't. And you see, thank God for the wisdom in the president, the governor, and his office. Now, these are people who knows these nooks and crannies. Somebody from Afuze, for instance, he don't go the training, know how to shoot. Now, they deploy him back to Afuze. Number one, like place, he will defend it with his life. He not go watch outside that can't destroy place. Number two, he know every corner, not the way you want follow. He know the corner. So we know the attack.
What about them when we say go to connive with them? They hear stories like that, man.
When did the bad head go to talk about that? Now Judas he must day.
Okay, make I look one other this people they talk and say this one be say concern demolition of houses. When we say the state government they do. Say if they catch you, say they do this kind of bad market, then the house when we say they go bring her out, they'll bring you out from that place, bring them down and all of that. Usually that what they give us the kind of result when we say we want, because when the government house they bring all those houses, they come down, people still they involve for this kind of bad market.
If they get result, I tell you just now, it's not everything. Then they will download in the open. It gets some people now. Once the whistle blows small. Now lie, I not do. When they tell me, I not do, and those people, I not follow them. They not reach my house, so they only visit me last week, then pass, so I not follow them do meet you. They not they leave for my house, so they not be turned out, and they go they clear themselves. Why are we doing this? So that you will know everybody they watch every other person. I mean one another, but they watch one another now.
Okay,
you understand? But the truth is, it is pretty difficult to really see somebody when they will destroy a house when we say no one get the idea.
Okay.
You understand? Because say something and say something. There's no security agent when they work with his own mind alone. He needs information to work with. You understand? We self when we did government, we did disguise to go around to do surveillance.
Okay.
And at the end we call government's attention.
Hello?
Say,
okay, somebody did that. Hello, good evening. I do too. What if you know where they call us from?
The Elvis they talk for Sakumba Road.
Elvis, how you did this evening?
I saw me, nice work.
I thought we did the brother for television. What can come out there?
Okay. The problem when one matter one man talking about. Since Obasanjo's time when we go Okida Bara for training.
Okay, you are vigilante that time?
Yes.
Okay.
We started voluntary as an homeland, the homeland sister. Then we can't go Okida Bara for training. Since we come back, all the money, everything will pass through there. No compensation from the Obasanjo. So now he send us to another training again. When may go train us. Now nothing till now. So I don't know why it be like that.
Okay, no wahala. You hear what Mbisi talk. Now that question now you and Mbisi the director. So you hear them now. And the rest too. You see, the first time Mbisi they train them during the past administration, see nothing when Mbisi they go. So they don't start they train them and they don't train they come out and everything. Waiting go be their fate now. See nothing see they reach their hand as when Mbisi they come out, when Mbisi they train them. Though they first come out that are volunteers.
If they trainer, since Open will enter, say they trainer, you're supposed to be engaged now. Why would they talk say it would be fit? They're not just carry and go now. He push himself, go there, go train. They were selected, screened, profiled before you go there, they go trainer.
But with the health government and continuity, those one day before now Now, drop out of the commot, I've been out because the first statement is.
Senator Mondoka will not get you for inside.
Okay.
Unlike Edo people, he not use politics to recruit them.
Okay.
So many people, they when I know say, in fact, in my place, the head of the Edo State Security Corps, he was already there with Obaseki.
Okay.
He's still the sector commander. Look, no distract us by all this political collaboration.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I better just the phone for television. What is your name? Where they call us from?
My name is Amonsi. I dey call from Imoga.
From Imoga?
Yes, I go Edo local government.
Okay, in your food is small.
Okay, so I dey watch on television just now. Then one person for there make statement about preaching.
Hello? What will happen now for all the way for Imoga? So I talk and small, talk and finish now. Make it be say we hear what be say they talk because we nearly here to answer the questions they want be say you fit give. Now make us bring the con here so that anything when we say you get to do when they fear you for mind or your mind they fear. If now God's side they talk about they will give you answer. If now the government side too they will still give you answer. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I
hear what the other guy they talk just now say now we send ourselves there. But not the way we just carry ourselves go there.
Okay, now the same
our
person
personal money we spend.
Okay.
And two, another matter again, this demolition when they will do so, and so much because the way countries want to take over everywhere, it don't work. So I so much appreciate that effort.
Okay.
So I beg if the same will not stay pass on to where we make it a pay off with vigilante.
Okay.
We dey try, it's not easy for us.
Okay, but if you know say yes, you get any training when we say you go, and they give you free this thing now. Make you meet the honorable commissioner when we say you did there. Make you bring your case.
My certificate.
Bring your case before them, and every other thing we say they get to do, they go do. And not be waiting to be say we fit talk for television here at all. So make it be say you call in. You hear the kind of complaint we say they did. So I want now be say we don't like them or not. Akoko Edo they very close to your place now. And the one thing when we say concern the Christendom, then we say okay, as it be all of us now, a good no take this court because all the courts they can now they take all of them. We not make anybody they wait now because of the night we say we day here. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, reduce the volume of a radio or television, sorry.
Hello.
People say some of these people, once they just see the number for them, just the user, they don't even know who. It's a very serious business now. They say, yes, what they do here. Even that pastor, because they know say pastor, they talk waiting, they say, yes, they make people, they invest. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Good evening.
Thank you. What will be your name?
Osaze from Siloko Road.
Osaze from Siloko Road. Talk to us.
Okay. What do we want to ask the honorable commissioner we did there?
No, I don't want to ask a Molore question, Pastor.
Make us the commissioner first.
Okay.
Instead I will declare how many thousand forest guard we talk?
Over 5,000.
Okay, and when they say that one.
He said, wait. He said the forest guard now. Let her hear by yourself.
Forest guard 500.
Okay.
Forest guard.
Yes.
How many are you deploying, sir?
He said, how many are you deploying forest guard?
500.
500. Okay.
Now we don't
500.
Second batch is coming up.
What about the
For
vigilante? For the
300
vigilante, all over the 18 local government is 300 each. For the vigilante, forest guards 500 across the state for now.
When are they taking effect? So we want to know so that our mind can be addressed.
See that go swear they in or they go do.
300 is already there. Local government.
Okay, 300 is there already.
Yes, but the forest guard will be passing out on Monday.
Okay, thank you so much. The Bible talk and say for the laborer is worthy of his wages. You don't understand? I want me to be say you take from that end because the truth be say some of these laborers when be say even the Bible talk and say there is so much to enjoy but the laborers are few and this one be say they come so they need to get this thing. Waiting be say the church they do to encourage these people they say they come out to make sure say we get security and all of that. Now here we did that and be that one.
Yes, as a church we dey encourage these people by this week Saturday now. In my own church, we dey go visit prisons.
Okay.
We dey go visit hospitals. We dey get special day for police day, army day. In my former location, we'll carry food, carry whatever we have, we thank them, we pray with them, and we give them whatever we have. Just to another way to explain. We do award. We do award. When I was
to the best prisoner.
Yes, no, not prisoner. To teachers, to securities, traffic warders, as church. We'll give them awards. Sometimes this award they carry monetary gain.
Okay.
You see officer will they cry. Say after 15 years, so they recognize me. Then little way they do as church to encourage.
Man, stay with you now.
Okay.
The one will be say they see the one bring now. Now be say they sign us now. House of Representatives passes be on state police.
Yes.
But that's why you say now waiting if be say go feel work way, especially when we say the federal government talk and say the payment of these people. Now they go there in charge. You don't understand?
Yes.
You know, in your own way, you know, if you say federal government they control the activities of these people. Because they now go school, no go school. They pay the piper, they take the too.
Yes, to a large extent. I think for that state police, I not say federal government get too much role to play for their monetary matter. Now the state government.
Not go pay.
Because now dual police.
Okay.
Federal police day. Those ones go the handle issue of terrorism, banditry, insurgency.
Okay.
Then the state will get their own police. You know, if you work now, some days ago, or some weeks ago, they retrieve the bill when they one pass. See, they don't pass their own. House of Rep be one pass, or they don't pass, they retrieve them. Because president want to add some input into that state police issue. State police now very good thing when done the long overdue for this country, Nigeria. Because America won't be pattern of federalism with. They get their state police. Every state has their police. Just where we have the federal police, now so states also get their police. So state police for Nigeria, it's long overdue. Now good thing when we help take up insecurity
for Nigeria. For this state police, but the fear when we say people they get and they say, I did there. Now political party now for the middle. They're going to take to do all that is the when we say concern security that time for political purposes and all of that. I don't know how you would like to respond to that kind of thing, my brother.
My brother Thomas said, make we dey careful, we will not begin to talk about guesswork.
Okay.
What we call guesswork. I don't think they answer all these questions.
Okay, before CBC no one answer that. Now this community person go tell us what if. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good morning, sir. Welcome, sir.
Greet you. Good afternoon. Where do you be? Where they call us from?
My name is Obaratin Austin. I'm from Benin City.
Obaratin Austin from Benin. Talk to us.
Okay. I did follow your program since, and I thank God for the year 2 years to know with this you do.
Thank you.
By the grace of God, I be member, I be officer, Special Constabulary Police Force, where they train for year 2020.
Okay.
Under the establishment of state police, under Buhari government.
Okay.
By the grace of God, I be under the state command here. No state government could use state police to intimidate the opposition because the system when you break them up, if you use them to tomorrow you could work against them.
Okay.
And if you share the law very well, you see and say they divide them. Understand? And every state government now come get power. And that will not be compared to Tinubu again or to any fellow who come say, people provide security for his own state. Okay. So we just go and say, you see, and say, we see 1 year of state police for Nigeria. If the situation of the state, they working, they not be federal government again. You know, so the governor of that state not capable to rule his people. You see what they do now? Now, so the law which they don't set in place. That's why you say, if the police come and they go give them more power, I tell you say, like me for Gobawa was 5, where are they monitor, where are they control, where they train us year 2020 till now. I just command, the reason of our office at this government as a station for Edo State. I think the truth is nobody whether I commit today after back of moat for Gobawa was having
no advertise your place, please don't come to
no, I just tell you say, where they control, but they don't go enter there today.
Okay.
And after you come and feel it, say,
Thank you so much, my brother Obaratin Austin. Because the question I say you know what answer, Indo will help you answer the question because people say you don't want to draw yourself into the matter because in many people say you not politician, I say in B, but you don't answer the question the way in fee say yes it's supposed to be when you know great answer. Hello, good evening. Hello. We know say you did there. Talk to us. Okay, since BC no one talk, make we come back to you. But the state police, what do you feel say yes, you go for bring, come give us?
I'll tell you just now, maybe I use one big language and say it's a brainer. State police now winner.
Okay.
Now winner because the territory when the police know now in the work now.
Okay.
You know, carry somebody from Sokoto State, carry go
Bayelsa State.
Bayelsa, say make it the where you don't know road now. You carry police side, you will say, hey, you won't know where the stadium. Now not be that one now. Even as metropolitan as Benin is. You go to a local area before you will see the DPO, you come from another place. Now you will be DPO for your place. The policemen, they know them.
Okay.
If any police that want to carry they don't know from that area, under the state police, those that are inferior state police. You understand? What I tell you, just not be say I know, I tell you say, not the second guess.
Okay. Hello, good evening. Hello? Hello, good evening. Last network the jam. It's my only second guess.
No second guess because they never give you the bill in the open where you know what they contain inside. You understand? You only just the sheriff and say it has been passed. And on the way for reach their hand when they begin to talk, say see waiting the inside, see waiting not the inside. You understand? When the thing don't come out,
don't read them, don't digest them.
Above all, which I won't tell you. Now federal police, now we get before. Is the president using the federal police the way he likes?
But would they hear say they say break come Abuja, they reach Abuja, we not go see the thing again.
You see,
but we don't hear cases or say they arrest somebody for Benin here. Or say they can't go Abuja.
All these fears, now be the reason when we big say we give them to the National Assembly. So make them look at these are the representatives of the people. And if inputs are needed, they equally have people who have been following to say, bring your inputs, all your fears. Address them here. You have your representative right through them to the committee or to the entire house and say, these are our fear, God will use them, or local government chairman will use them, and all that. But when this bill comes out, we should play down on the demerits and play up on the advantage it serves on us. That when we get land now we want police by ourselves. When somebody not know our place to come by himself, come sit down here, they begin to tell us that thing should work. Some in Nigeria we have comparative advantage.
Somebody talk and say when the government they come, this government they come, now three things they say want to fight. They want to fight courtesy, they want to fight insecurity, they want to fight drug abuse. You understand? In two ways. You not just make you not take drug, use drug, no abuse them. And this drug abuse, when we say when people go to take this prescribed drugs and all of that, when they abuse, then they cause one of the things that when we say a day for this. For every youth now, I say you want something for them.
To make you know, create confusion for the listeners' ears. Drug and medication different.
Okay.
You understand? Use the right language.
Okay, no verse.
Medication.
This is all the grammar. I mean, no use of you say use now, abuse now.
When the drug when they talk, now the one when intoxicate them, go they carry arms.
Steroids. Okay.
The one they intoxicate them, go they make them kidnap people. Okay. The one they intoxicate them, make them go they rape women. Now we they talk.
Okay.
What we are saying.
Now that they drive, they go. You now young man now, and they talk and say for every 5 youths in Nigeria now, you see at least 2 of them they take drugs. They don't plenty for town. Well, I think they give us concern. And our youth now be say they talk about most of these youths that you go sit there for inside churches and all of that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, one they everybody very holy inside the church, but when they pass the door, come out this thing now different thing now be say yes we they see. We get case of somebody when we say yes we hear now say they rape somebody the other day about 4 or 5 days ago. They carry the person go. A day for your colleague hand when they call Eugenia Abdallah hand. They call the party when we say yes you do. And this person now youth, these people they be youth and that kind of thing. They go through the church system. Where that one leave us now? Where the church? What did the church do? You go to say they do this, they do that. But the truth be say in your own way, if you say the church they win the war, or say you say make we carry the youth come for this bad place, enter the good place.
See this thing we talk now. 2 months ago, my Oga told me, Apostle Suleiman, he said launch a campaign against drugs. That 3 weeks ago, I announced it for church. I said we want to launch campaign, and as we grow, we want to see how we can partner with government. Campaign against the use of hard drugs. A lot of youths. You see, church, they work. Not everything they bring comes social media or come news to come talk. To come make the boy or the young person they feel ashamed. Sometimes there's where you will preach, some they will come, youth, they come to us. They go cry. They go explain. They check. So there are so many factors. Some of those children they don't get love for house. No papa, no mama. They just be on the street. So they are exposed
to the vagaries of life.
Some peer groups, by virtue of friends that they keep with, meet bad friends, mingle. Just okay, you take for some. So what in our messages, in our counseling sections, we they talk to these youths how to stay from these things that can influence them into the use of hard drugs. So church they play big role. And we see so many of them like that. There was a young boy they brought for me about 3 months ago. Now when you take him, they collapse. All his nerves don't break down. So I have to start talking to him. Yes, church say that thing. Sometimes now spirit involved too. Now where prayer today. Yes, sir.
No, if you see Benin, you go for one place when you say they for Benin, here are my option. Now one notorious place where you say people say they sell drugs there. Very notorious. Royal Mabo Hotel there. Almost every time. It does so bad one day they drive the car when we say rain they fall. Go slow there, somebody come and knock for my windscreen like this. What do you want? You want a Western food? You want a run? I was shocked. And I remember at a point, government go raid that place. But now, the Bible talk and I say if you drive, cast demon come up for something, you know, put God inside. When demon come now, you go overcome. You know that.
seven more wicked spirits.
Yes. So at the ask that time when they say you get one young man visited for the one committee, go drive them come. But today they are back to that place. At a point, government put policemen there. But if like the policemen and the people they connive with the people, collect their own inside, let them do what they do. I just say government, don't they pass there, especially when they say the house of our legislators quarters, you share almost the same fence with that place. And you too, you're a former member of the house and all of that. So I go ask, you rose to the position of deputy speaker of the house. Now some of the things supposed to worry you when we say yes, but if I say not they show concern for that kind of a thing. And this boys when they might help you, and this boys when we say they don't take all of this things. So now people then they work for almost all the streets they when we say they for being they say one form of drug or the other.
My brother, Thomas, thank you very much. He worried me. He worried governor. I was with governor about
which action
we review the matter like this. You understand? When you started this program, you say after God and government.
Yeah.
Those people, you know, are people supposed to make noise and try to be sympathetic to people of that nature. They are not saying anything now. By the time you hit the ground and you take them through the Rubicon of serious punishment, this government too wicked. This government too wicked. That is the problem we face. Drug matter is on the exclusive list. Under safety, that is why you see my office actually they get involved. Because here we have no prosecutorial power. We cannot begin to say we are trying to court. You still give them back to NDLEA. You understand?
And maybe one thing will happen for that place. Maybe they'll come back to the street again.
I don't want to talk down. You saw some few months ago
a
woman died for court. My committee arrested. That same day we hand them over to NDLEA. The day NDLEA carry and go court, he had a heart attack and died. Look at people. NDLEA don't kill the person. NDLEA don't do this. NDLEA don't do this. My brother, this thing, I agree with you that as you remove them, so then they come. But what my committee is doing is to make sure that you seize first of all the drug because they don't come cheap. I saw some that day after we arrested them, trying to profile them, pharmacists and doctors. And I said, you will eat out of these drugs.
When they chop down,
yes, chop for inside. And at the end, we hand them over to NDLEA.
And after 2 days, we see they get for streets.
I don't know about that.
Honorable Festus, last night we will leave this discussion today. We thank you so much for NBC you come here. I want to make you take your last word for this program before NBC you come out in the next 30 seconds.
My people
don't get about 1 minute.
Security now, everybody business. Like the president from government don't talk. Make all put hand together to make Edo safe. God bless you.
Thank you so much. That now, my brother and friend, Pastor, I will call you that.
No,
Pastor.
No, Pastor.
Okay, Pastor Courage Molere, now I'm the regional head Zone 3. Region 3 of Omega Fire Ministries.
Yes.
We thank you, MBC, you join us so much. And our brother Day here, Honorable one-time Deputy Speaker, this of Assembly, and now one time before, but now I'm the Commissioner for Safety and Public Security. Honorable First Secretary, I will thank you so much when you come here. You're not ready to bring you come here without pursuing you tire.
I don't want to now. Every you say me I come, I will come.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about people that want to say call. Elvis, thank you for talking about it. Thank you so much. Moses, when we say call from Morgan for Akoko Edo. Thank you so much. Saze for Soloko Road and Oba 18 Austin. Even you when we say you call, you're not going to go through. Or you when we say you call, you just test the microphone. We say thank you so much. My name is Thomas Sado. Until next week when we say we go see, I will tell you one thing. Truth, not the fear. Now I'll go talk now in the fear. And a good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello viewers, it is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Since May 29, 1999, Nigeria has had 27 years without military interruption. And of course, that's the longest stretch that we have had in our history. Nigeria marked 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule on June 12, 2026. And it is the day we commemorate the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief MKO Abiola. And in that regard, 27 down the line, we're going to be x-raying and talking about the gains, the challenges, and the current demands of citizens to know what we have benefited 27 years down the line. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
If there should be anything to celebrate, is the gift of life. But for now, in terms of our democracy, there's no dividend to celebrate about. We got our independence about 57 years ago, in 1960, 1st October in 1960. And the democracy lasted for about 6 years, being truncated by the military government. In the First Republic, then the Second Republic started in 1978 and truncated in 1983. So in that Second Republic, at least Nigeria have a feel of democracy. At that time, we operated in the region, middle region. Then under we have Bender State that time. Those parties, UPN and NPP, they have manifestos. The UPN being headed by Abu Ali. And what are the first manifestos? Talking about free education, free care, social welfare, and employment for everybody. And that time, I also benefited. I benefited in field. I was in school then. Those they have entitled to free educations. I have entitled to free books. Then after that time, it was truncated by the military. In 1998, we got the Fourth Republic. From Fourth Republic till now, which make it 27 years of unadapted democracy. The people representing us are not representing the masses. The true democracies enthroned citizenship. Enthroned the office of citizenship. It gave us ownership. As of today, the 215 million Nigeria, we are not claiming ownership of Nigeria because the government is supposed to belong to the people. According to Abraham Lincoln, he said democracy is supposed to be the government of the people and for the people. If we must ask a question, even people that listen to me, is the democracy belong to you? The power enforced to you? We're supposed to employ the people. But in 1999, or this Fourth Republic, so the democratic system, people that represent us in each of the parties, do they have a manifesto? Go and check. Harry S. Truman, the President of America, also told you, say, how do you know a democracy that is working and the one that is not working? He said nobody can get rich in politics. He said when the society, when the wealthiest and the richer people in the societies are politicians, he said that society is fundamentally corrupt. It's not democracy. What can we say we are benefited in Edo State or in Nigeria? And Sedma was kidnapped at Airport Road, no security. What offense does it commit to be in Nigeria? In Nigeria, we're traveling for vacation in Kevel. They were deported, called green passport. Got a call from Tripoli. They say all Nigeria must go because of our green passport. So number one, true democracy and true citizenship, anywhere we go. But as of today, nothing to celebrate. And if I must give advice, any people that must come into the system, in those days for you to become a representative or candidate for any party, you must have something to offer, must be educated. But today, what can we say? Out of the 36 states in the country, how many governors can you say is representing actually the true color of the citizenship? Where your governance is never what that a gate man that could be teaching your children. Go and find out the issue of Abu Saleh in these days. Nigeria, they benefited. Go to the West, a lot of people feel them. When the government was toasted, do you see any Abu Saleh having the house? In present day, they go and say, all people representing all the governors, even for the House of Senate. The bill they are passing to favor them, not to favor the citizens. So we need to advise our people. In 2027, actually, I'm still worried if the democracy can still work because the people that are in charge of the elections, who planted them, who mandated them, it's the same people. So I just pray that in 2027 we'll have a good democracy. But this 27 years of democracy, not to benefit. Not to benefit. Not to come to benefit. The only benefit we can benefit is the air we are breathing, which is given by God. All the political children that are in university, the governance children that are in university. What can you talk about? Primary health care. Go to private government hospital. You can't pay the bill. My father retired as a military officer for 30-something years in the military. What does he benefited? But not today. People now, this Fourth Republic, what we practice today is not democracy. We practice 3 types of democracy in Nigeria now, which I call not democracy. 1, we practice bureaucracy. 2, we practice lootocracy. 3, tifocracy. They borrow, they loot, and they use it for their family. That's what we are practicing today. That is why Harry Truman told us. He said you can't get rich in politics. And when the society is full of your wealthiest people in societies are politicians, he said that society is corrupt. So what we are seeing in Nigeria is corruption, nothing to celebrate apart from the gift of life. We just pray and hope for 2027 for a better country, so that the citizens who voted for the people, because the power belongs to the citizen. And when the government fear the people, there is democracy. And when the people fear the government, there is tyranny. Today, what are we talking about? Can you speak out? In those days, in America, we say we in America. We the America. Why? Because the power belongs to the citizen. Can Nigeria say we the Nigerians? When you speak against the government, before you know, they say so you would DXS and arrest you. So democracy belongs to the people. But in Africa, in Nigeria, it doesn't work. No need to celebrate. We hope for a better country. We want transparent election. We want fairness, equity. We want security. We want social welfare. And the only thing we also benefit before, which was the subsidy, it will be removed to benefit the people on top. So if we can have a credible election, where when the people were elected come through a rightful process, they will have interest of the people at heart, which have given mandates to the cities and the right of the people.
We are not enjoying anything from the democracy. This is not democracy at all. Because why? The democracy we know before, you can travel around 3, around 4, around 5. People are no longer traveling through the land again. Everybody is now taking flight. It's not everybody that have money to avoid a flight ticket because the road is not safe. If you travel by the road, maybe in the 2 hours or 3 hours time, they will start calling your family for ransom. So we are still begging the federal government and the Edo State government to please, they should beef up this security so that we can be able to sleep with our 2 eyes closed. Well, we can still thank people like the OC Anti-Kidnapping and the DPO Urban Market and New Benin for still providing security to still make sure that people are still coming out to do 1 or 2 things. The OC Anti-Kidnapping pin it down somewhere in a black spot to make sure that they can solve most challenges that we are facing this period. At least we are still begging the Edo State government to please to mobilize for like the vigilante and the rest. Even as I speak with you now, people are dying somewhere. It's like there's a lot of pricing in Nigeria just because our own zone is very comfortable for us. There are some places that people are running for their dear life. People are dying as I'm talking to you now. So we are still begging the federal government to look into this insecurity matter. Not only at those states, not only Benin, everywhere.
I want to tell her first, say congratulations to Nigerians for 27 years of unbroken democratic or civil rule. Let me not say democratic rule, civil rule. Because to say democratic rule, you will mean that there are all the indices of a democracy are there. What I see here is we have had civilians in charge, no doubt about that. So we can say 27 years of unbroken civil rule, but to say 27 years of unbroken democratic rule, I would think that would be a stretch. A democracy actually entails a government by the people, where the people are the ones in charge and in power. The question is, in the last 27 years, have Nigerians been in power? How can we say that we have a say in what happens in our government? Because the government where those in charge can tell you that this is what will happen, and whether the people agree or not, it doesn't matter. I do not think that is a democracy that we should be celebrating as a democracy. How did June 12th come about? Because we are celebrating June 12th as our democracy day. They even mentioned the late Chief MKO Abiola and celebrated him, but they didn't mention the issues that led to Chief MKO Abiola being celebrated as June 12th hero, as democracy hero. The man is being celebrated because he won a very democratic process of election, a people decided election. He won that election, but the powers that be did not allow him to sit on his seat as the president of the federation, as it were then. So that is why we are celebrating June 12th as Democracy Day today, to commemorate, to remind us of that day, so that we make changes, so that when we want to go astray, we remind ourselves of what has happened before and what should not be allowed to happen again. Because these days, I see a lot of factors that are repeating June 12th every day. We repeat every time we want to do election, we do everything to frustrate the will of the people. And exactly what the military did then. We are only calling June 12th and celebrating the MKO Abiola because it was a military government that frustrated the will of the people. What about the civilians that are frustrating the will of the people today? Have we talked about them? Are we dealing with their issues, how they are frustrating the will of people? What about the courts? Are we also looking at how they are interfering with the will of the people? Because if we say the military interfere with the will of the people, that is why we are celebrating June 12th, to say it should not happen again. Have we put in place, machineries in place to say other institutions, other powers, other factors should not also interfere with the will of the people? Because presently you have cases where everybody is saying we voted for Mr. A, but when the court decides, you see even D, it will not even be B or C, you see D sitting there in power. And you begin to ask how he got to that stage. You don't know. It's factors that vitiate democracy have interfered with that process. So I think it's high time we look at those factors, correct them, so that people can actually be the source of power, not power being the source of power. Because what we have today is, once you win election, you become the source of power. You are the doer and say, oh, you are an emperor. We have a emperor kind of system, government, where no matter what the people want, it is nothing compared to what the government says. For heaven's sake, if we were running a government, a people-powered government, a people-backed government, where people's will actually count, you won't be hearing of trillions of naira missing, and NPC cannot account for it. a senator will speak about it, that senator will be the one that will be vilified. Now the entire Senate that is supposed to be the conglomerate of the people, the representative of the people, who will leave the issue, which is our missing trillions of naira that has not been accounted for by NNPC. The Senate will now concentrate on who went to say it. How did he say it? He said it in a way that cast doubt that rubbish NNPC. A senator stood up and said, oh, NNPC is a representative of Nigeria. If you say NNPC is a thief, Nigerians are thieves. So that's what the senator was concentrating on. It's not the fact that trillions of naira, monies that is enough to take care of a whole generation of Nigerians is missing. That's not what is bothering senators. What is bothering the representatives of people who say they are the arm of the democracy, that represent people, because the National Assembly, the legislature, is the arm of the government that represent the people. So if you say you are representing the people, as a representative of the people, would it be your place? Would that be your issue? What you should be worried about? That they talked about you in a defaming manner. They talk about NNPC in a defaming manner. And for heaven's sake, if you steal money, you do not have character to be protected. So this attempt to, don't defame somebody's character. For heaven's sake, if you steal money, you are a thief. If you cannot account for money that is placed in your custody, you should be called a thief, nothing less. That is the truth. If trillions of naira pass through your hand and couldn't get to where it's supposed to get to, for some reason or the other, it has not been accounted for, you are a thief. People should be allowed to say it. And until we get to that stage, we are not in a democracy. There's a place where democracy operates. You look at a person who is ruling and tell him you have not done well. You tell him, the people say you have not done well. That's where we say democracy is actually taking place. But when we have government that the government is the law, is the Lord, whatever they say becomes the law, it's a problem. So it's high time we redirect ourselves. No country has ever sat down to say, oh, let's fold our hands and pray. No country has done it. The way it is done, the government, the public institutions act with facts and figures and their hands, their tools. That's how they make progress. We have security challenges. The Minister of Defense is telling us that, oh, because there's a war, there are so many wars all over the world, we cannot buy weapons. Why, for heaven's sake, after the first, second World War, every nation went into weapons building, weapons development. That's why you have R&D department in every sector, every nation. How to build your own weapon. You don't hold on to the weapons that you collected from the British in 1950 something and 1960 something. As at this time, you would have improved so much so. We have immediate problems. See, it is a man that has solved today's problem that will live for tomorrow. If you don't solve today's problem, you can't live for tomorrow. Insecurity is expounding every day. It's as if the criminals are learning that, oh, nothing will happen, so let's just take the day. How many people will die in kidnappers' custody before we wake up and say, no, enough? For heaven's sake, I do not see any reason why we still have military men and policemen paid by taxpayers escorting VIPs. It's high time we would have opened up some private security firms that are attached to the military and police. They must be guarded and attached to this national security institution that will have the ability to carry weapons, and they will be well trained, so that those are the ones that will guide VIPs. They should guide VIPs, our courts, our banks. Let them go and guide, so that the police and the military can face their core duty. The citizens are not asking for too much. Give us security. If you give us security, Nigerians are ingenious in themselves. They will fight their own fight. See, Nigerians have started solving the problem of power, even though it is the government that has to solve the problem of power. The primary problem Nigerians are facing now, which they cannot solve by themselves, the primary problem is insecurity. That one, governments must solve it for us. There are secondary problems like roads, power, health. Those ones come next. If you solve these first four, the other peripheral ones, the tertiary ones, they will follow naturally. But solve these first four.
1993 June 12 was a milestone. I recall leaving Benin that day by 12 o'clock to help woman to go and vote with my 504. There was an expectation it was cancelled, fair enough, for whatever reason. There were protests here and there. At the end of the day, Abacha stepped aside. Democracy was restored in 1999. I can assure you, what we had before 1999 is better than what we have today. There is no progress. It's retrogression. You come from here, go to Abuja now by road, kidnappers. Insecurity. A liter of fuel is now 1,350 something. Many people cannot ride motors. Children are now roaming the streets. No school. It's a sad development. Yet we are making money in this country. Who is eating the money? What's the senator do with 50 million? Children now here hawking pure water in the street. Is that democracy? That's why fella call it demonstration on Chris. We are not moving forward. We are backward. Is it the life Awolowo plan, Ezekwe plan, Ojukwu plan, Ali plan, Ugbamurian plan? Today we are no road, no water, no light, no security. That's the worst of all. They come to your house, they go to school and carry children, go to church and carry church member, go to mosque, and we say we are security. But as far as I'm concerned, the word democracy is a fraud in Nigeria. We are not moving forward. Instead, we are backward. The present administration have no reason to address your demand because they are not interested, man. It's not their business. How can they are kidnapping children in detention in Bomosho and over. President wife went to East and distributing vehicles to women leaders. Instead of giving money to release the children, he went to distributing motor in the East. Where is he working? Where's his salary, man? Is that democracy? Is that representing the government? It's a government of retrogression and backwardness. As far as I'm concerned, we are not making any progress. Where we were is better than where we are now.
In the past 27 years of democracy, we have seen some, positive aspects, and then those positive aspects have to do with something like, for instance, in the first time in our, democracy and in Nigeria, we are having 27 years of civil rule, which has never happened before. It has always been coup from one coup to the other, and now it is very clear that people understand very clearly that it is no longer, a military regime as usual. So it has also given people, freedom of expression. Unlike before, Sani Abacha regime where you don't have freedom of speech, but now you can speak to the government as you like. So all these are part of the, democracy that we have. But for me, I think democracy is working, but it's not giving the dividends, effect that the citizen deserve. To be sincere, I would say that civilian regime is far better. Yes, we know that there have been so many, disappointment for the citizens, but I can tell you for a fact that if in a society where you do not have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, where you cannot do anything except a decree is made, or when a decree is made you cannot go against it, that is not a society, and we should be living in a more civilized society now. So I believe that civilian rule is far better. Basically, I want to talk about the challenges. I did mention that yes, we have made some good headways in civilian rule, but we have some of this disadvantage that has actually, try to put the citizens on their nails. For instance, let's look at economy. Economy happens to be the highest of it all because economy has made so many things to go far higher, beyond the common man's reach. If you take a look back in 2023 or 2020 or thereabout, you find that the economy was far better than this, 100%, because as at that time you could get a bag of rice for just 85, and now a bag of rice is 60,000, 65,000, and 70,000. So you could see that the decay in the economic system is so bad, and that has actually eaten so deep, and it has actually made the citizens not to have that trust, not to have that strength and that belief for the government, because all they've been saying all along is to see that the government is not putting the policies that could affect the poor people, and some of these policies that the government put in place do not really affect the rich. It only affects the poor. So all these things put together are reasons why you will tell that the citizens are feeling very, very bad, and the citizens are really not asking for much. Nigeria is a very, very hard-working country. We all know. If the government is able to provide just few things, like for instance road, security, electricity, I'm sure that can go a long way. I mean, you could imagine that for the past 1960 point, we've not been able to get 24 hours electricity, which is so bad. We don't have road. insecurity everywhere. Because of this road, it also contributes to insecurity, because if all the roads are good and people can move freely, and you find that these bandit or whatever they are, they cannot be easily they cannot easily come out, because it will be easy for the security agent to get to them immediately. So all these contribute to some of the the pains that the Nigerian people are feeling, and it's a big disadvantage that I believe that the government should look deep into that.
Well, so far so good. We have seen the bad, the good, the ugly, and we are still surviving. We cannot accurately say it has not been good, but rather it has not been a bed of roses, because looking at from 1999, we have had change of government from one party to another as well. Authoritatively, I can say that Nigeria has fared better, because the best is still yet to come, because democracy as it stands is still better than military dictatorship rule. Be that as it may, Nigeria under this present democratic rule, which have lasted for 27 years now and is still counting, I will say that the citizens have enjoyed the dividends of democracy to some extent. Take, for example, from the time of President, now former President Olusegun Obasanjo, came with the use of mobile phones. And I'm very, very pleased to say that that was a plus to that government. And then, as President Olusegun handed over to Yaradua, of blessed memory, we begin to enjoy the dividend of democracy as it relates to reduction in fuel pump price and what have you. But unfortunately, that regime came to an end by reason of the death of President Yaradua, and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan took over. And again, we were enjoying it. I could remember vividly at the time before the election that ousted Jonathan, cement, a bag of cement was reduced to even 1,000 naira as at that time. So I can also say that is part of the dividend of democracy, even though it was a pre-election year or before the general election of 2015 that we enjoyed that. I think it was then the batting was taken over by a new political party headed by President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. Well, I can say from there on, we all know the story. That from one turbulent time to another, and then came the insurgency, the banditry, the kidnapping, and what have you. It has not been so palatable. Again, one would have expected that Nigeria, with its democratic system, things will be going from bad to good, from good to better, from better to best. But the reverse has been the case. For example, in this country, you sink borehole just to get water for yourself. You pay exorbitant price in getting generator set and fuel to power it. To mention but a few things you do for yourself, and at the end of the day, you will still pay tax. I pay tax. So I know for sure that it has not been easy, and the citizens expect the best from our government. Looking at the way those who govern us live in a kind of flamboyancy, they have a lot of assets to have money and spend at will, and they live in affluence, and that tells us that Nigeria is good, but the citizens are not looking good on it. So I want to say here and now that if the government actually wants to make democracy enjoyable to all of us, they should make things better, which I know they have the power to do, because they themselves are enjoying it. So we, the citizens, need to enjoy it too.
June 12, 2026, considered as a day for reflection honoring June 12th heroes and renewing our commitment for democracy. But the dominant public conversation is what has democracy delivered, with security, accountability, transparency, national unity, poverty, and economic major demands of citizens, which is expected to be addressed and tackled as soon as possible by the government in order for us as citizens to be able to live and enjoy our lives as Nigerians and be able to say we have a country we call our own. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite rendezvous for guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right. To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay. He goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
We are once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects, and of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think, or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, then you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what
which is romance, which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself, is jealous.
Yes, jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing. Okay. Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness? Like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his
I feel
presence?
threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode, and will become better, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
Then there is always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right. I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But again, We are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you are entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating. Okay. Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing is cast. Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand? Okay. But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous. Okay. That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
I know his wife.
All right, go on. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see. Okay. And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? Yeah. But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I must be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? Right. So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't breed anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. Yeah. This was what, you understand? Okay. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person.
Yeah.
And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like just to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their
turn, yeah.
Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. But the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop them, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That one it will never get to that person's turn. So I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analogy so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys achieving this, achieving that. It's smashing goals. Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealous, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. One thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought process and mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certificate as some of them got, but again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and is now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it and say, what makes this person outstanding? Then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car and I come around, maybe you see my face and you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication,
yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, they're supposed to be age mates, these guys are succeeding. And then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Benedict, like, I like what I say, and he's like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity. Okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success. Okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you would oblige me. Sure. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you will regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, it is another wonderful afternoon on the program African Discourse on Independent TV. Since apologies that we are slightly starting behind schedule here this afternoon, it was due to some technical issues. We had to get things ready so that we're set for the program. My name is Evans Unokoge. You're welcome on the program. Today on the program African Discourse, we are going to be talking about the 69th edition of ECOWAS. We're talking about the ordinary session that was held about 1 or 2 days ago in Sierra Leone. And of course, we understand that the new president, the new chairman of ECOWAS emerged from that summit. Talking about the Senegalese president, Bassirou Faye, that's his name, a young man, about 46 years of age. And there is a tax before him now. I mean, the new tax before him is not new. I mean, it's been there. I remember when we had our own President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the chairman of ECOWAS, he also had that tax. We are talking about the responsibility of making sure that they unite member states of ECOWAS together. And of course, the responsibility of making sure that they keep the security of member states intact. Because for quite some time now, member states of ECOWAS, they've had the issue of security. I mean, when we look at some of these member states, we closely see the insecurity that seems to have been rocking the Sahel region. And there also, too, they also have the challenge of integration. What do I mean? I mean, it was in this issue that has to do with ECOWAS that we saw 4 countries living at the bloc. We're talking about Niger, we're talking about Mali, and of course, we're talking about Burkina Faso. So as we speak now, those 4 nations have left the ECOWAS bloc, and they have gone to form their union, their own bloc. So today, we are going to be talking about the huge, you may want to say, the very huge responsibility that lies ahead of the new chairman of ECOWAS. By name, Bassirou Faye, that's the Senegalese president. Well, our guest on the program today is a global affairs analyst, engineer Lukman Akemuke. He's an oil and gas chain distribution expert, and is joining us virtually this afternoon. Engineer, good afternoon, and nice to have you on the program. All right, so if you can hear us, we'll just see how we can get you back on the program so that we'll start the discussion this afternoon. Well, let me give you some background knowledge of what we're going to be looking at today. We're going to be looking at the whole event. No doubt that the event was a 1 week long program that's around between on the 12th and on the 19th of this month of July 2026. That was yesterday. And with heads of the finality of the summit was the one that they had yesterday. That's the one that had to bring together the heads of various states member states of ECOWAS in Sierra Leone. And we also understand that major ministers from this member states were also part of that summit yesterday. Then the location was in Sierra Leone, to precise in Freetown and Lungi. These 2 towns are located in Sierra Leone. So that was where the 69th ordinary session of the ECOWAS mid-year session, you may want to call it, was held yesterday. And Julius Maada, that's the location conference, the location that's in Sierra Leone, Lungi now, and the host of that, the summit was the outgone chairman by name Julius Maada of Sierra Leone. And now we have a new chairman, the president of Senegal, Bassirou Faye. Okay, we have our guest on the program now. Engineer Lukman, good afternoon, and nice to have you on the program.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay. All right, so
it's just that
caution this
hello.
Afternoon. We're looking at
hello.
We're talking about particularly the one that happened yesterday, because we understand that the event was a whole week long activity, but it culminated yesterday with heads of state of member states coming together to decide the way forward. So how does he meet you? Talking about the mid-year term, the mid-year summit, the one they had yesterday?
Yeah, good afternoon, Evans. A quick correction. I think my description is maybe you have not captured the new moments. I am His Royal Highness Engineer Lukman Akemokwe, the Okopilagbe of Opila. I am back on my throne.
For that now, so we are also going to make due correction. We sincerely apologize for that. I mean, the last time we had you on this program, it was this designation that we had. So we sincerely apologize. So during the course of that program, we're going to make sure that we correct your designation as the program goes on. I hope apology accepted. His Royal Highness.
All right, that's fine. That's okay.
Okay.
Just to tell you that the court restored me back to my throne, so I'm on full regalia.
No.
In fact, if you see the photos I sent to you, I just sent to you now. I'm on my regalia, so I'm back on my throne. Well, as regards the subject order review, which has to do with the 69th ordinary session of the authority of the heads of states and governments of the West Africa sub-region of Africa. It was a good development. What I put yesterday was a good one, considering the fact that we have a new president, if a young man, his name is Bassirou Diomaye Faye, with good ideas. He has demonstrated that he has a lot of energy, to do a lot of critical reforms in his country, and also bring ECOWAS governance. Well, I congratulate him. The other one is that there are so many tasks ahead of him that we hardly have time to settle down before starting off, because he's actually coming into the position with a whole lot of expectations.
It appears, Engineer Lukman, can you hear us, Your Royal Highness? Can you hear us? All right, so we're going to make sure that we get connected back to him as the program goes on. Like what we're trying to look at, we're trying to look at the scope of the midterm summit, the one we had in Sierra Leone yesterday. And I did say we're going to be looking at the whole issues, but first and foremost, we're going to be starting with the tax before the new chairman of ECOWAS. Talking about the president of Senegal, Bassirou Faye, 46 years of age by age. Now, Engineer Lukman, Your Royal Highness, if we have you, can you join us back now?
Hello.
Yes, just speak on, Your Royal Highness.
Okay, all right. So, like I said, in managing this tool of the chairman of ECOWAS, is just a two-pronged approach. One, the political governance, which has to do with the authority of the heads of states and governments, the president of the 15-member country. Then the second aspect of it is the NG room, the operational secretariat, the headquarters, which we call the ECOWAS Commission. So these are the two-pronged approach, but in the two, he has an overriding authority to ensure that he makes his marks in the tides of time in West Africa sub-region. It's a very thankless job because it's a crisis-prone period for him, where he has to manage the crisis that is bedeviling the entire sub-region. The first one he needs to do is you are aware that there is a breakaway by about 3 or 4 member states.
Your Highness. All right, so we just try to reestablish contact back there as the program goes on this afternoon. Don't forget the program is African Discourse on independent television, and the 69th edition of the ordinary session of the economies of West Africa states is what we are looking at this afternoon, whereby a new chairman has emerged by name Bassirou Faye, the Senegalese president. Well, we did say that the event was actually done for 1 week. It started on the 12th of this July to on the 17th, but culminated on the 19th. That was yesterday, whereby heads of various heads of states had to meet in Sierra Leone. Then also to we also have various aspects of it now. We started by looking at the time frame, then the location. Then we also talked about the outgoing chairman, that's Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone, and also we are going to be looking at what's actually happened, during the session. Various issues happen. For example, we have the one that has to do with the 39th meeting of the Administration and Finance Committee. And also, we also have this 56th ordinary session of the Mediation and Security Council at the ministerial level. All this were part of the 69th ordinary session of the ECOWAS, that we are talking about. Now, if we still have His Highness Lukman Akwemuke, the Okokbila Gbelfokbila, we can still have him back. Can we hear you one more time, Your Highness? Engineer Lukman, can you hear us, Your Highness? Okay. Today we are looking at the 69th edition of the ordinary session of ECOWAS, and we had that a week-long activity that culminated yesterday, the 19th day of July 2026, whereby the 69th edition was held, and a new chairman of ECOWAS emerged in the person of Bassirou Faye. That's the Senegalese president. Well, today on our program we'll have a global affairs analyst, Engineer Lukman Akwemuke is our guest on the program today. Engineer, if you're still right there, nice to have you on the program. All right, so we're still trying to try to reconnect back him now so that we can get all that, as we speak on other program this afternoon. Yes, independent television and the program African Discourse. So we just trying to see how we can, take all that, as we go on. And let's quickly take a short break. We'll be right back. We'll take it on that short break. Yeah, okay. Angela, you are on the program now. You're welcome on the program.
All right, that's fine. That's
okay. Yeah, we apologize for the network issues and, All right, so the 69th edition, we're trying to look at the person of the new chairman, his ability to handle the insecurity issues in ECOWAS nation. I mean, members states having, issues with security. Can you go on with that?
The election is well received. The new chairman, who is the president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, a young man with demonstrable zeal to make a difference, both in the reforms of a lot of critical sectors of the Senegalese country, and also as the chairman of ECO.
You have 1 minute remaining.
All right. Now we're going to call back into the program so that we can see how we can follow on the program African Discourse. All right, so we had our vice president, was also part of that 69th Summit in Sierra Leone, and also other ministers in the African nations were also parts of that. And the good thing about it is that a new formation, a new method to handle the insecurity issues were looked at, and also the one that has to do with having a single currency for members of states was also discussed. Maybe you may want to say that there has been a week, a whole long of time, problem now with member states, because oftentimes we've always had discussions around this. I mean, the need for member states to have a single currency, for members nation. And I remember when we had the president, our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we also had that same issue too. And also, even when we have the Sierra Leonean president, the ousted president, we also had that same issue too. So now that we have a new chairman, the Senegalese chairman, so we hope that all that will come. Well, these issues stay ongoing. I mean, we'll say congratulations to the new ECOWAS chairman, first and foremost. And of course, we'll see how he'll be able to pilot the affairs of the bloc for his tenure. And we'll see how that is going to also bring about, some respite in the fight against insecurity in Africa. Because that's one major issue that he has to handle. And also to the responsibility of reintegrating member states together is also another issue, because just about 2 years ago now, that we saw some major 4 countries pulling out of the bloc, and that was a major blow to the region. So we want to sincerely apologize that we will stop the program here today because of connectivity issues, technical issues, and internet issues. We cannot get our guest into the program, so we'll have to stop the program here today. But we promise you that by the special grace of God, we're going to reschedule this program so that we can really talk about these issues on the front of Bona, as we have a new chairman in the region. My name is Evan Sunokoge. So until the same time, and next week, by the special grace of God, we'll say God bless you. Good afternoon.
ITV
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Malawe Mahari Esama dion na Limado Pom Esama Limado Beken Esama Ema dio na Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get on maga not yami magame manido gbekene ne na ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oropa egugu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbo ya no we mi magame we need just to know me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level as tradition demands we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukponwa Benedion, Osawe Benedion, Edosa Benedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Benedion, as well as Agbong Steve Benedion, among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Edion way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Gwede Onse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, with his family, on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Eda Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
has good for bed there.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. It's not very. You're not over. Yes. You're not over. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? Wayadi makpome samane. Wayadi makpome samane. Wakume kwigwidejo. Wakume kwome samane.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
The caliber was in a couple of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you?
Papa.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa mafoma. Awe huwe nini? Ejo wuki. Ejo na wele. Ejo na kulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa kiwada. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wele. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Bawi kwa de wuna mwana no masa wilo kaji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upoma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
Thank you.
It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari, Ọba
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
On the news tonight, court sentences Oyo school abduction suspects to life imprisonment. "300 lawmakers pass state police bill as opposition decries legislative breach." Many injured as commercial plane crash lands in Benin City. Human and vehicular movement disrupted as flood takes over parts of Siloko Road, Benin City. Lagos police arrest 3 suspected cultists, recover firearms, others. Good evening, and this is the main news coming live from ITV. I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Studio, and joining me from Benin Network Studio is Lawrence.
Good evening, Charity.
Hello,
and
Lawrence.
It's a great
Good
delight.
evening.
Good evening, Charity, and it's a great delight to have you on the network news for tonight. I'm sure you're good in Abuja.
Very well. Good evening. And from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia. Patricia, good evening.
Good evening, Chari. It's a delight screen with you tonight.
Sambia, is a delight to see you this evening. Well, we are taking our news as usual from the Abuja Network studio. And before we go on further, we would like you to watch ITV live online at www.live.itvradio.com. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV Radio, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Now to the bulletin. 3 terrorists prosecuted by the Department of State Services, DSS, over their links to the abduction of school children and teachers in Orire local government area of Oyo State have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Justice Salim Ibrahim of the Federal High Court in Abuja convicted the 3 men after they pleaded guilty to terrorism-related offenses and concealment of information. Judiciary correspondent Joseph Kajiri reports.
Convict Abdul Razak Umar, also known as Abu Khalifa or Abu Khalid, Inusa Musa, also known as Inusa bin Musa, and Shamsu Adamusani, also known as Abu Itzira, admitted being members of Darul Salam, an affiliate of the proscribed terrorist group Ansaru. They also confessed that those who carried out the Orire school abduction were their associates and admitted concealing information about the planned kidnapping. Abdurazak Umar further pleaded guilty to additional charges, including training terrorists, propagating extremists through a WhatsApp group, and inciting acts of terrorism. A DSS operative identified as witness AA told the court that the defendants made their confessional statement voluntarily in the presence of their lawyers. While investigation reports submitted to the Attorney General Federation were admitted as evidence, although defense considered for leniency. But the Director of Public Prosecution of the Federation, Rotimi Oyedepo SCN, urged the court to impose the maximum sentence, arguing that the defendant's failure to provide information aided the crime. Justice Salim Ibrahim agrees with the prosecution and sentenced the 3 men to life imprisonment, holding that their membership of a proscribed terrorist organization, concealment of information, and support for terrorist activities violated the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022 and deserved the maximum punishment. From Abuja,
President Bola Tinubu Thursday evening has approved the expansion of the Nigerian Army structure from 8 to 12 divisions. This was contained in a press statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. According to the statement, the president's decision is a landmark move to enhance the country's security architecture and improve the operational effectiveness of the Nigerian Army. The statement added that the expansion builds on the administration's sustained investment in the armed forces, including approval for the recruitment of 28,000 additional personnel, acquisition of critical military platforms and equipment, improvements in troop welfare, and ongoing support for operational readiness and force modernization. The presidency says the approval underscores the president's unwavering commitment to equipping the armed forces to address Nigeria's evolving security challenges effectively and to strengthen national defense capabilities further. And this is all we've got for now from the Abuja Network Studio. Now over to Benin Network Studio, where we have Lawrence. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. Right here in Benin, we begin by telling you that tragedy was averted on Thursday as a passenger plane en route Enugu crash-landed at the Benin airport, leaving many passengers injured. Although journalists were prevented from getting recordings of the crashed plane at a close range, those injured were quickly rushed to an undisclosed hospital in Benin City. Efusa Wangwe brings us details.
Passers-by who witnessed the crash besieged the fence of the airport trying to catch a glimpse of the crashed plane. Reports say a civil commissioner with his family and other top politicians were among those who escaped the crash unhurt. Some witnesses said they heard a loud sound which made them rush down only to see the plane, which was said to have taken off from Lagos, staggering an indication that it has missed the wrong way.
We thank God to us. I don't pass my bag for there. Now just God say, I think say na sort to just for up. I don't know say na our plane no, na just for like this. So as you just say so, I thank God say everything no just happen like this. So now so we win it so.
No, we dey store. That time when rain dey fall. As you store, come like as the plane take off from off for ground, then you can't fail when you dey up. Then the thing can't take come down. So you can't try and get up again. Then you can't sit fail. Then you can't sit there for come down again. Now that time we tell the phone. Now I can't tell my friends say our plane engine for the same like say our plane engine go for. Now we just now say plane engine for. Now we tell wrong concourse and say now the plane engine. Now we leave for so for here. So now that they try to rescue people, they come outside for inside too.
At the time of this report, no official statement from the airport authority and the airline management. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The outgone AIG Zone 5, Salman Dogo Garba, has expressed gratitude to the Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu, executive governors, stakeholders, the media, civil society, and well wishes for supporting and giving to him while in office. Garba expressed his feelings during a pulling out parade held in honor by the Nigeria Police Force Zone 5 on Wednesday. Christabel Bukola Abiona reports that the colorful ceremony attracted high-ranking police officers, personnel of Zone 5, friends and other associates. The report is presented by Efusa Wangwe.
The pulling out ceremony held at the police training school Ogida attracted representatives from the governors of Edo and Delta states, royal fathers, senior police officers, family members, and well-wishers who gathered to celebrate the AIG's years of dedicated service to the zone. Expressing his happiness for the successful years in service, the outgone AIG Zone 5 Salman Dogo Gaba appreciated his family members for being by his side and serving as a source of strength even as he takes a bow from active service. He said though it has been tasking years, but was proud that he could impart so much to the police force by contributing his quota.
I remain eternally grateful to His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for the opportunity to serve our great nations. My sincere appreciation also goes to the Chairman and Member of Nigeria Police Service Commission for their steadfast support and commitment to the welfare and advancement of officers of Nigeria Police Force.
High point was the official pulling out of AIG Salman Dogo Garba from active service. Some senior police officers said they will miss the professional prowess of the outgoing AIG Zone 5.
He has always been, beyond the uniform, a wonderful father.
He's a very professional, gentle officer.
He works with topmost intelligence.
The reception was later held to culminate the pulling out parade of AIG Zone 5, Salman Dogo Garba. From Benin, Fosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Massive flood on Thursday morning took over Siloko Road around Eweka area in Benin City, following a downpour that lasted for hours. The flood made human and vehicular movement difficult for residents, motorists, and commercial bus drivers. Progress Ejueyi reports that the situation resulted in gridlock. The report is presented by Efusa Omangwe.
It was a pathetic situation as the flood crippled free flow of movement on Siloko Road and its environs. Mr. Oliver Manchu, a resident in the area and a victim of the flood, said there has not been any desilting of drains in the area. He appealed to the Edo State government and relevant agencies to take urgent steps to tackle the flooding. He said the situation has become a major challenge for residents. Another resident, Mr. Adoye Pascal, called on the government to provide a lasting solution to the ecological menace, pointing out that whenever there is a heavy rainfall, the flood prevents them from carrying out their daily business activities. He expressed concern about their future if nothing is urgently done to address the recurring flooding.
We are calling the government to come and visit this gutter because it disturbs the business environment. This morning, what we experienced this morning is quite alarming because it's very bad. Everywhere was filled with erosion. All the gutter, the roads, motor can't pass the erosion. Please, we are calling state government, local government to come and visit the gutter, please, because it disturbs the business, neighboring, everybody here. Please, the government should do something about it because the erosion is too much.
I'm pleading the government to come and help us to remove this gutter, because most of the time when rainfall like this, we cannot even say water is really disturbing the working environment, the road, everything. So we are pleading with the government to come and help us, especially this morning. We cannot even open now because there was so much water here this morning. That's why we are begging the government to come and help us.
It is the hope of residents that the revival of the Benin Stormwater Project will tackle the flooding on Siloko Road and its environs. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Back to some reports that we heard. The House of Representatives was thrown into a rowdy session on Thursday during the consideration of the Constitution Alteration Bill, seeking to establish state police, as opposition lawmakers staged a walkout in protest over what they described as a breach of parliamentary procedure. Ogani Victor completes the report.
The protest followed the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas's decision to put the bill to a voice vote without reading and considering each of its 26 clauses individually, despite attempt by members of the minority caucus to raise objections.
Please sit down, Honorable. Okay. Section 9 of the Constitution. Sit down, please. Sit down, please. I'm reading on the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. I said you should sit down. I did not recognize you to go further. No, please. You recognize me. I want to read the Constitution. The chair, please. Obey the chair.
Speaking with journalists shortly after the walkout, Honorable Fred Agudi, the minority leader, insisted that the minority caucus was not opposed to the establishment of state police, but objected to the manner in which the bill was considered.
Today, we had cause to interface with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, where we felt that, yes, we as civil minority caucus, we are in support of this bill, but that there are certain amendments in these alterations that we will require to bring in. And Mr. Speaker agreed with us. Mr. Speaker even identified areas that we can intervene. But for Mr. Speaker to sit as chairman of the committee of the whole and just read the long title of it, and then put a voice question for determination of an alteration that requires two-thirds and clause-by-clause consideration and voting is absurd. And that is
311 lawmakers voted to pass the state police bill, which satisfies the two-thirds majority affirmation required by law. From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
In a major push to preserve Nigeria's indigenous cultural heritage and stimulate local textile production, the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has pledged 2 billion naira towards the revitalization of the historic Akwete hand-woven textile industry in Abia State. As Abigail Adiremi reports, she made the pledge while speaking during a visit to Akwete, the centuries-old home of the renowned hand-woven fabric.
Speaking during the visit, Senator Oluremi Tinubu stressed the need to safeguard the country's rich cultural traditions by encouraging younger generations to embrace indigenous crafts and attire. She described the Akwete weaving tradition as a treasured cultural inheritance that must be preserved and passed on from one generation to another. The wife of the president commended women of Akwete for preserving the ancient craft despite challenges, noting that she was encouraged to see young people learning the trade from their families. Describing the Akwete weaving as a sacred craft done with love, patience and endurance, Senator Tinubu said the production center deserves significant investment to preserve its history and unlock its economic potential. She announced a 2 billion naira intervention to support the development of the Akwete production site, including upgrading existing infrastructure into a befitting heritage and production hub.
It is a spiritual thing for them. And one of the good things I saw young people in their family doing exact thing. So it's a craft transferred from generation to generation. And when we bring people who don't do that, and when things are done like that, it becomes a sacred craft. For me, I don't know about the women of Akwete. I heard your cry. I am here to announce to all Nigerians. And the Igbos should take Akwete to the nation.
Earlier, the First Lady was conferred with the traditional chieftaincy title of Ugowai of Abia in recognition of her contributions to national development and women empowerment. She was received at the historic weaving community by Abia State Governor Alex Oti and his wife Priscilla Oti, alongside traditional rulers, political leaders, members of the clergy, and other dignitaries. From Abia State, I'm Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
Up next is our Lagos studio with Patricia. Patricia.
Many thanks, Charity. From our Lagos Network studio, the Lagos State Police Command says it has arrested 3 suspected cultists during an intelligence-led operation in Imota, recovering firearms, ammunition, and other dangerous weapons. The command said the operation followed credible information from members of the public on the activities of suspected cultists in Imota. The command in a press statement said preliminary investigation revealed that the suspects are members of Aye confraternity, while the recovered Beretta pistol allegedly belongs to a notorious cultist known as Mayborn, who is currently at large. In another story, the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency has confirmed 2 separate incidents attended by its response team in line with the state government's commitment to promote emergency management and public safety. The agency says its Dolphin team responded to a fire outbreak at a supermarket located at Jimo bus stop along Akunwojo Road, Egbeda, involving a 2-story building that was engulfed in flames. The agency, in a statement signed by the head Public Affairs, Afolabi Olawale, said through a coordinated effort with the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service, the fire was curtailed to prevent spread to adjoining sections of the building.
We will take a short break, and when we return, we will bring you more stories on the menus on ITV. Stay with us.
arts and beliefs deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Moving on, the senator representing Edo South Senatorial District, Senator Neda Imaswe, has been honored with Legislative Excellence and Democratic Governance Award for his contributions to legislative excellence, democratic governance, and public service. The honor was bestowed on Senator Neda Imaswe at the 16th African Achievers Award held at the House of Lords, London, United Kingdom. Igmamosa Ogiagbe brings details.
The award, presented during the annual African Achievers Awards ceremony, recognizes exceptional Africans who have distinguished themselves in leadership, governance, public service, business, and community development. Senator Neda Imaswe, chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public Petitions, was selected for the award in recognition of his commitment to strengthening democratic institutions, promoting accountability, and advancing quality representation in the Nigerian Senate. Reacting after receiving the award, Senator Neda Imaswe thanked the African Achievers Awards for the recognition and honor and dedicated the award to his constituents.
And to impact on my constituents
scholarships we give, and we enroll most of them in whatever exams they want to do, especially for those who don't have the finances to do so. And so in a very little way, we're able to impact on the lives of these young ones. And so I thank you, African Achievers Award, for this recognition given to me. I will share this also with my constituents, with my brother senators, sister senators from Agaba, and also to Nigeria as a whole. I thank you all for this evening. God bless you.
The 16th African Achievers Awards brought together distinguished leaders, policymakers, diplomats, and notable personalities from across Africa and beyond to celebrate individuals whose work continues to drive positive change and sustainable development in the continent. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Strengthening primary healthcare in Edo State took center stage on Thursday as government, development partners, and key stakeholders renewed their commitment to achieving universal health coverage through improved access to quality, affordable, sustainable healthcare services across the 18 local government areas of the state. This was the focus of the Edo Shine Primary Healthcare Summit 2026, organized by the State Primary Healthcare Development Agency in collaboration with the Edo State Ministry of Health, with support from the World Bank and the Impact Project. Patience Osarugiwa tells us more.
With this theme, strengthening primary healthcare systems to accelerate progress towards universal health coverage and improved health outcomes, held at the Victor Waifo Creative Hub in Benin City, brought together policymakers and critical stakeholders to chart a new course for primary healthcare delivery in Edo State. Declaring the summit open on behalf of Governor Monday Okpewolo, the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Siri Adams Oshomole, reaffirmed the administration's commitment to strengthening primary healthcare as the foundation for achieving universal health coverage.
We can build a healthcare system that is equitable, resilient, and responsive to the needs of our people.
Delivering the keynote address, Professor Andrew Obi of the University of Benin spoke on the role of strategic leadership in universal health coverage from policy to local action.
Functional health infrastructure. Just heard about the rehabilitation of primary healthcare facility. That is critical. But the health workforce must have a base on which they are able to render their services.
The Executive Secretary, Edo State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, described the summit as a strategic platform for strengthening partnerships, sharing innovative ideas, and developing sustainable solutions to improve primary healthcare services.
Sustainability is our greatest test. We must ensure that they endure tomorrow.
Participants described the summit as a timely call to action.
If we are serious with our work for all, then we must strengthen local government with the resources, authority, and support we need.
It is a very good way of raising a healthcare delivery in Edo State.
This summit featured a high leadership dialogue and panel discussions. Among dignitaries present at the event were the Coordinator Office of the First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Edesili Okpewolo Aneni, from Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The founder and the general overseer of the World People Worldwide Prayer Ministry, Ile in Ekboma, Apostle Ehijili Unwaya, has held a special Thanksgiving service in celebration of his birthday. Francisca Igenegbale reports that the well-attended ceremony, which drew worshippers, friends, and well-wishers from far and near, was marked by deep worship and celebration. The report is presented by Momosa Ugiagbe.
The service featured exhortation from the celebrant, Apostle Ehijili Unwaya, who admonished the congregation on the faithfulness of God and the importance of thanksgiving. He said celebrating another successful year was one to be thankful about, as it shows the goodness of the Lord in his life.
May I prophesy upon each and every one of you, after this meeting, the Lord will make you a blessing to the church.
The celebration featured special choir renditions, choreography, step dances, and cultural dance displayed to the glory of God. Apostle Noah was accompanied to the altar by his wife, children, family members, friends, and members of his congregation as they danced in thanksgiving to God for his mercies, preservation of life, and grace upon his life and ministry. The occasion was graced by eminent personalities and dignitaries, including the senator representing Edo Central Senatorial District, Senator Joe Ikpea, the CEO of Nature's Reliance International Limited, Dr. Clinton Brown, Patrick Idiake, the Edo State Coordinator of RTIFN, Chief Joe Dewele, and the Chief Medical Director of Ira Specialist Teaching Hospital, Professor Ruben Efediyi, among other distinguished guests. A major highlight of the event was the cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant, Apostle Ehijele Unuaya, who expressed profound gratitude to God for adding another year to his life, and to all who honored him with their presence. Some family members and other dignitaries described the celebrant as a true man of God.
Wish him long life and prosperity, and also ask God to grant him more grace to enable him to do the work of God.
Apostle Ehijele Unuaya is a channel of blessing.
Apostle Eric Unuaya is a great man of God, and we're all here to celebrate with him.
The celebration ended with prayers for the celebrant, his family, and the continued growth of the ministry. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
And that report finding by Francisca Igenegbale was presented by Efosa Uwangwe. Moving on, Air Force Primary School, Benin City, has held its 43rd Speech and Prize-Giving Day ceremony to celebrate the academic excellence and outstanding achievements of its 2025-2026 graduating Primary 6 pupils. The event held at the Airport Primary School compound, Shitu Alao Air Force Base in Benin City, attracted military officers, education stakeholders, parents, guardians, and invited guests. Patience Usarugiwa has more.
In his remarks, Air Commodore Onu underscored the importance of recognizing excellence and outstanding performance as a way of promoting healthy competition and motivating pupils to strive for greater success.
Prize giving at the end of every session aids motivational effects, which also stirs up some form of healthy competition among our pupils.
Delivering the keynote address, the guest speaker, Mr. Idaosa Obadigie, stressed the need for qualitative education and called for stronger collaboration between parents and schools to ensure the holistic development of every child.
Education is a three-legged stool: the child, the home, the school. Remove one leg and it falls.
Earlier, the Deputy Director and Head Teacher of Air Force Primary School, Benin, Dr. Ezenli Caroline, welcomed guests and explained that the annual Speech and Prize-Giving Day was organized to celebrate the achievements of graduating pupils, reward diligence and excellence, and inspire younger pupils to work harder.
To my graduating pupils, I express my gratitude in all the ways you have exhibited good character for showing love to your teachers, schoolmates, and care of the school facilities.
Awards were presented to the neatest pupils in each class, school prefects, outstanding pupils in English language, mathematics, science, as well as the overall best academic performance across the various classes.
I feel excited and I'm full of happiness.
I don't believe that I will get the award.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
You're still on to the main news, reaching you live from Independent Television. We'll take a short breather to bring you more reports shortly. Do stay with us.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on independent television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you so much for staying with us, and moving on, where Liberty American Leadership Academy has held its 2025-2026 graduation ceremony amidst jubilation. Mari Simase reports that the event, which featured colorful cultural display, step dance, fashion parade, and newscasting, saw the unveiling of a new building for the high school. The report is presented by Usemudiame Usagi.
In his opening remarks, the school proprietor, Okefi Agbe Lebati, while speaking on the vision and development of the institution, said it has done so much to impact on its students. He said the school will continue to play its role in building capacity among the students and commended all stakeholders for their unflinching support.
We want to raise confident, disciplined leaders who can stand proudly on any global stage. A commitment to excellence, our revealed general policy analysis. To achieve this high standard of excellence, structure and discipline are non-negotiable.
Chairman on the occasion, Dr. Alex Orukwe, commended efforts of the school in molding young people to becoming future leaders.
This school is a very huge one, but we can bring out the best in it with proper collaboration.
The Dean, Mrs. Blessed, appreciated parents, guardians for entrusting their children and wards in their care, while some of the graduating students expressed happiness for successfully completing the first phase of their academic pursuit.
This building is a symbol of commitment of excellence, and this achievement was made possible through your support. We say thank you.
I feel excited and happy. It's a good thing to graduate from a lower level to a higher level.
This school is bent on being all children be disciplined, well behaved, and have good character, not to just show in the school, but to explore outside the world.
They have done great. We are proud of them, at least bringing America home.
I grew up in this environment, and when I left in search of greener pastures, one of the things that I told myself, what can I do to make a lasting impact?
High point was presentation of awards and certificates to deserving students and unveiling of the high school building. The event was attended by dignitaries, including the Olia of Benin, Chief Edionwe Olia, former Edo State Commissioner for Justice, Barrister Osagi Obayiwana, Semideme Osagi, ITV News.
The Okayele leaders of Urenzen community in Ovia Southwest local government area of Edo State have debunked the allegations of illegal sale of community and ancestral land leveled against the Okayele by the acting Ojonwere and some leaders of the community. The community leaders who frowned at the activities of the acting Ojonwere, Mr. Isaac Ode, and his accomplices described the allegations leveled against the Okayele as false. Jonah Omowa brings details.
A few days ago, the acting Ojonwere of Urenzen community, Isaac Ode, and one Chief Lucky Sibo staged a protest alleging that the Okayele of the community sold community and ancestral land. Reacting to the viral protest video, the Okayele of Urenzen community, Monday Zogie, and other leaders said the matter is being investigated by the police in Zone 5, but were surprised to watch a protest led by one Chief Isibo and the acting Ojonwere of the community, Isaac Ode, accusing him of wrongdoing. The leaders frowned at the allegations, describing them as false and malicious.
The allegation whether they thought say I sell land for Fulani, there's nothing like that. Who want carry Baga farm will go give our land. Who want carry Pineapple farm will go give our land. Who want build us will go give our land. There's nothing like Fulani. I don't have power to give Fulani land.
When they say we kill some persons for reason and we sell land for Fulani, I want to tell the government and the Oba of Benin say that's in a pure lie. Because sometime last year, this Chief Isibo draw the whole community to Iyase Palace. Say we bring development to Urenzen community. For that, he no go agree make development enter a fatherland. Iyase said to one.
There's no way somebody in this community, or your daughter, or we are Fulani. Egbe university su ewona ime o me tamuwa we ya enyo fi oge eno kigbina ofo isibo mic no ila oya ado ke TV gelegele anu boda odomia.
They also disclosed that the issue was recently resolved by the ESF Udo and the Department of State Services. From Urenzen community in Ovia Southwest local government area in Edo State, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The chairman-elect of Ikbubawaka Local Government Council, Honorable Eric Sino Sawaru, has flagged off the repair of failed portions of St. Maria Goreti and Eweka Road, two major adjoining routes linking Sakmaba Road and Sapele Road in Benin City. Joy Obaresiagmo brings us the report.
Following his victory at the 2026 local government election, the chairman-elect of Ikbubawaka Local Government Council, Honorable Eric Sino Osawau, has flagged off the rehabilitation of failed sections of St. Maria Goreti and Eweka Street, two major adjoining roads linking Sapele Road and Sokmamba Road. Speaking on behalf of the chairman-elect, the council's chief protocol officer, Dr. Jeff Scott, said the road repair is part of several campaign promises Honorable Sawau is committed to delivering. He said the chairman-elect remains focused on serving the people of Ikpoba-Awka with dignity and fairness.
Chairman, the ever-listening and the promise keeper, that's Honorable Sawaru, has asked us to come down, the council team and with the engineer, to St. Margaret Roads, the very free portion. Hopefully by next week, we'll be able to see that work has been done in these two roads.
The site engineer Osadolo Aigbogun, disclosed that alternative roads will be graded during construction to ease movement. He added that the project is expected to be completed before December 2026 and will include proper drainage to ensure free flow of water. Meanwhile, the councillor-elect for Ikpoba-Awka Ward 6, Joseph Izeyamu, along with residents in the area, expressed gratitude to Honorable Sawau for fulfilling his promise. They said they look forward to a better commuting experience once the roads are fixed.
Since last year, the road not good, so we not defeat the passer, and the erosion at the entire our compound.
When once they do it for us, we will so much be happy.
Being a man of integrity who kept his work.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagun, ITV News.
As political discussions intensify ahead of the 2027 general elections, analysts and political program 60 Million Nigeria have weighed in on the proposed cabinet reshuffle by President Bola Tinubu and Peter Obi's renewed commitment to serve a single term if elected. Esther Ogoro brings us details.
Political analyst Bishop Akalame says leadership must be driven by character, integrity and competence, maintaining that the electorate, not campaign promises, will ultimately determine Nigeria's next president.
A situation where people who do not have what it takes to hold responsibility, occupy an office, will make them all productive. We have to ensure that the fitter the system, let those who have the capacity come in.
Bishop Austin Igbesa says the Tinubu administration has made noble investments in infrastructure and education, describing education as a key driver of national development.
If you look back, you see that the issue of net fund, he has not even resumed as a president when he started fixing ASU. The proactive measure, the man always start whenever anything ASU want to come up. Net fund today, nobody will say my child is not going to school because there is no education.
Also contributing, human rights activist Dr. Jude Obasumi says Nigerians are demanding lasting solutions beyond palliative measures, adding that 4 years is sufficient for any committed leader to make a meaningful impact.
Everything is geared towards 2027. So it's not a matter of performance. You see, that term performance relative, what I might see as performance may not be the indicator, the definition within the palace of political gladiators.
ADC Edo State Vice Chairman Ohi Akarame, however, questioned the feasibility of a one-term presidency, arguing that 4 years may not be enough to deliver the levels of transformation Nigerians expect.
Anybody will go there and say he will do 4 years and actually mean it. Not in this Nigeria we are in. Wow. So if he's saying he's going there for 4 years, I don't believe.
The differing perspectives reflect the growing political conversations as attentions continue to shift towards the 2027 presidential elections. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
We'll take another short break on the news. Stay with us for more reports. Thank you so much for staying with us. The Edo State Police Command has redeployed a team of security men to Iyanomo community in Ikpoba-Awka local government area of Edo State to restore peace and order following renewed leadership crisis in the community. The Edo State Public Relations Officer of the Edo State Police Command, ASP Ino Ikoidem, alongside with the deployed security team, embarked on an operation show of force around the community to register their presence, as Jonah Omowa brings us details.
The Edo State Police Public Relations Officer, ASP Eno Ikeedom, said following the series of reports on renewed violence at Iyanomo, the Commissioner of Police, Edo State, CP Monday Agbonika, deployed an intervention team to restore peace. She noted that the team is not leaving the community until total peace is restored, urging the people who deserted the community for fear of being killed to return, as the team is now on the ground to restore law and order as well as maintain peace.
We have the leader of this intervention, the ops officer from Department of Operations from the state headquarters, complementing the efforts of the divisional police officer Ologbo Division, who are all here on ground with their men, and of course the Civil Defense Corps, who are also here. And like I said, we are not leaving Iyanomo anytime soon until normalcy is restored.
The leadership crisis over who becomes the Odionwe of Iyanomo community broke out on the 13th of January 2026, leading to the destruction of property worth millions of naira, with residents deserting the area for fear of being killed. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
On business news, where the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has resumed the sale of petrol in naira. The gantry price is fixed at 1,200 naira. 1,215 naira per litre. The company said that the reversal is coming on the heels of rising international crude oil price, which provide measures of relief to marketers and consumers in the country. Recall that about 10 days ago, the refinery shifted its product pricing structure from naira to dollars, setting an ex-depot price for petrol at 779 cents per litre, diesel at $1.87 per litre, and aviation fuel at 942 cents per litre. Meanwhile, the national president of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Abubakar Megandi, has hailed the reversal to naira seas, describing it as a welcome development. To entertainment, where a Sydney Federal High Court in Australia yesterday dismissed on a defamation case against Australian film star Rebel Wilson by another actor, Charlotte Marklins, who had featured in Wilson's directing debut, The Deb, accused the star of defaming her in the year 2024 by suggesting she had changed an account of having been a victim of sexual harassment in order to advance her career. The federal court case focused on the incidents where Marklins, who was 25 at that time, and the producer and financier of the film, Amanda Ghost, then 49, had shared a bath in an apartment after swimming at a Bondi beach. Wilson alleged that Marklins had complained to her the next day about being uncomfortable, that she was asked by Ghost to take the bath. Justice Elizabeth Rapper on Wednesday dismissed the case against Wilson, a star of Hollywood and hits including Bridesmaid and Pitch Perfect, and ordered Marklins to pay costs. The court found that while one of Wilson's 2024 Instagram posts had suggested Marklins changed her story about feeling uncomfortable about what happened in the bathroom, this was not a defamatory statement and was also substantially true. On Instagram, Wilson thanked the judge and the Australian legal system for a substantial win. For more in the world of sports, let's join our sports desk where our sport correspondent Solomon Aina is on a standby to bring us more details in the world of sport.
And on sport news, for the second time, the Confederation of African Football has increased the winner's prize money for the Women's African Cup of Nations by 100%, raising it from $1 million to $2 million. The latest increase comes just days before the 2026 edition in Morocco, where 16 teams will compete in the expanded tournament for the first time in the competition. Morocco will once again host the tournament from July 25th to August 16th. Last year, CAF increased the previous winner's prize from $500,000 by 100%, while the total prize fund rose by 45% to $3.475 million. A year later, the overall prize fund has increased by another 67% from $3.475 million to $5.8 million. The runner-up will now receive $750,000, representing a 50% increase, while the prize money for the third place team has been increased by 43%. Each of the 16 participating teams will also receive $150,000 in participation funding, an increase of $25,000 from the $125,000 received in the previous edition. Two cities, Rabat and Casablanca, will host the tournament. Host Morocco headlines Group A alongside Algeria, Senegal and Kenya, with all the matches set to be played in Rabat. Former champion South Africa play in Group B in Casablanca, where they will face Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso and Tanzania. Record 10-time champion Nigeria has been drawn in Group C and will battle Zambia, Egypt, Malawi in Rabat, while Group D, to be played in Casablanca, featured Ghana, Cameroon, Mali and Cape Verde. The four semi-finalists will qualify automatically for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, while the four losing quarter-finalists will be in contention for a place in the Intercontinental Playoff. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And that's the size for our package on the ITV main news for tonight. On behalf of my colleagues, Charity Tanko in Abuja and Patricia Gabriels in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifu, thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobile.
ITV, certainly the best.
Bossunum, oh, now wetin dey happen? Bossununa, oh, now wetin dey happen? Bossunum. Now wetin dey happen? Bossunum. Oh.
Bossunum. Wetin dey happen?
Dey for Oku Road. Egi gbomi yebe no vive. Oh ya ya simye wama. Megi gbomi yebe no vive. I dey for Ohu Road, Ofia Northeast. Landlord and landladies, people wey get property for this area. Come slow down, slow down. People wey get property. Na Siloko Road from Igbobazuwa. Siloko Road, you go reach Ego. Ah. Okay. This one not be Ohu Road, though. This is Siloko Road. See the Ohu Road. From here, you go come out for Oluku. From here that be the Ohu Road. When they pass the crossings. So from here, you go come out for New Lagos Road. This one you go to Road, but make we see am. Okay. Edo State Government project construction of Ohu Road off Ugbawa Lagos Road, Benin City. Contractor Heartland. Supervising Ministry, Edo State Ministry of Works, Sapele Road, Benin City. Edo State Government project construction of Ohu Road off Ugbawa Lagos Road, Benin City. Contractor Heartland, who they supervise them, Edo State Ministry of Works, and on the road with this. You know, yes, Edo State Government. I want give contract on this road. May they do a city from Siloko Road to look for here.
Last year, the last 2 years, during the rainy dry season, that they were supposed to tie this road. If you see the pace of walk, that's the pace of walk. It was very, very slow. You understand? When they tied it to Laba Junction there, that was the end. Before the rainy season set in. Now is not motorable.
The contractor not get there again?
No!
Okay.
No contractor.
Even the structures the vehicles are all removed. I don't know. Suddenly they disappeared into oblivion. The whole tractors they were using to construct the road, they removed it. And as you can see, it's very difficult for vehicles to pass this road now. If not that this is a jeep, we cannot drive through.
You understand?
So you see people swimming in the flood.
You understand?
When it's rain.
I want to see myself.
Go and see, go and see.
Say
the contractor where he say come here, not there again.
No oversight function. No oversight function.
He should come and inspect the work.
Come here. To come and inspect what is going on.
Oversight function.
Yes. Now it's not
from the governor and the deputy governor.
Yes.
Both of them.
If you are
oversight
function.
If you are
and the legislators.
You understand? Go and see the extent of work there. What is going on? This road have been.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Cause in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. You said they don't tire finish. Ohu Road. Yes. From Oluku, 7 up to contractor not there.
They got to give them money.
They don't start the road.
They not do one.
Okay. They start the road at all.
They start us small. They got to give them money. They not do one. They just not tire. You say God no, I give them money. I want contract. You go to check the contracts.
Check the work.
Go to check the work. May they give them.
That the governor of Edo State says
yes.
It's
supposed to check the work. May give them
contract.
We check am. Say him do the work.
This one where they for Ohu Road too.
They not do one now.
They not go check am.
Don't go check am. The video up that side, video that side. The live center. So they do work. If you go to Wari, they'll do road everywhere. This road a major road to off road, Siloko Road. If road block, here they pass.
If
Avia block,
Lagos Road block.
Avia block, here they pass. This road supposed to do one.
That be the first stroke for those states.
Now I want to go remind them now.
I better remind them.
I want to go remind him.
Yes.
Deputy governor.
Tell her say next day go talk about. Say me do this road.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Cause in the near future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Governor, visit some of the places where you give. I know say you dey visit some, but Oku Road.
For this village, we know they say again Osunu. We know they say. See my store, if they flood for time, water they enter inside my store Osunu. No be so we talk when the road even go small. We all of us they cry. Now we dey pay no.
You know yes don't take come here. I don't give contract on this road from Siloko going to look for that side.
Now your mother they hear us because when they start we not see anything Now for all those and then they don't do something For soon the children close for school now wahala All of us they go stand for road they wait for our children If bad carry children they fall for them for water But soon the man do something Our governor do something Do something better do something. We they cry. Children they cry. You see all this back when they see so. If they close for school, children not they fit call us. Market they shake was Sunu.
Oku Road.
I dey tell you for Oku.
Oku Road.
I say Oku village we dey suffer Yeah, good. Go up there and go see what they happen. Wasunu go there and go see what they happen.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier.
Wasunu I said they see you so I suppose hold you, but I know so not be you do it. Not to make me.
Enter back. I dey for Oku Road for Benin City. I dey for Oku Road for Avia North East. They be don't want the contract, but we don't see the contract again. They don't want the contract. They don't want the contract.
Waiting they happen.
When I come this road 3 years ago, they never tire me. Oku Road for Avia North East. Hey, whoa! When I come this road 3 years ago, they never tire me. Oku Road for Avia North East. So, you see that road when they done the time they come from that side. Now the road now be the Oku Road. So, you see the sandbag when I say where those government take I went down to Heartland. Now, if a new Lagos road now block now here they go pass now. This na example pass here. If new Lagos road block now, they won't come pass this Oku Road. Go come up for Siloko Road. So, if that road, when they construct, they come from that side, come pass all here, Siriri wherever. Magik bovi yeve no vive. Oh yeah, see me woman. You know, say when I come this Oku Road like 3 years ago, it is tough. You see, I'm saying government don't want them, but who people they surprised why Edo State governor never come monitor these projects. The Oku community, elders and youth of this community, they surprised say governor they inspect different roads. Why he never come inspect this Oku projects? Since how many months?
One slippers like this, I never said. When I need to open this business, now every week I go market. Since April, I never say one slippers. I don't see who they ask me say, Madam, how much they say slippers is not there? No road now. Who can follow me by? Who can follow me by? Look my fence. I'm original fence when I do. One night, therefore yesterday night, I use stroller, raise my table to work. I just sleep when I wake up. As I wake up, now I can't do fence, original fence, so make sure I not come push me enter work when I did so. Now these slippers I tell they feed though, now I tell they pay us rent. Now I never say one slipper.
Since when this road not good now, you don't feel say anything.
I never say who want follow me back.
You know yes, a contractor don't they do the road.
This contractor. Thank God, contractor. Say, this road never worry what they do. They never abandon us. They don't abandon us now. They don't forget us. See, and look at they don't forget us. Look at. I beg, go help us.
Oku Road. Oku Road. Of your northeast, Oku Road. Hey, whoa. I know say you did very happy. Say I don't take government. They award this in Oku Road. Big community. What you call the sunu? What you call make una they complain now?
No. Now, this place now. Look my house here. Now be this.
This very house.
Yes.
This house.
This very house.
This very one where that madam stands.
Where madam stands. I surprised when they come say they award the road. We were happy. In all these 3 months, 4 months, they stop doing that. They carry canapilla, tear all this hole. They say that moat. They call the parks and sand for moat. And they say the land, the sand where they park, I don't know. Look here now. I hear Cosplay. Down from where the tire is, no road.
From 8
now we there now. Look my road, look my house.
What do you want make the executive
make it remember of their northeast road.
May we call it
community.
I beg of you.
Now we wait for now.
But you don't want the contract now.
We don't do. According to what we hear, there's no Pebo. You know award this road.
Yes.
You say you don't know whether who
no, okay, Daddy.
Now me they talk.
As I reach local junction on that side, I see one big signboard. Edo State Government project Ohun Road.
They say not give them money.
They say not give them money. That then this is the outside. I bring people here because they pass here every time. Okpebo will never pass here one day.
We never see her.
Yes.
So what we they talk now? We want you this opportunity. They beg our governor. Model Okpebolo. I beg. With Dennis Idausa. Denko, our brother, yes, in their own village. We want beggar, make all of them, make they come do the road for us. I beg now we there.
They don't start the road now.
They don't finish that. They don't start and they don't work small. The rest. We know they feel pass here, motor don't they pass yet, every bag don't they pass here. From our junction before now 500 naira to reach here. But now 1,800, 2,000. Everybody went there here, they cry, we they beg, not before us, we lead down.
Make us complete the project.
Make us complete
the project. It's not clear. However, I don't think government don't award the contractor, but the contractor they not see him again. Hey, whoa. So, you see that tie road for that side. Now they come like this. Now it's supposed to come, pass here, go reach the end. But they're surprised the contractor not this site again. Some people come they talk cho. Say it be like say the contractor say they never pay a balance. That one a cho. Drop your comment, shut up.
Inside there, 2 people. No enter there.
Okpowese, win away your way. Okpowese, win away your way. You don't feel like just take comment for the contractor to return side.
Always say, baby man, no la wo no when man on man. No come contractor, no work po. Eh, we na no sue na wo do me. No sala body dey don tell no la wo no go dole upo na ji. No go women na ba bagari oba I ma be mujane, me na mujano mo. Ama mujano ma be yen ma mujana politically. Yeah, politically. Yeah. No dole ji ma.
Road is don't overdue for tying. For donkey years, they will promise they will come and tie this Okun Road, they will come and tie this Okun Road.
Before this government sit down, they don't talk about this Oku Road. And when this government says sit down, they can't do small and they don't award this Oku Road to contractor. And that's not the one where you call it.
They award the road. We see the contractor. We not see the contractor. They award the road. They say they want to do this Oku Road. I mean, for me, even when I was coming this morning, I was telling my friend, I said they use this road, they play politics. Because this one not be road now. You they do road, you know they come supervise them. You know they know how things they go. It's not good. And see road, I may travel, I do travel. I don't go many places for this country. I never see where they do road, no gutter. Okay, this road now where the form say that they tie now. If the tie and finish, where gutter not there, where person has the one carry the water go?
Go.
Make I show
where
you.
You go first.
Which person has the one carry the water go? You see this road. Now very important road where government suppose don't do. They don't want to do one. I don't know why they don't want to do one. And with this, where the deputy governor is from.
It's from Ovia now.
It's from Ovia. But I don't know what thing they happen. Where no one talk about this road. This road, see where they go time and reach for that side. And the time no be say na one kind solid time. If you like say the contractor they use the road they play. The same road now the same time they award this road and Palace Road for upper mission.
No, what you talking? You say now the same.
Then the same time now they award this road and upper mission. Upper this Palace Road where they upper mission. They don't feel. You not see the way that they do that road. Okpebolo they try. But I don't know what they happen for this side.
Okun Road.
Okun Road. But they see the good work where the governor Okpebolo they do for other area. But this Okun, I don't know why it be like that. Whether that they remove in high or your attention come up from Okun Road, I don't know why.
Are you not see contractor?
We know they see the contractor. You see contractor here. This road resemble road where people where things they happen. This road, this Okun Road, it resembles where things they happen.
No, they waka.
You don't see any contractor since where me and you they waka since. From all the way from that side.
According to the report they give us,
don't see where
they say contractor don't start on the tire for Siloko Road.
That one where they tie, that one na road. Where the gutter dey? Okpebolo, Senator Mo, the Governor Okpebolo, he never do road where gutter not dey. Me see Palace Road, you know see gutter. See this road where they this seven coke me where they call am. On your way to Abuja. Aduawa area. Yes, you don't see road where will do there. You don't see this road where don't spoil where they call and say where they this where they that popular road where Obaseki they do before where abandon. You don't see what will do for them. We got everything. This road no long reach that side. Long reach that one. That road go come out for that very road now go come out for Agbo Road.
So this road now from Oluku, I go come out for
Old Road for Vian Road for Siloko Road.
Let me tell you,
this is a new road. This old Lagos Road for Vian for Siloko Road. See Anna, you see contractor. Since when me and you the waka, you don't see contractor yet.
No, you dey deny say those state government never award this contract.
I hear say they award them, but we know they see wetin dey happen here now. We dey see wetin dey happen. This road driver wetin things for dey happen. He knows that maybe our governor, we now will beg governor. If the person wey give the contract, if he's not capable, make he revoke the contract from the person.
This Okun Road.
If the person wey dey handle the contract, if he's not capable, make he revoke the contract. Because for that they use the road they do like say maybe like Mababa as I don't know as I'll call am, like it's serious waiting on this.
Me won't go myself now. I won't go check am. And what is the end?
Oga go check am. Even the deputy governor, me myself, I'm disappointed because this is where he come from. And this if it to say if
you talk about right honorable
yes now if to say you know waiting e good for him people You dey hear me now? Therefore, don't tie this road. And make I tell you, you.
Waiting they happen.
I don't I've been made to this road.
They don't award the road.
They don't award that. They just don't resharp. They just stop her. The road now is swell motor. Every day was sure. And people when they say that they don't even come on because of the bad road. You see this here now. As soon that time when they start and they just finish and by then, but it all turn to express. Look at road now.
You know, see, I say contractor don't they do. They see tied up from here.
That will be done, but they don't stop the work now.
Slow the work.
They don't stop the work.
No, you know they payload that or caterpillar.
I don't see anyone. What's new? I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone. As I want pass it and I myself the fear I want to party my motor pass it. And I side I go, I get work for you. I they go side.
Let me say person where they build house now for this area to carry materials come this area.
He will first suspend the work. If not, me say this work na my wife or not fit drive pass it. If I pass it and I wash up, I go now. All this one they spoil Berry, they spoil Danley, everything, sharp, everything.
But what will be the importance of this road, this road, high tail link?
You don't really look for Siloko road now.
Let's say of your block now.
Oh, now here you will use now. Come on, you don't from here go where you go.
Go Lagos.
Yeah, you don't go where they go. No wahala, sir.
How the country now? How the phone now?
No wahala.
Everything.
Everything good. No wahala, sir.
You not back for this road, Abby?
No good now. The car not see that so that's too much for them.
Now wait till they
I think for government.
This one don't too bad.
Oku Road. Wait till they surprise the people. Be say the contractor not their site again. Oh, I've been because of rainy season. Sita road for front. Oh, I know say those state government don't award this road Oku Road to contractor. But people the first, why deputy governor, why the governor of Edo State, why they don't go and inspect this road, why they give this contractor? Some say the contractor now bubu yeah. Some say now because they never pay the contractor money. Now. Okay, now here the contractor work rich. They go. Okay. See that road now. See that road. Why don't they complain? Okay. I don't suffer, not be small. Hey! Upon say I get sense. I don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now make I join this business. Area journalists, area to area, location to location, state to state. I therefore of your northeast and I therefore Ohun. You know, say I done the consistency the road 10 magazines, but this not the road because I tell you say Edo State government don't award this Ohun road to contractor, and the contractor don't they do and they come, but. Can the governor of Edo State, can Edo State governor award contract without gutter? Because as governor, they inspect the road. Me, safe area journalist going to inspect the road. But, I come. So today happen. I'm looking for the contractor. You cannot say that. Gutter not there. A big gutter pass your back of your. No,
not come and start. No, talk anything. Just the go.
No gutter?
No.
However, if of your bridge block for Benin Lagos Expressway, from here so, Igwabazuwa, this is not the shortcut to Lagos so, Igwabazuwa Siloko, from that side,
But 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I come this road. Everywhere na yama. You not go fit pass here. This na Okun road. Hey, to state government don't award this contract to contractor, and the contractor don't they do am. However, as an area journalist, got another left and right. From Siloko, for a go before via from Siloko. Now if you pass to go as well, Siloko, they go come up for Oluku. So the people they say, why the contractor not continue the job again? Why the contractor tools not this site again? But may I go see Mohammed, come. You know, say for this area where I did so 7 o'clock bike not they walk, oh, Abi? Yes. From 7 o'clock for this Ovia Northeast, bike not they walk from 7. Only from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. From 7 to 12 midnight. I want to take a those comments when I do award this contract. Contractor. This is for road. I don't take comment, don't award the contract. The contractor, they not see him again. But when the contractor not got them left and right, I cannot change the agreement. When I come here 4 years ago, I mean 3 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, not be so this road be. Agree to. Okay. This road when I did so from here to Gobazua, from here to Nero Junction, from here to Okada, from here to Ogbese. Go like this, you go come out for a go. Enter like this. Okay.
Now Igboshodi the community now you there so.
Igboshodi?
Yes, Nebuti community. See problem what we get for here now.
Baba come. Na serious problem. Na serious problem.
My brothers and my sisters what we get the community. Let me smart. You see some years ago, yeah, not be like this, oh bro. Wasunu. That's how we say the worst part now. Our Baba they pass here. Deputy. From here I go Gobazua. Yeah, no. From here I go Kada. From here I go Ogbese. You not get this na Siloko. Upper Siloko Road. Okay, Upper Siloko Road. Yeah. Now you right from Ring Road. Down to Okada. Now the road be this. It's new Lagos Road block now. For that side. Now y'all love the follow. See the way we do. We don't talk. We don't tire. We even tag us say we see you, Baba. Which particular spot are they so? Igboshodi Nebudi between Igwadolo community and Igboshodi community. After Igwadolo you don't pass. So now this just stay there so. From that place to this side is Igboshodi Nebudi community. That you there so. Wasunu, what do we want to do? That's all we say, Amo. We don't talk. So if Ovia River block now, now here that they follow. One that they see that now so a block now. Emmanuel, one way. I should follow you now. Back out to you for New Lagos Road. Down to Lagos where you they go, you not get problem. The only problem we get now here. This very road now lead to Okun. Oh, this Okun now. Yes, Okun. Now that way they investigate the corner territory. Exactly. Now Okun road that they investigate the corner territory. Igboshodi and Okun, we get common boundary together. Igboshodi and Okun, we get common boundary together. They even get plot. You not to that place. Our boundary not too far for there. We don't talk. We don't tire. Our Baba na here for common. Oh my governor. Deputy governor. Deputy governor. Yes now. Denko. Is that on Aviana? Every day. Now the road where serve you now, where serve us now, the one with the old road where they follow. Serve for back. Now it is small car called they follow now. That road we don't abandon them, but that one the whole road before they do this one 1977. The old road. Now they do this one 1977. 1977. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, bro. More beg. More come this side.
everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Walsawage. And today we want to talk about that issue that you have with medicine. When medicine stops, because I know that some persons will say, I've been taking malaria medicines all this while and it's not working. I've been taking this drug and this drug is not working. So why is it that drugs don't work anymore? So today we have brought somebody into the studio who's going to be telling us a lot about this, okay? And our topic for today is antimicrobial resistance. Simply put, when medicines stop working. And I have with me in the studio a former head medical laboratory services, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Benin City, and she is presently a lecturer at the Department of Medical Laboratory Sciences, University of Benin. Join me, people, to welcome Dr. Precious Etiosa Ikpo. It's a pleasure to have you join us today, Doctor.
Thank you, Adiswa, for having me.
Thank you. And you know, this topic we want to talk about today is a problem to a lot of persons. You hear people complain, oh, I've taken this medicine, I've taken that medicine, and this ailment is still there, is still persisting. So talk to us, doctor. Why the topic is very important. That is, why do medicines stop working? Antimicrobial resistance. So talk to us about it. Walk us through this journey.
Okay. Thank you very much, Adiswa, for
You're
having
welcome.
me. Medicine, yes, a lot of people complain that medicine no longer work, which is true in some cases. I want to talk about antimicrobial resistance because that's mostly the complaint we have these days. Why medicine do not work?
Yes, tell us.
Because we abuse these medications. Now, talking about antimicrobial, these are agents, these are medicine that are used to treat a specific kind of ailment. Let's be particular now, bacteria. When you are treating bacteria, you use antibiotics. You are treating viruses, you use antivirus. You are treating fungi, you use antifungi. These are germs, these names we are calling, these are germs that microorganisms that you cannot see with the naked eyes. And so there are specific medications that have been formulated to work for them. Now, why wouldn't it work? If this medicine are not taken for what it's supposed to be taken for, it will not work. Why won't it work? If this medication is abused or misused, why won't it work? If this medication is not taken when it should be taken, why won't it work? If the right professional, the healthcare professional, is the advice of the healthcare professional is not sought for, why won't it work? If adequate medical laboratory investigation is not done to guide diagnostic process and treatment, you have a whole lot of these problems.
And unfortunately, most of us don't even have use for medical lab services and all of that, because nearly everybody is a medical doctor now.
Wow.
We treat ourselves. Once you, oh, I have a headache. All right, ChatGPT, we talk to ChatGPT, we get an answer, we get drugs, and off we go.
Yeah.
So talk to us, doctor. Why is it that AMR is growing global and local, is a growing global and local health threat?
Just
Why?
like I said earlier, microorganisms, they are everywhere, and they can move from place to place.
Yes.
And so the world is a global village. We have urbanization and westernization and the rest.
So we
people
move around.
As they move around, they are also moving with these organisms, which have now become resistant to the agents that usually take care of them. And so, because of that, even if you are in Lagos or you are in London, it can get to you.
Because people move.
Because people move. And these organisms have become resistant.
So how do we protect ourselves now?
This thing that you are doing, awareness.
Okay.
The first thing is awareness. You do not go and take medication, especially antimicrobial, without healthcare provider guiding you, the right healthcare provider guiding you. You must be aware of that. And number two, if you are taking medication, you must, like I said, you must follow what was advised by the healthcare provider. There are some medications they tell you, you take the first dose now, in the next 8 hours, that's when you should take it. In the next 8 hours, you take the next one, because there's something that wants to be broken in that organism.
And so you must follow
the regimen.
follow
the regimen. If you don't follow the regimen, there are some persons, which I feel we'll talk about later, once they start feeling okay, they just throw it away.
You are talking to some of us.
And so because of that, we have issues. So to protect ourselves, public awareness about the dangers of not completing the dosage of whatever medication, public awareness on the need for proper medical laboratory diagnosis, seeing a physician so that the physician will guide you on what to do.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of misuse, overuse, overdose, and all of that, some persons don't know. I'll tell you something. Just last week, I walked into a pharmacy to get, I needed PCM.
Okay.
And I just walked into the pharmacy to get, and I heard the nurse wearing a scrub, who is obviously not a nurse in practice, maybe a nurse in name, telling the person looking for medication to say, hey, if you take her once like that, you know, because I clearly saw the drugs. It's something you take, maybe every 2 hours, or they say, hey, take her once. Hey, they no write antibiotics for you. Make her give you. And then she went ahead to give this person antibiotics. And I didn't want somebody to beat me that hot afternoon, so I was like, why would this nurse, obviously an auxiliary or somebody who is not even qualified at all, just because you're wearing a scrub, prescribing medicine for somebody who came to buy a certain drugs, and she is adding other drugs to that person, and this person will go home now and take all of those drugs at once, not knowing if he has overdosed himself, if he has underdosed himself, or if he's misusing this drug. So some persons don't even know that this is what they are doing. Explain to us, doctor, in clear terms, how that person out there will know that, look, I'm overdosing myself, I'm misusing, I'm overusing, I'm not doing the right thing about this drug.
I will still go back to what I said earlier. You should seek the services of a professional.
Which is very hard for most people to do.
Yes, I can't do what you are doing now because it is not my profession. And in medicine, there are different, it's a collaborative work. There are medical doctors, med lab scientists, nurses, pharmacists, and the like. They all have their various functions and roles. So you as an individual who knows he needs medical attention should not go to anyhow place or any person because I used this drug for my child last week, it worked, and this is how they took it, then I will take it. Oh, somebody is having a boy somewhere here. Once you just take that red and yellow capsule, it will just clear. This public awareness that you are doing is something that must be continuous. You can't stop not
even with
it.
the public awareness, doctor, I can tell you for free that people still do what they want to do as far as approaching medical services is concerned. Okay, look at it for instance. I was at UBTH facility and somebody was brought in almost dead, and before the doctors came, the person was gone, and the next thing is, they don't kill him. Okay, why did you wait? Because going for medical services is one thing that most people don't like to do. They see it as a big man thing, and then they wait until you have just I will explain it now. So a thin line between life and death before you start running. Emergency, and where do they go to? They go to government hospital, and then all of that happens. So between that time and the time of rushing that person to the hospital, why would somebody not seek medical attention in a proper hospital? You and I know that there are lots and lots of room and parlor hospitals everywhere, and there are so many room and parlor, pharmacy, chemist, whatever name they want to call it. Now, how do we begin to disabuse the minds of people out there who still feel like, and this has got nothing to do with education or how educated the person is, so how do we begin to disabuse the minds of people on the need to seek medical attention, to use their drugs as they should?
Okay, Adesua.
It's a big one, yeah?
Well, you know, the place of policymakers cannot be overemphasized.
You're right.
Let's be frank with ourselves. Yes, we are doing awareness. There should be increased awareness, but there should be institutional policy. There should be policy on health. And you know, many people, I don't know if that is a good enough reason when it has to do with life. They think about the time you are going to spend in UBTH, the time I'm going to spend in the hospital. They think about the finances, not forgetting that health is wealth. So all these factors, plus lack of awareness, is all that is making people not to seek medical attention. Maybe some persons, they look at, yes, I've talked about the finances and all that. And we know we have, ideally, when people think about going to tertiary, big hospital like tertiary institution, they think about the time. So we're supposed to have primary health care centers close by where people can access good medical care.
There are primary health care centers that are functional, but people still don't use it.
How many people are aware of the primary health care center close to them? Do you know the one close to you?
I know.
Okay, because
I know.
You go out of your way
to me.
Yeah, because you go out of your way to know.
People know, but I don't know the mentality behind the idea of let's go to this one chemist and buy this thing.
It's quick.
Let's go.
There's no delay, and it seems to be cheaper. And so they can just give them. And sometimes what happens, like when you take some medication, maybe somebody has a fungal infection, for example, and they just give him a cream for bacteria. They just rub it and the face is burning. They say, it has burned too. It's already going, and they just leave it. So because sometimes they get quick, they feel they have gotten quick healing or quick response, and so they don't see the need to go until it becomes worse, because many of all these infections, many of all these things, they are latent to be hidden. At the beginning, you take, it's like when you have a child and the child takes, when a child is having temperature and you give the child paracetamol, the temperature comes down, right? And the child starts jumping about. But the underlying pathology is still there. That is how it is. So people need to be aware of the need to get medical attention, and policymakers, the hospitals should be accessible, available, friendly, and this NHI is available for everybody, but how many persons are aware of it? I had cause to speak with some family members. You have 5 already. Go and register with NHIs. Once you have 5, whether you're a government worker or not, so that you can access quality care.
You know the crazy thing about this one is that why should I pay for something that I may not even use? You know, that is the mentality. I've interviewed a couple of persons and they're like, why should I key into this insurance scheme when I may not, and my family members may not? You know, that kind of a thing.
So we will not stop talking, because you may not use it. One day your family member will use it. You may not use it. Your mom, your dad, as they grow older, they may use it. And what is wrong is just registering, because we don't own life. We don't know what the next issue that may arise. So when it arises, that's when you should start running better scatter. So we cannot stop the need for continuous public awareness, whether on air, whether anywhere. We must not stop. And we have to also help people to understand that they already know that health is wealth. However, we need to keep encouraging them, because they look at the money, they look at the time, they look at, sister nurse can help me. And there should and there should be policy on those other small, I don't want to say other health facilities that are not, they shouldn't do what they are not.
The room and parlor health facilities.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Because there are so many now.
So there should be, we know there are rules and regulations, but it should be properly enforced. Because we are actually giving people false hope. Because you say, I don't go one hospital there, maybe they don't have what to say.
Briefly, we'll talk about giving children life, like the example you made, giving children PCM, and then the temperature comes down, the child starts running around. But you know that a lot of persons don't even know when to give their children PCM. Oh, your body they hot, they have given that child PCM. They can give that child like 2 or 3 times in a day. Please, We're going to go on a break now. When we come back, you will just explain to us step by step the need for people, the need for mothers, the need for men to be very careful, the way they take drugs, the way drugs are administered, and of course, where they go to seek help. All right, doctor, before I ask you the next question, I asked you something before we went on air, just for the purpose of emphasis and more understanding. Please walk us through the step by step on the need for us to know how to take our drugs, when to take it, how to take it, when to stop, and all of that. Just if you want to speak pidgin, please do. In a layman's language, how to say this is what to do, this is what not to do. Because like you mentioned before, if I'm taking the drugs and I feel better, I will not complete it. and that is how it is with a lot of persons. I beg, I don't well, because I don't like to swallow drugs. But in recent times, I'm being compelled to. You understand? There is no escape. You just have to. And these drugs are regimented. Okay? Yeah, regimented. So now, walk that person through who is also behaving like the way he or she wants.
Okay,
because maybe hearing from a doctor will make more impact.
Okay, the example I can use is when you look at these germs. Now, let me use the word germs, microorganisms. It's like the way when a human being is growing up, there are stages in life. There's a time that a child is able to sit. There's a time that the child is able to start getting up and all that. So these microorganisms or whatever thing that is causing the ailment, if we are dealing, because we are dealing with antimicrobials now, we're dealing with germs now. They all have different life process, they have stages, they have different features that just like the way you and I, we are living and functioning. Microorganisms have a system that they are using to survive. And so people who design this medication, they either design medication that will affect either a particular stage or a particular part. And this thing takes a process. So if, for example, I'm on antivirus and the first 2 days I start feeling better, that does not mean that the virus is completely dead. Benin woman, when you kill a millipede, or when you hit a millipede and you cut it and it will still be waggling now, or maybe you don't cut it completely. No, when it will still be waggling. When you are killing chicken, you are cutting the neck, you have not fully cut it. Some can still be jumping.
Of course it will jump.
That's how microorganisms are. So when you start the medication and you start feeling better, that does not mean that it is completely healed.
So it's important you start and finish.
Abundantly important that you must complete it, and according to how the healthcare professional has advised you. Qualified healthcare professional has advised you. You must follow it, because there is a process for each stage.
Fantastic. All right, this question affects all of us. Now, the impact of AMR on patients, on families and healthcare system is what I want you to talk about now, doctor.
AMR is a global problem. That's antimicrobial resistance. AMR is a growing global problem. In fact, is one of the biggest health challenges. You cannot imagine up to about 1.27 million people have this issue, and about 5 million people have issues of AMR and the rest globally. And so the impact is gross. The impact on the patient, longer stay in the hospital, because the medication that was supposed to work before within a particular time range has been distorted. And so the patient have to stay longer in the hospital, and you know the implication of staying in the hospital. It's not comfortable. It's not at home. It's not usually a pleasant experience. So there will be emotional stress. There will be a lot of issues associated with staying in the hospital. Then on the relations, economic loss. Because when a person is taking care of a sick person who should have maybe just do 3 days in the hospital, and the person is doing 1 month, there's emotional stress, there's economic stress, there's financial stress, and a whole lot of that. Then on the hospital, longer stay. Because, okay, we have a lot of persons who need medical care, and one person is there because the person is occupying space. So you need more resources. You need higher medication. Then the personnel are overworked. So if you combine all this,
it's a lot.
It's a lot. Then on the side of the government, you have to spend more money. People now start saying the hospitals do not have enough facility, they don't this, they don't that. Yes, I know we should improve on all that. But if we do not follow the regimen,
if the individual refuses to do the needful,
handling AMR, antimicrobial resistance, it's not just the doctor or the family, it's everybody's business, because antimicrobial resistance issue affects everybody regardless of age, whether it's a baby, whether it's an adult, whether he's rich, whether he's poor, whether he lives in Nigeria or he lives in the UK, he lives in Australia, it is global. So we have to come together because this impact, it affects across boards.
All right, doctor, as we round up now, what's the way forward?
The way forward is this. Let's not misuse medications. Let's ensure that we meet professionals, medical professionals, who we see to our issues. Let's ensure we have, for the medical laboratory, there must be adequate medical laboratory investigation to give guidance, so that you will not waste time in doing trial and error. Because when you do tests, you know exactly what the problem is, and you can guide. The doctors cannot be guided because they are going to add other things that they have observed to that, to make sure that the patient is properly treated. And we should do more awareness, just like you are doing. We should, those of us that are aware, we should make the sacrifice to encourage people to go for proper medical care, to follow the regimen that has been given, not to throw it away. And as mothers, as fathers, as uncles and as aunties, monitor your people when they are on medication. Be the accountability partner. Not that your husband is taking drugs, you say his drug is there and you walk away. And you count it. Count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drugs. Okay, you're supposed to take every day. So you go and be checking it. Those some people can see throw maybe just people that throw under the pillow and under the bed. And you can bring out videos, films, more talk for people to see the implication. Like yesterday, I saw something on somebody's status. Though it's outside this topic, it was on this cigarette, what the cigarette does, the smoking does to the lung. If you see the animation, very vivid, you can also let people see. If you take your medication like this is what happens in the system with the microorganism, and this is how it gets better. But if you stop this way, this is what happens. I believe with all that, with more finances provided for health care, encouraging people to go and get their NHIS and all that, life will be better.
Okay, doctor, this is where I say thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the show. We'll do this again because, like you said, we must keep this enlightenment campaign and awareness story so that people will understand how to take good care of themselves. Thank you so much. All right, people.
Thank you.
Your health is in your hands. Do with it what you will, but it will be sweet if you do what is good and what is right. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope. Yari yari, Oba Tope. Yari yari, 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 yari.
Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to Women in Conversation. We call it in short WIC. It is a table where women sit together to discuss issues pertaining family, not just, usually I'll tell you issues pertaining women, but we have found out that the women are the family. So we discuss issues pertaining family, when we say family, children, brothers, sisters, husbands, in-laws in total. So today that we are sitting here, I have with me, as usual, my pretty women, as usual, they are always sitting pretty to discuss issues pertaining family. And to my right, I have Mrs. Gift Furera Onuzo.
It's a pleasure being here. Morning.
Gift, you know, this is your Furera name. Anyway, because I know the meaning, I'll be biting my tongue whenever I want to pronounce it because the meaning is so pretty. The meaning means beautiful
flower.
Oh my God, beautiful flower. And you are sitting like a very beautiful rose.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us
Thank you.
this day. And then we have Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani, I know why I paused there when I said Mrs. But it's all good and well. She is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sani is always pretty. I have told her we have to go around Miss Nigeria so that she can represent us in the contest.
Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad to be here too. You are pretty too.
Thank you. And then we have a first timer here. Would we say the first timer joining us? She is Miss Bola Ige. Not the Bola Ige you think, but she is Miss Bola Ige Oyebade.
Yeah.
Oyebade. She's an artist. She's going to be singing for us before we leave this table today. And she's also a real estate consultant. Did I tell you that Chief Gift is also an executive chef who had promised us some food before we leave this table today? You're all welcome to the table this morning.
Thank you. Good to be
Okay, so we're going to be talking on can love alone sustain marriage? That's the topic of what we're going to be talking on today. Can love alone sustain marriage? Should I start with you, Tony?
If I'm to answer that question properly, it is yes and no. Yes, in the sense that love is the foundation of all marriages. That's the foundation. Apart from the physical attraction, emotional connection, and everything, we bring out the love. And that genuine love comes with trust. And it's as if you are okay with every condition that you meet in that marriage. You'll be glad, you'll be happy, because you are doing what you're happy doing. You are with somebody that is making you happy. So it sustains marriage. But to some extent, that is a marriage where there's provisions, where there's vision and provision, where there's trust and friendship. But when there's love and we are hungry, something will happen to him.
So you're saying love cannot hold hunger?
To some extent. When it gets to a point that we love ourselves, but we can't afford rent, but we can't pay children's school fees, and we are hungry, something has to be done. Love can't go beyond that level. But love can start from Genesis to Revelation if there is provision, trust, and friendship. Love will balance to sustain the marriage. But it can never sustain the marriage alone without those subordinates.
I see. I understand what you're going to, what you're saying. You know, some people will tell you that they can't love in an empty stomach. I mean, you hear them say, I can't be hungry and I'm loving you. So that's where Tony is going. So what's your own take? Can love alone sustain marriage?
Well, love is a good thing, like the Bible said. But it can't sustain marriage. It can't. Like she said, it will take you to a point. And after that point, what next? If I love somebody and the person is not providing, because when you love somebody, you give. Love is giving. So when the love that you say you have in a marriage is not providing, the love dies. So a love alone cannot sustain marriage. The condiment that comes with love will have to go with it. Because when you want to pay the bills, the children are crying. You cannot afford seeing your child crying, hungry, and you say this love that will sustain that child. It's not possible. So love alone cannot sustain marriage.
Okay, let me come to you, please. Love alone cannot sustain the marriage. But then again, when you love, you sacrifice some things, and then you tend to, support your husband or your spouse, okay? And she's saying that love alone cannot sustain the marriage because when you see your child crying for hunger, you want to turn away from love and make sure that this child eats. But supporting your spouse, maybe you have enough to bring to support him. Would you still be in love when you're the only one, bringing out, dishing it out, paying the bills and trying to run the family? Will that love still be there?
I think the woman should understand that the man is going through process. But it's going to be bad when the man now eventually just relax because the woman is providing and he doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to help, especially when she comes back, he's with remote watching TV. Then when she comes back, she's still the person that will still enter the kitchen, do some chores in the house again. While he's still with his remote. I mean, they at that point,
the love dies.
The love begins to die because hurt will come in, resentment will come in. You understand? So that is why I said it's either yes or no.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we have had a situation. Let me give you a scenario that I saw some time ago. I was called into this. So the man is a pastor, okay, and the woman works with the federal government. And now the man doesn't want to do any other thing than just the pastoring job. And so the woman walked up to me and said, she's getting tired.
Wow.
Yeah, that she's actually getting tired. That she has tried to set him up with different things, but he just keeps saying, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, I'm a pastor, full-time pastor, you're right. And so she called my attention to say that she was getting tired and all that. So I walked up to the man because I have been called. I said, because actually the lady happens to be a relation. So I said, this is what your wife said and that's what your wife said. Why don't you want to do anything? She has tried to set you up and all of that. And he said his time is committed to God's work. In this situation, what do you do to him?
I'm calling him all this time.
Oh my God. No.
Because let's go to the Bible. In the Genesis, God called Moses. Take Israelite, my people, out of this land to another land. It is Moses that have direct relationship with God, not the Israelites. It's because of the love of that God that made those Israelites follow Moses and obey Moses. And they see the trials, they pass. The trial, they pass. So this God really loves us to be doing this. Do you know at a particular point, the Lord filled the Israelites when they were hungry?
Yeah, He did.
They asked Moses, give us food, but let us go back to where we are coming from. Examine the marriage. When there is no proper provision, it won't work. Even when they need water, they change. Even the love they have for Moses expired. Because they did something. I don't understand the scenario of calling. Because everybody has a calling. It is for you to discover your own. Thank God I know my own calling from the calling of my own dear pastor. I pick my God directors, put me in my own calling, and I'm okay with it. But I've not heard that God said, drop your hoe and cutlass and follow me. I am not the disciple. It's only the disciple, 12, that Jesus Christ called. They were doing something.
Yeah.
It's not as if they were just they were doing something. And he called them, follow me. And they obeyed because that call is with provision. They were doing something and God called them. Jesus called them, follow me. And immediately provision for them. I never read where they lack till the very end. But you are not doing something. God knows they call lazy man. No, God, I don't understand. God cannot call a lazy man. You must be doing something. God must have trusted you with what you are doing with your life and with your career before you can now assign a duty to you. When you are failing yourself, why would you fail God? You can't manage any resources. You can't bring anything to the table. God will now pick a disciple and put in your hand to trust you with disciples. It's not possible. How will you take care of the sheep? Of the sheep, it's not possible. So me, it's a zero. That man, they will not come my way. They will not come to the generation's way. That you will tell me God.
Toy, that's okay. That's fine. That's Toy, that's okay. Let me get your view on this.
Oh my God! You see, the Bible says, "He that does not provide for his house is worse than an infidel." So,
but in this case, he has been called and is working for God.
He is working for God.
Twin.
How? There are pastors, there are lawyers, there are pastors, there are so many, even the pastor was
yes. Well, me, I would say that because when we are talking about is love enough, it starts from there. Because sometimes, because love is just a feeling. And that feeling can be punctured
anytime.
You understand?
Like a balloon.
Yes, it can be punctured. Now, initially, when this love thing starts happening, you may not be thinking outside the box
at that time.
Because I believe the problem started from there. Yes. Because there must be a discussion, or they didn't discuss. Of course, they should have discussed. Initially.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a man of God. God has called me to full time. And I'm going to marry you. You doing the work.
We're going to stop there.
Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be back to continue this interesting discussion. Please sit.
Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking about can love alone sustain marriage. And the table was being heated before we went for a very short break. I called for that break so we could have water because Tony was already shaking the table and was telling me, listen, they shouldn't call me for that kind of thing. But anyway, welcome back. So you were saying something.
Yes. So, because of love, so probably there was no discussion outside the box. Okay, I'm a full-time pastor. God has called me. I don't want to do any other.
So full-time pastors don't eat?
No, they know they buy things.
No, the truth is
they don't go to market.
The truth is, when we are talking about this full-time, let's be realistic. There are exceptions. You understand? Yes, there are exceptions.
Yeah,
it's not absolute.
True.
It's
There
not
are
absolute.
exceptions. True.
You understand? Yeah. So we look at this.
Let the viewers understand what you mean.
We can even use the Jew as an example. He was a lecturer later, and he has to stop face the ministry.
Yeah, because the demand was much on him.
Grow to that extent.
To some extent, yes.
The ministry must have been ready to sustain itself.
Yes.
Before you can drop. A church that you are just planting. Maybe you have just 50 and 100
members, yes.
And you now say God call you full time. Those people need food.
Your family needs food.
Your family, you pay bills.
Yes.
You have parents. Was that where you were going to?
Yeah, part of it.
Okay.
It's part of it.
All right.
Now,
what I understand.
Yes, when I said that there are exceptions, because when somebody said, I am called, you understand? You are not there. Me, I'm not there. It's God that called the person, and the person and God know what they discuss, what their relationship, what they said. You understand? There are some people that God might really not say that they should go and do something. You understand? But where the missing line is that the man of God should bring the wife to a place of understanding. If he does not bring the wife to the place of understanding, he will be finding it hard with the wife.
Exactly.
Okay. The place of understanding, I mean, is that make the woman to know that
no, well, yes, when I say place of understanding, from from the little of the man, the woman will be able to know that if this man has much, he will be able to do more. You understand? If this from the little, of course, he cannot say he's not getting anything.
Gift, let me come in there. In such a scenario, for me, I don't think the man needs to get married and bring in children.
In the
Because
first
who are you
place.
expecting in the first place?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who are you expecting to help take care of your children?
Responsibility.
Did God say that you should come and serve him and don't, cater for your responsibilities?
No. God did not say that.
I mean, because even if you're not married, you must be living in a house. You will eat. So how do you do all of
clothe
that?
yourself?
Clothe yourselves. Yeah, just like she said that it is only the 12 apostles that God permitted to do that.
To leave whatever they were doing and
to
follow
Jesus. So do you know that?
And I will make you fishers of men because they were doing something.
But let me tell you, the truth is that as a man of God that is called, as in quote, called, because there are people who call themselves, but there are people who call themselves, but if you are actually called, you are called with your provision. You are called with your provision. God will meet that need. You understand? But but somehow there are ones who call themselves, and there are ones that are hiding under that God has called them. You understand? And if they hide, of course, they become lazy, and then they tend not to.
Let's leave this argument because truly, Toyin is not agreeing with what you are saying.
Okay.
In fact, she's nodding her head already. She's not agreeing with what you're saying
All right.
because a man of God is also a human being who has to face the
normal life
that
hurdles,
we
yes.
all live.
Yes.
He has to eat even if he's not married. He has 8 families he has to take care of, and take care of himself. He has siblings that he has to take care of. But let me ask this question. We're talking if love alone can sustain a marriage. Yes. Okay. For love, who do you think sacrifice more in marriage, the men or the women?
A very big topic.
Let me start with you, Bolaige.
It's obvious. There is a woman that sacrifices more. Is the woman that sacrifices more in the marriage, because what she does, she take care of the man, she take care of the children when they start coming in, she take care of herself. Now the extended families are in there too. They'll be expecting so much from her, not minding what she herself is facing. She might be going through so many things and nobody cares to know. And she might not want to say it because I don't want my families to, or my husband's family to like maybe have the bad impression about me. So she keeps swallowing everything. So she
keeps bearing.
Yeah, she keeps bearing. She wouldn't want to fall. I mean, look the weak part, especially when it comes to her children. She wants to show them that I am strong, no matter what. She wants to be out there for them. And she is the pillar of the house somehow. Not just somehow, she is even the pillar of the house. Yeah, the husband is the head. She is the pillar of the house. Because whatever...
She is the neck of the head.
Yes.
She's the engine of the house.
She is. Because whatever she runs in the house is what stands. The husband just goes outside. Some men don't even care what happens in the house. She goes out. They go out, bring in the thing that they want to bring in for the house to... I have given it to you. If not,
so she's the master planner.
She just do it and whatever have I not provided. Some men are like, I provide for you, so what else do you want? You know, so she is the one that sacrifices the more in the house. The woman bears so much. Is it the childbearing? Is it the labor? Is it the menstrual wahala thing that women go through? Menopause, you just name it. And nobody
prayer. You're not talking about the prayer aspect.
Exactly.
They are always
so
24 hours on their
they
knees.
don't. In fact, the man wants my children. The man will just be there doing whatever he's doing outside, and my wife is there.
Okay, let me hear your view. You know, who sacrifices more?
I'm not going to agree with that 100%, because this thing we are talking, it depends on the kind of partner that God bless you with. where I will agree with you is the situation where the husband is working and the wife is working. They are both going out to provide for the family. And when we now come back, the house chore and everything is going to fall on the women. In that aspect, there's no two way about it.
The woman is doing the sacrifice.
Major. But in a situation where my gender will be at all, painting nails, washing dishes, checking all the program, there is a cook, there's house help, there's a nanny, there's a driver.
Okay.
And the man is
out there hustling.
That's the generation we have now.
Eating whatever kind of food. And with all those provisions, you didn't even remember to give him breakfast before he left the house. And it's going. Some men might not even eat till around 3-4. And you are the one providing for all days. In that scenario, it's not the woman. It's not the woman.
Yeah, true.
Don't be selfish in this aspect.
True.
So
that
it
was
depends.
my thought. True. It's my thought.
It depends. We have some women that they don't even know how much the husband is giving to their own family, to our own family.
It's true.
The husband is bearing the responsibility of his own family and the wife's family. We have some women like that. I know them. They have the time when they will go to spa, when they will go to cinema, when they will go to shopping, when they are all that is what they are planning. And they will go for holiday. Those people, are you telling me? So,
but like it says, it's soft life. It's
called
soft life.
Yes. We have a lot of women in that category now.
Of course.
Yes, of course. But we have a lot too that they wake up in the morning. The wife wake up 3 a.m., prepare the children, prepare herself, prepare even the man. True. And the honorable man will just wake up to the bathroom, go and wait in the dining for the breakfast, and they go pressing on. I'm waiting for you.
Exactly. Because she has to hurry up.
And we go together and still come back on the traffic of Lagos. And you will now say it is Arsenal that is playing today. It is Liverpool.
Exactly.
While I'm in the kitchen and hope work of the children. Another thing in that aspect, I give it to women, I give it to my gender. God bless all those women in that category. And to my other people too, in the same other category, that it is nail, eyeshadow, the screen, the everything. I give it to you too, but you are not doing too well in the marriage. We can compare you to those that need special, called a special award. They are doing well. For all the responsible men that are doing their duty, I give it to you, sir. And we have a lot of men too, that when they fold leg like this, they talk about the league. The women are providing financially, emotionally,
mentally,
in fact,
spiritually.
Everything, even for the children, upkeep and upbringing. I give it to those women. So it's
two ways. It is two ways, of course.
So do you agree with her?
Yes, I agree with her totally. That's my thought too. Yes, I agree with her.
Okay, so there's a story making headlines on the social media where a woman came and was asking questions. Should she divorce her husband? We're talking about who sacrifices more in the marriage. Is it the men or the women? And so she said her husband, during the Ileya, bought his own family rams, 2 rams, and never gave her anything to give to her family or bought her family ram. In this situation, do you think the woman in that marriage is sacrificing in a negative aspect?
No. Let's be very realistic.
Yes.
Let's be very realistic here. Ileya, let me assume you are the husband.
Okay.
Ileya, your family. Ileya, my family. You bought
ram
for your family
too.
It is my responsibility to buy for my family too.
You don't think it's the man's responsibility?
Why? It is when the man chooses to. And it depends on the relationship and how what you are contributing to that marriage. If a woman is a good woman and you are contributing well, you don't even need to ask him in that period. And it depends on the kind of family
well,
that the husband that the in-law is to. If the in-law
I actually disagree to it.
No, it's possible.
Yes, I disagree to some points.
No, it's possible you disagree. But my point is, see, it's a good thing that we all have expectation
from
all the spouses. Good. But do you know it's killing them gradually?
Let me Toyin, hold on. Toyin, let me come in. Let me ask you a personal and private question.
Thank you.
Now, if your daughter gets married, and let's assume Christmas, has her husband, yes, she's working. It doesn't mean that she's not working, she can't afford it.
True.
It's the respect that the man, her husband, has for you as her in-law. Now, this is Christmas. He has bought his parents, let's assume, goats. And his wife is seeing it. And nothing is extended to the mother. Not that she can't afford it, but that she was expecting that.
It depends on the kind of relationship that is between them. I'm telling you, there are some family, the in-law do not deserve a loaf of bread. Because when they were going, you have even used your mouth to run the man down, the guy down. You never think that guy, I'm talking from
amount to something.
Experience.
Yes.
You never think that the guy can turn to anything in life. And no matter how this guy tried, you keep using your mouth to bring him down, bad-mouthing him, bringing his ego and everything down. If you are a good wife and your family is good, as the husband is doing his own, he's doing your own without being asked.
He doesn't even
because he's into the both families now. Yes,
he will do it gladly. If it is the woman that is ranting. If we have a thing to interview the man will tell you that I did it and I do it for this very reasons.
Yeah.
But in a good way.
Gifts. Let's round off with gifts.
All right.
Idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
My idea and my thoughts, for the reason why, for the purpose of, or will I say, for the reason he bought 2 rams, to his own family, and didn't buy for his wife's family, is the reason why they are rancouring against him. That is it. It's the reason why, because this thing, we are talking about sacrifice. Even if they are bad-mouthing him, they don't like him. I mean, you don't pay evil for evil. For the fact that you are marrying their daughter, and probably she had children for you, even if you are not doing it for her, what about for your children? You understand? So, and 2, instead of like, okay, let me buy 1 and take 1, if it is for the money that is not there, let me take 1 and then take 1 here. But doing it not at all. I don't think he even wants the marriage as for the man, because he knows that judge we outside. Because we never knew whether this man bought last year and it was chaotic, or bought for an ingrate family.
Okay,
that should come in again.
But both answers actually make sense to me. They both make sense to me. I have seen a husband too who went to marry a girl in the family when he had nothing. They kept bad-mouthing. In fact, the girl cannot even speak where families are talking until the man grew to something. And when he grew to something, he refused to look at that family. Even when the wife would cry and say, just give my mother, I said, I will give later. And later talking. I really didn't want it to get ended, because I also had a lot of questions that I would have loved to ask my women here. Of course, with Toyin will always shake this table. Toyin will always shake this table. Anyway, we've come to the end of today's program, and we hope to see you next time. Join us when we come back again for Women in Conversation. I'm Patricia Oyederos. Thank
ITV, certainly the best.
afternoon and welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Ombasha. Well, today we're deliberating two important topics bordering on politics. Yes, none have heard about the clamor for restructuring of the cabinet of Mr. President. Do you feel that it is high time they were structured, so to speak? The FEC, yes, Federal Executive Council, with what has been happening in the country, do you feel that many ministers are doing what they ought to do, or just a few of them that are doing the right thing at the right time? What about the minute number of these ministers? They will be representing their office. Are they doing those things that they need to do to make Nigeria move forward in that particular area they are given to oversee? Now that is on one hand. On the other hand, you might have heard about Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. Yes, Peter Obi told Nigerians, was it last year or some months ago, that he is interested in occupying Aso Rock. He wants to be the #1 man in Nigeria, and he just wants to do it for one term. He came out, he signed an undertaking, so Nigerians will get to know that he's really, really serious about his one-term drive. The big question now is it going to make any difference in the forthcoming presidential election? Because that seems to be what is at the front of the banner. He's saying, just give me 4 years. That is all I need. I'm not asking for much, and I will turn the story of Nigeria around. Do you think he can do it? Do you think this will sway voters to his own direction? All these and more will take a look at today's installment of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Once again, I am Wilson Omasha. From my extreme left, he is an accountant, a child accountant, yes, an author, and one-time governorship candidate. No mention is the chairman of all chairmen of political parties in Edo States. Join me to welcome Bishop Akhalame. Welcome to Nigeria.
Good afternoon, viewers.
All right. Well, he's not a bishop as a clergyman, you know now. We have a clergyman sitting right next to him. Are you a pastor now?
Good.
We have a clergyman sitting next to him. A very, very vibrant analytical affairs commentator is no other person than Bishop Austin Igbasa. Welcome, Bishop. All right.
Good afternoon, viewers.
Very close to me, he's very active when you talk about, activism, analysis. He's also an academia. Yes. Political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Jude Obasami. I like calling him Presido. It's a pleasure to have you on set with me this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much, Wilson.
All right.
It's a pleasure to be with you again after some time.
Yeah.
I was expected to add Bishop to my name.
Oh, really? We don't have two bishops right now. All right, let me start off from Bishop Akhalame. Do you feel that it's high time there is a change or restructuring of the Federal Executive Council, talking about the ministers, from your own understanding of what you see the country go through in recent times?
Well, if you check very well, it is normal to reshuffle a cabinet. You can see that Mr. President has not done a major reshuffle, apart from the minor he did in the month of April. Well, there are various reasons why this reshuffle have to take place by Mr. President. One, for political performance. A situation where people who do not have what it takes to hold responsibility, occupy an office, remain then all productive. Then, Mr. President have to do away with liabilities. We have to ensure that he filter the system. Let those who have the capacity come in. Those who are liabilities go home and face their businesses. That's one. There's what is called geopolitical balancing. A situation when you look at the geopolitical zone, just to ensure that a zone is not marginalized. Balance the geopolitical zone. That one is there. Then the third one is for political strategy. Because if you are Mr. President or you occupy an office and you want to win an election, all you need to do is that they called political patronage to ensure that those who you feel. I'm not talking the mind of Mr. President right now as a politician who wants to win an election. That's as in the area of strategy, and to ensure that those who you are bringing, you patronage, you know that will be material to you in winning elections. This is key. So the one I will take home as a patriotic Nigerian who want this country to move, you know, to a place where everybody will be happy, to economic prosperity, is that in this exercise that we are assuming to take place, that Mr. President should look very well to ensure to look at those ministries, look at these all productive ministries, where these people are trusted with this responsibility, public trust, are not functioning properly, and replace them with people who can deliver.
All right. With people who can deliver. From your own assessment, Bishop Ibasa, do you feel that some ministers the Federal Republic of Nigeria, are they lagging in fulfilling their responsibilities? Because what Mr. President said, he said he has given them all the need to operate and to take Nigeria to a higher height.
In every group, every person in that group cannot have the same capacity. Even when Jesus had 12 disciples, there are 2 or 3 who failed. Peter wasn't able to stand denial. Judas, a betrayer. Thomas cannot stand 3 days that Jesus was not available. He was doubtful. So as much as Mr. President assembled the crowds of people that are working with him, there are ministers that are not doing too well. All of us knew that. Mr. President have given an open check for all these ministers to function. And none of them will say there is no fund available for them to work. So, but if you look at the team of ministers that work with Mr. President, you see there are some persons that you don't even hear what they are doing. So, for me, as there's somebody that is in charge. I think this woman that headed MPA before, who was in charge of monitoring all the ministers, and also there is a benchmark. There is also a performance list that is made available, that those people are being monitored by this supervising woman who was put there to supervise the activities, because every minister and ministry have what they call a clear-cut responsibility, things you're supposed to meet up. And this young lady from the north is the one that Adiza something, is the one that is monitoring the exercise among the ministers. There are ministers that were not hearing what they are doing. I'm not saying all of them are not working. There are some that their job does not go with plenty of publicity and they are working. But there are people that we know that they are not working. If you are going to mention the ministers today, you mention Wike, you mention the likes of Umahi, you mention the likes of Minister of Finance. But I think after you mention like 4 or 5 or 6, that we see that you can say they are on the ground working. But I know that there are some ministers that their job is not for advert, but their job is like an intestine operation. Now, since there is a yardstick to measure the performance, it is now high time, because for Nigerians to get the dividends of democracy, that is one. Then second reason is that you are going to an election. When you are going to an election year, you must be able to see that for political patronage, that is not the key word that is used by electorate, but in politics, you must be able to say some persons have to come back home, put some persons inside again, and you know that they have political weight and they have political value, and they are movers and shakers from where they come from, so that they can also put in so much into it. Like Minister of Interior, now all of us have seen signs and wonder the young man have done from Ondo State. So those kind of people, you cannot say you want to change them, because they are doing so much that today you can sit at home and get your passport. What you are going to even go and meet your traditional ruler to help you in 6 months to get. So there are people that are performing that need to perform more. Jesus said the branch in me that bring forth more food, he will clean it up so that they can produce more. Then those who are not doing too well, they have to go. But there are some people that are not doing too well that need to go, so that somebody that can do better can come up in that place.
All right, I'll come back to you, Bishop Austin. Well, Comrade Jude Obasanmi, I believe I've been monitoring that. It's like, your purview, talking about the watcher of the society. From your own analysis, aside Wike, Minister of Interior, and of course some other ministers, it's like many of them are redundant. Many of them are not meeting up to expectations. Many of them out of over 20 or thereabout. Now, what do you feel should be done?
You have just answered it. If they are not working well, then you can be excused to go and perform elsewhere. But for me, I strongly believe that it is more than just their performance. Even that these are coordinating, you're also trying to ensure that there is proper monitoring of the minister's activities through the key performance indicators that they have gone ahead to set for them. There's more to that. Let's not forget, you have less than 6 or 5 more active months for before the election, and you have less than a year or two for this current regime to leave power. No, to either if they win, they can continue or whatever. But I don't believe there is more than that. It's more or less, I call it a political commentary. Everything is geared towards 2027. So it's not a matter of performance. You see, that term performance is relative. What I might see as performance may not be the indicator, the definition within the palace of political these gladiators. You understand now? So I strongly believe that the president is trying to rearrange his cabinet in such a way that there will not be anybody or any region that might decide to do otherwise. Because when we are trying to say that they are not performing, sorry, look at what happened to the current Minister of Defense, who came out 2 days ago to come and deny that he never planned to resign. That shows that issue of credibility challenge in the presidency. How did the rumor come out? And let's not forget again that major challenge, but an agency, the presidency. So you can see that we have a presidency, so to say, that is struggling to buy the confidence of Nigerians, to let Nigerians feel that yes, I'm working based on the complaints about certain agencies of government or ministry. These are the moves we are taking. Nigerians are tired of this. I want to change, I will change, I will bring another person. Apart from very few of them, most of them are not working. Even if your ministry is not the one that come and publicize your activities, however, we are not feeling your impact. Is it the case of roads? Is it the case of power? Is it the case of education? Which sector? In the case of health? Let's not forget, if you make introspection to the budget performance, because they normally get their funding from what is stipulated
in the budget.
The performance of our budget has been so poor, and the ministers are not, to a very large extent, must have contributed in terms of the approvals of this fund for them to go and work. So for me, I believe that this political commentary that they are just working on now, they just to see how best they can strategize for 2027, and not in any way to improve on the quality of life of Nigerians. So I don't feel that it's anything new that we begin to applaud.
All right, it said it is not going to impact in any way on the quality of life of Nigerians. Now, as a politician, Bishop Akalame, now do you feel that what Mr. President is proposed to do right now in terms of cabinet reshuffle is all about 2027, or is to make Nigerians feel the impact of his government?
You see, when I started, I mentioned that I gave you 3 reasons. These reasons I gave you, I also mentioned that one of the reasons is 2027, but the other reasons which I gave to you, because any president who wants to win an election must ensure that good governance is delivered to the people, and in doing that, you cannot do it alone. You need to look at the quality, the character of the people working with you. So when you reshuffle periodically, first of all, like what His Lordship said, is that first of all you need to examine, there's what is called a coordinating ministers, who reach out to look at measure the performance of all these ministers, how far they have performed in their respective offices, to ensure that they're actually doing what they are being trusted to deliver. If Mr. President discover that this office is not helping me to deliver quality governance to the people, what you need to do is to reshuffle. That is political strategy. To ensure that if people feel your impact, if you are giving responsibility to a minister of Transport or Minister of Works is not doing his job very well, and you know it will affect you as Mr. President, because you need all these people to achieve success. If one or two are failing, it will affect the corporate result, and that is the corporate result that the people will frown at. Who will they point hand to? The Mr. President. So if you don't want people to blame him, they need to look at the contribution of these people who are given responsibilities. In doing that, then the people will now feel the part of the dividend of democracy. Maybe at the end of the day, if they have reservation that they may not vote you, let me tell you something, you can change the mind of the electors a week to an election. A week to an election, I tell you. Now let me tell you now, if you go to any petrol station right now, you can get for at 1 Tara 2, or maybe 1 Tara 16 naira, or 1 Tara 160.
No, 1,330.
1 Tara 330, yeah, 1 Tara 330, or 1 Tara just there, but it depends on the place you go. But let me tell you something, that if Mr. President decides to adjust the price of the pork price, adjust the pork price from 1 Tara 3 to 500 naira a week before election, I tell you, he will win before 12 noon. Just a singular act. I am telling you. So that is why when you reshuffle, you bring capable hands to help you drive the economy. All right. That's true. There are people who helped them before in the last election. They are now redundant. They are not doing anything. They feel cheated. Then you look at them again, you are patronize this one. Let this one go. Bring this one in. So settle the boys. So because you can use them as tools. We call them political machines in their respective unit and words. You win the election. All right. Bishop Austin, someone like saying that this might be an avenue for Mr. President to use some of these ministers as one scapegoat or as a foreman, people that will take the blame for the failures in some aspect of this administration. What do you say about that?
Mr. President is not anybody that knows President Bola Ahmed Tinubu over the years. You know, he's not somebody that does responsibility. It's not a president that does responsibility, and it's not a president that will blame somebody for his own failure. It's only somebody that have not followed him for a very long time. It's somebody that takes responsibility. If you look back, you see that the issue of net fund, he has not even resumed as a president when he started fixing ASU. All of us knew in the days of Jonathan, 12 months they were at home. In the days of Buhari, but you see the proactive measure the man always tap whenever anything else want to come up. Net fund today, nobody will say my child is not going to school because there is no education. My brother said here there is no development. I drive on the road. I drove from Lagos 3 days ago. From interchange to Ijebu, they got in there 10 feet concrete road. It has not happened in the history of Nigeria with 13 mm on the road. Now these are not roads. I was there when they do Sukumbon. They have not commissioned Ajeba Mbele. So you have the heart to drive from Benin to Lagos. I drive there before it's there. I broke myself down from Lagos. So from that interchange to Ijebu, they have gotten to Ijebu on both sides. Akura is going on. Jebba is going on. Ebelu Apangwa is going on. Kefi Nasarawa. I'm talking of concrete road. I'm not talking of roads that have not been commissioned that is already destroyed. The man called Dangote and said, I want to use local content. I'm not importing bitumen. I'm going to use cement. Now he said, employ more workers because you are going to massively bring in cement. Now those people that are working, they are not from the sky. They are not from China. Those who are employed more in Dangote are not where they do the cement we are talking about. Now these men that are working on the road, now they have families that they work there. As I'm not telling you what I read in the newspaper. I'm telling you roads that I drove. So you're giving people the money now, a pass mark. I have videos. We come down those roads and measure and snap. The roads I'm telling you, I'm not telling you. Say a journalist is talking to me. I am a mobile journalist to confirm the authenticity of what is being done. Anybody go to any of these transport company now, they are smiling because they know that the Toyota they use in 6 months. Now they can use it in 3 years because the kind of road you have now is not the type we used to have. It's not the road. Even some of those who are fighting him now, they knew that there's not going to be contract of those roads in the next 50 years. That there's not going to be contract. I don't give you an example of Ajeba Mbele on it. Sukuk board was used to do that project. They have not commissioned it. We've seen more than 11 potholes on the bitumen road. Now we have a concrete road. This road is taking my village, that Lagos Coastal Highway,
we have been to Calabar, the one that is coming from that end. Somebody will say there is no development, except the person is flying on the air. Me, I don't fly, I drive on the road, I go on road. So it's not about somebody giving me a report of what is happening. And those kind of road that we are driving, as I'm talking to you now, road from my village to Ore, connecting to Akure, is ongoing. Now, those people in that area now, you will not tell them that government has not it to them. I'm talking to you in Delta, like you are from Delta. There's a particular village that they are doing 29 bridges. They are both 15 now. Those people have not come out of their cocoon to the road with vehicle. You will not tell those people now that development, well, even those who are building houses there, you know what it will take you to move one bag of cement to that your community. Because you are going to take 5 spots. 5 major spots will carry 1 bag of cement.
All right, Bishop.
When they get there, the cement is not even 5,000.
All right, Bishop, first of all,
if it is what we are looking at, the evil God that created us cannot solve the problem of human being. Not because it does not have.
I will come back to you, Bishop. I'll come back to you because first of all, I know your comments when you're driving from Benin to Lagos. I love that. Yes, please.
It's not commercial.
I want to
let him speak for now.
Sincerely appreciate your belief and what you think. I also drive. So you just give some instances. I work in rural communities. I drove from here, from Ekpoma to Port Harcourt. I drove from here to Abuja. Can you drive from here to Abuja for 5 or 6 hours? No thanks to the governor who will be influenced that issue of just time about 10 kilometers between the house of Iruepe down to around Irua. So for me, the way, for me personally, we did not beg the president to come to become the president. He volunteered. I want to come and serve you. So I don't understand why we should continue to applaud them when we feel that there's other areas they can take care of. For example, there's a common indicator issue that affects Nigerians, which is fuel. He mentioned cement. How many of us can buy a bag of cement? A bag of cement goes for about 12,500. What about fuel? The president is the minister for petroleum. What is happening in that sector? Not that so the government should not deceive Nigerians. We thought that we are doing coastal and water, man. You can do more. Look at what's affecting the average Nigerian. If there's a way can even attend to that, address that issue of petroleum, fine and good. But I want to say this. Nigerians are tired of palliative governance. Election is coming, let's try to see what we can easily do. Let's see if we can deceive our people. And Nigerians are getting wiser that enough is enough. So for me personally, I believe that the president can do more. There are other areas that this current regime is struggling to survive. That issue of credibility question. Look at what happened yesterday again. Donald Trump wrote the presidency to thank him for what they did. Very commendable. And it was all over the news. They're not shameful. All over the news. But for me, I believe that the president has to do more. Nigerians are suffering. This issue of petrol.
So what has it got to do with the ministers right now? Don't forget the topic on the ground.
No, fine. You are more or less the president. Sorry. You are the head of the home. Even when you delegate individuals to work, you track what they are doing. Right. It's not for you to abandon them that after you are not performing, I will deal with you. Fine and good, no problem. But I believe that the current change or movement of the presidency is not for the betterment of Nigeria. Let's not forget, it has some fundamental implications in terms of our markets and policies. No government, no sincere foreign government want to come and work with a regime that in every 6 months, every year, there's a change of cabinet. That means that there's no policy consistency. These are some of the challenges. And that's where I'm looking at it from. President, right on, fine and good, but you need to do more so that you can appreciate you more. Benin to Abuja is hell. In terms of quality of life, water, I'm a minister. And what are you not for the fact that he spent about 14 hours traveling from Lokoja to Benin? Who knows whether they would have even volunteered to get BUA to do what they're currently doing.
Thank you.
In Asa.
Comrade Jude, well, you have to hold on about that. Bishop, you are a hardcore politician, right from the word go, that have spoken from their mind. Bishop Ibasa gave a testament of what he saw, and of course, Comrade Jude also gave a testament of what he saw. Now, can one really say that the reason behind this proposal is due to the rumor around the death of a lady that is linked to David Umahi, the Minister for Works, the rest of them?
I want to quickly say this, that if you're holding a public office,
yes,
you must come with character. You must be a man with high moral standards. People should not be on the news for the wrong reasons. And when you are on the news for the wrong reasons, you are desecrated that office you are holding. That is why when you want to give job or you want to give appointment to somebody, after looking at capacity, in fact, even before capacity, the first thing you have to look at is the character of that person. But we cannot preempt the decision of Mr. President in this regard. What we should do is that if we are discussing in this direction, we are becoming presumptive. But if someone has done something wrong, in my own philosophy and the way I behave is that we should address it. It should not be tied to an existence. Now people will say that they want to reshuffle the cabinet so that some people will be edged because of what they have perceived. And I even see in the house where such issues have been discussed in the chamber. That is fine. If a public officer has done what is wrong, he should be disciplined, subjected to investigation and discipline. You know what? A leader, so people understand the meaning of leadership. Once you're a leader, you're a light. People look unto you, even those who are subjected to your leadership, even those who are not with you, who are outside, our youth, the young ones. That's why you see them, even in university, they come to plenary, they want to listen. They not only want to learn the proceedings, they don't only want to learn the activities going on, they want to learn morals. They want to learn a lot of things going on. If you look at what is going on in Nigeria, there's what is called moral decadence in every aspect of our lives.
So where you're driving at right now, should it not be only of this duty because of the rumors around the death of a particular lady in question?
That is why I am now telling you that if we are discussing it and tied to what is happening or what Mr. President is trying to do, we are presumptive.
Presumptive. Thank you. Bishop, do you share the same opinion?
What is
because like, clapping from that he is doing so, but you have a contrary view.
What we are saying is that, you see, there's an issue that happened that has to do with a lady before. If we are going to talk about Umahi, you talk about what happened before, how the other lady was coerced to come back and come and say nothing happened. Now, in my place, they said, you say Baba is sick. Agidi is going inside. Leaf is coming out. Then we are taking Agidi inside, we are bringing leaf out. That means that the Agidi inside the leaf, the man you say is sick, is eating the Agidi, you are coming back to throw the leaf away. Yet you are telling everybody that the man inside is sick. So that's they said it in my place. The man cannot be sick. He finished first Agidi, the second Agidi, the third Agidi, and you still call him a sickler. So I think that no matter what, character is number one, just like my brother said. But it's just that we are in a country that character has taken the backstage.
All right.
No, character is important because what people say, they should be held accountable for it. For that, what has happened, Mr. President should act. No matter how good the man is, an action should be taken.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We want to go for a break. When we return, we'll dive into the second topic of this course. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Well, joining us right now in the studio is the Vice Chairman of ADC Edo State, President Comrade Ohi Akarame. Right, if I go back name, welcome Comrade Ohi. We still have Comrade Jude Obasomen, of course, Bishop Akarame. Sounds like your name also, but it's quite different. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So we're going to react to what Bishop Igbasa said before. He had to go attend to one official duty. He wanted to just go an official assignment. So what's your reaction like?
Just a brief one. I would have expected that the Minister of Works would have been temporarily relieved of his position and the proper investigation conducted. It will serve as a deterrent to other individuals who might want to commit similar crimes, similar offenses. So, by the time you romance it, to polish it, But everybody just feel that don't worry, if it happens, this is what we are going to do. Let's not forget again, a case of that issue of the fake agency of government. The guy have gone ahead to mention some names, but these guys are still in power, and the poor man, so to say, is laughing at the DSS, office. I believe that for a government that is sincere to the people that want to curb corruption, when things like this come up, you just quickly take some action, and then things the economy can move forward. But what is going on now? Tomorrow, you may not hear that case again.
Well, until he's found guilty, is presumed innocent.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, we want to dive into our second discussion. Not to worry, in course of this show, time permits, we're going to between 4 lines to get to your views and your opinions concerning these two topics. We are talking about, well, Peter Obi and the Fourth Crown Person, they came out last week or to say, look, to really make due the promise we made to Nigerians of having just one tenor for Peter Obi, he came out and he signed. So Nigerians, this is a contract I'll be having with you. 4 years, nothing more, nothing less. I will exhibit saying, after fixing Nigeria. I want to start off with you, Comrade Ohi. Now, what's your take about that?
Good afternoon, viewers. For Peter Obi saying he just do one term of 4 years. 4 years is much, but it's also small. Peter Obi should also know that he will not be president and go that system. Anybody will go there and say he will do 4 years and actually mean it. Not in this Nigeria we are in. So you will know how powerful he is when he gets there. So that's why I don't.
So you don't trust him signing that it's going to be just one term or one term.
Personally, I don't trust any politician telling me.
But you're a politician, so you don't trust yourself. Is that what you're saying?
No. That's the end of it. I'm just being realistic. You see, it's very easy to say it outside. When you get to the office, you see the same people that were telling Peter Obi, now sign it. No worry, you can go on with your tell them one thing. The moment he gets there, they are the people that will start printing posters for him when he's halfway into his first term. Wow. So if he's saying he's going there for 4 years, I don't believe it personally.
You don't believe him? Yeah, but we used to be your party before you choose to enter the NBC, so to speak. Anyway, I'll come back to you. You know, that we're speaking out of sentiments right now. Well, Comrade Jude, do you share his views?
Not fully. For me, I strongly believe that 4 years is enough for anybody that is sincere to transform the country. Nigerians are a set of persons that we don't complain. Anyhow, we must have reasons why you must buy fuel for 2,000 naira. We must have reasons why you must build a house, close to heaven, a place like that. We need somebody who will be able to come and tell us, sorry, this is the direction of where I'm going to. But however, looking at the various, the current political situation and reality in Nigeria, I don't want that can work for him. Because I think that this statement coming out that one strategy to see how it can maybe from other individuals and try to see how it can, to an extent too, if it works out for him, how he can balance the political arrangement in such a way that people will now know that this north-south in terms of should be sustained. But for now, I believe that just the two for him to effectively come on board. Because it eventually emerges, people in the community will be the one to have all, will be the one to go and consult whoever to say this our son. We don't know yes, you have agreed that you want to stay for one term, but that cannot. However, let's not forget that his position is not constitutional. Yes, you can now go into you can have 2 terms. It's not constitutional. So when that time comes, I love my lovely learned men. They come with another argument like what was of Jonathan. So I believe that just a political arrangement to say I can gather enough votes from across the country. All right. And for him to proceed.
So you know that Nelson Mandela went back setting for just 1 term in office, even as a president in South Africa. When he was asked to come up for a 2nd term, he blatantly said no.
Who did you mention? Nelson Mandela. I'm not discussing Peter Obi. And the level within which those incidents are likely to take place.
I'll go back to you here.
And you can see the failure or the rapid of Nelson Mandela in South Africa, even among the ANC.
Mr. Makalame, as a politician, of course, a chairman of all chairman political parties in Edo State, what's your political sense telling you right now? Politically speaking.
Well, we have to be real, you know, in making some comments regarding Mr. Peter Obi's position. You cannot tell a man not to aspire. I have always said to people, you don't tell a man not to aspire. Every man has right to his own decision. If Mr. Obi has come to say, oh, just give me 4 years, I will turn Nigerians around, that is his own opinion. But we know that it is not realistic. First of all, we know that he was a former governor of Anambra State. He has occupied an office before, but the office he occupied, the environment, is different from the Aso Rock. First of all, if Mr. Peter Obi is voted into office tomorrow, he get to Aso Rock, you have to fraternize with the system, the environment. First, you have to get seated. Fraternize with the workers of the environment. And let me tell you that when we talk about policy decision, it takes stages. When it comes, it can take you 2 years to implement policy. First of all, you have to think.
But you never took Donald Trump a year to implement policies. We give the ground
depend on the environment. You see, there are people, you see, when you come to management, when you are doing management, they are saying to Supreme Court officers, what work in ITV may not work in ATA. Depend on the environment. You can be an accountant, you can be a banker in Benin City here, build houses, buy cars. Then you go and become the same banker in Lagos. You cannot live beyond self-contained. Environment. These are factors from opposed to cognizance. Now you are going to a different zone, a different environment. That alone is a vitiating factor that will determine and vitiate your decision. That will take time. So talking about policy decision. First of all, you have to think. When you think, you formulate. When you formulate, you implement. So you do all of these things, 2 years is gone. Then the remaining 2 years in Nigeria politics for politicking. We are talking about 2031, 2031. So you cannot come to say, give me 4 years to transform Nigeria. You know what? Nigeria has a complex economic problems looking at us in the faces. We will see they are palpable. And solving them 10 years is not enough for Mr. President to solve Nigeria problems. You see, when Bishop Ibasa was saying, he said when he was driving, he said he saw good roads. Then when Dr. Jude was saying, they said, no, from here to Abuja, it's no way. That's what you have seen. That will tell you the complexity of the problems facing us in this country.
Like an elephant.
You might be facing, you see, just like the way Nigeria is being bastardized and the problem facing us, you'll be facing problems as if you're not physically there.
All right, I'll come back to you. Because I choose to call names of presidents outside Nigeria for us to really buttress the point we are raising or discussing on this particular platform. When Donald Trump became president, one way. Nelson Mandela, after 4 years, they're coming back. He did it and he left on a clean note. Why are you guys, or I say some Nigerians, doubting the credibility of Gregory Peter Obi after he came out and told Nigerians and the world that this is it? 4 years, 1 term, he is true.
Actually, nobody is doubting the credibility of Peter Obi. You just made mention of Trump. That is a working system. If Trump leaves the White House today, the next person that goes into that White House will continue seamlessly. But in Nigeria, can we have such a thing? Is it not the same presidency that there is a unknown agency of government? That means we don't even know how many agencies we have in government. Is it the same government that will be a seamless transmission? See, like Bishop Akalame said now, in Nigeria, before you settle down in government, in presidency, it takes you almost 2 years. And after that 2 years, let's say you do some work for a a year. The next year is for election. So Peter Obi coming there, he will have to acclimatize to the place before then start making his.
Are you not saying that no Nigerian politician vying for presidency, they don't have ideas to implement? That's what all of you are saying right now. I don't trust them because I give examples because we're looking at people that are greater than us in what we're trying to do. Are you saying you don't have ideas? The government is so bad that you can't use months or even weeks to start up what you have in mind for Nigerians?
Yes, what is bad is polluted. Let's not deceive ourselves. I like telling people that Nigeria, the way Nigeria is right now, it will be so difficult for anybody to make any meaningful change in even 8 years. Not to talk of telling us that he will transform Nigeria in 4 years. It is almost impossible, if not totally impossible. So I believe he's saying that just to get the votes from up north. You know, the Nigeria north and south presidential rotation. Yeah. He knows that the northerners are saying no. I would rather be with Tinubu than going another 8 years before power coming back. So the only thing is nothing to tell them is to tell them I will do 4 years, and that's what he's doing.
All right, Ogenachi, you mentioned the northern factor. Is that the reason you feel that he's saying that if it's not going to happen?
So that is a major.
President, to that addition, you need to call 080-7777-0300 to contribute your quota to this discussion. Please continue.
How this creative we also see to Nigeria for the 20-30 years, how to benefit them. They must have looked at the matrix. Which one is favorable? If for us to go for the current president, okay, 4 years, fine. Or if for us to look for somebody who we can use to ensure that maybe after his own 4 years, it will come back to us. Or we go for a fresh person who they feel that may not. But either, in terms of governance, let me just quickly chip in this now. I believe that when both of them are aspiring, right, they should have a template. Nigerians are tired of a case whereby you want to become the president, and once you emerge as the president, it will now take you another 6, 7, 8 months. You will now have your minister.
We have this caller, please. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. What's your name and where are you calling from? All right, Sonny, go ahead.
What's the political sense telling you?
I'm the anchor moment to answer your question. If you want to answer the question, Sonny, go ahead. What's your contribution?
Okay. I'm sure you heard that trendy news. National said that a man who could not give power in 6 months should be kicked out of office. I'm sure you heard that news that says that Buhari administration said every year 10,000 megawatts. That should have 4 years will be 40,000 megawatts of electricity. How many do we have now? How many times did the Buhari administration contested that we're going to turn Nigeria better than America? At the end of the day, it's for no money. I think what Peter Obi should have started with, he should have said that in his 4 years in office, he will be buying fuel by himself. If I'm not in the vehicle, I will not buy fuel. I think that's because that's the kind of campaign he should have carried. Today we'll start 4 years. Do you know what it means? The first 3 years, he is going to try to sit down because we do not have a template. You cannot compare Nelson Mandela who did 5 years. Donald Trump gave it up White House. There was already a template. Whether Republican, whether Democrat, they already have a template. But in Nigeria, every government comes with our issue. Before I talk about Obama administration, lead to Buhari administration, lead to Jonathan administration, 4 years already over. I think we should tell ourselves the truth. It's not realistic. It's not achievable. That if Mr. Peter Obi says that if I enter office, if I'm not in the vehicle, don't back here, I will agree. So say that 4 years, I will leave the office. The one the purpose of coming to a political office. So you need to tell ourselves what we think we can do. Because at the end of the day, Nigeria will remember you and say that you're not telling the truth and you're a liar.
So what about the proposed restructuring or reshuffling of cabinet?
Yes, I had this issue with you on the radio platform. Once a man like you see the former army chief that people should not do anything. How many more times in the office? What have they done? So I think that when you make a man in the area of insecurity, in the area of economy, he's not doing well, President should have fired them. He didn't fire them first, and he fired second time. Time is running out of time, and at the end of the day, it is Mr. President that people will call that he didn't do well because he cannot be everywhere. So I think that he should be careful because right now he's not working. He needs to go back and look at what he needs to do so that at the end of the day, Nigeria will work. At the end, if these are not done, he will also be held responsible as all of those presidents who made fair promises that never came to pass.
Thank you, Sonny Gadoso. All right, well, comment, please, continue the comment you're making.
Quickly, for actually present issues the way they are. How the bishop was around to also hear for another patriotic Nigeria in terms of the decay in the system. You see, for me personally, I've been advocating that let us have a one-term system of 5 years. One-term system. So when you are coming on board, this issue of re-election will not be there. But we only get it wrong based on the maturity of our democracy. That no problem. Let me use 4 years now. Let me do some paparazzis. After the 4 years and I'm re-elected, no problem. There's myself, my wife, my children.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from? All right, doctor, go ahead.
Yes, we believe that we can do that in 4 years. We believe that.
You believe you can do it in 4 years?
Yes, you can do that.
So what are your reasons? What are the reasons that made you have that notion you can do it within 4 years?
He do many things that people when we are surprised in that state. Even the students in that area, nobody has got many scholars. So we believe that we can do all things to change this country in that project. We believe that.
All right, so what about the restructuring of cabinet?
They are criminal.
Please, this one tell to please watch your emotions. You have to watch your emotions, please. You could see you believe so much in Peter B becoming emotional. So please, I got the point you were making. Yes.
My brother just said while he was speaking, you have to be quoted and I'm here to answer. Did Peter B, while His Excellency Peter B, he contested to become the governor of Anambra State because there were so many ills and rot in the system. Did he do 4 years in Anambra State? If you can answer that, maybe that will also guide us in projecting or permitting what might likely happen if he emerges.
Thank you so much, Comrade Judo Basomi, PhD. Well, you're going to have your last line in this discussion. What advice do you have for Peter Obi? He has already signed, and he said he cannot go back on his word. He is a man of his word.
Peter Obi, he can sign. It's his right to say this is what he wants to do. It's not binding on Nigeria and Nigerians. So I think what he should do is to sell himself to the North. The people he's trying to play this game with that I will do just for years. It is better a man comes to say this is me and this is what I can do than he's telling you that he will do just 4 years. If he gets there, he becomes the most powerful man in Nigeria. So who is going to enforce what he has signed? If he decides to say, okay, whatever I've signed, I will no longer stand by it, who will enforce it?
All right. Thank you so much. Well, Bishop Akalame, your last line, please.
Well, it is the decision of the electorate to decide who becomes the next president. All you need to do is to market yourself, sell yourself, give out your policy document.
So saying this one is not a strong marketing strategy. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that
politically speaking.
No, if you said I want to do 4 years, it's not you that will do the 4 years. It's not you that will determine whether you do the 4 years. It is the decision of the people. So let the people decide whether you're going to do 4 years or Mr. President, the Bola Tinubu will still be there. It is the decision of the people. We all go to the field. They will vote for our choice to continue.
You're speaking like a true politician. Well, Judo Basomi, your last line.
I wish him well, but let him know that he's not the owner of NDC. And if he's going to go to come up again, maybe after 4 years, the party will be the one to have to decide. However, if he emerges as the president, he owns the party and can do whatever he wants to do. So I wish him well.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen, for a wonderful analysis. You've heard them two talking points. Yes, Bishop Osni Basa needs to go, fix one or two things. That's why he chose to leave us to go attend to some pressing needs. Well, Bishop Akalme, thank you so much. And of course, Comrade Ohi Akaramedi, R and the L. Yes, Akarame, thank you so much. And of course, Comrade Judah Basham, a PhD, thank you so much for being here. Well, let's see how all this will pan out. We are like saying that it is high time of a structured cabinet. And some people say with Peter Obi, Nigeria will be better according to that, because he said he has signed it, he's going to just do one term. The question is 4 years going to be enough to fix Nigeria? Mr. Erosa Osumedeba will be right back from next week, because gladly he has resumed. Yeah, so he's now back to refire to give you more on this particular platform. 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Marshall signing off.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
A very good evening to you, and thank you for joining us on the ITV News. I am Lawrence Osifo. Tragedy was averted on Thursday as a passenger plane en route Enugu crash landed at the Benin airport, leaving many passengers injured. Although journalists were prevented from getting recordings of the crashed plane at a close range, those injured were quickly rushed to an undisclosed hospital in Benin City. Efosa Owangwe brings us the details.
Passers-by who witnessed the crash besieged the fence of the airport trying to catch a glimpse of the crashed plane. Reports say a civil commissioner with his family and other top politicians were among those who escaped the crash unhurt. Some witnesses said they heard a loud sound which made them rush down only to see the plane, which was said to have taken off from Lagos, staggering an indication that it has missed the wrong way.
We just hear boom. Me na dispatch rider. At the time they call, you hear boom. We thank God to us. I don't pass my bike for there. Now just thank God say, I think say na sort just for up. I don't know say na our plane no, na just for like this. So as you just say so, I thank God say everything no just happen like this. So na so we win it so.
No, we dey store. That time when rain dey fall. As you store, come like as the plane take off from off for ground, then you can't fail when you dey up. Then the thing can take come down. So you can't try and get up again. Then you can sit fail. Then you can sit there for come down again. Now that time rain take the phone. Now I can't tell my friends say our plane engine for the say na let's say our plane engine go for. Now we hear us now say plane engine take for. Now we take run concourse and say now the plane engine now really for so for here. So now that they try to rescue people, they come outside for inside too.
At the time of this report, no official statement from the airport authority and the airline management. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
President Bola Tinubu on Thursday evening has approved the expansion of the Nigeria's army structure from 8 to 11 divisions, to 12 rather, divisions. This was contained in a press statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. According to the statement, the President's decision is a landmark move to enhance the country's security architecture and improve the operational effectiveness of the Nigerian Army. The statement added that the expansion builds on the administration's sustained investment in the armed forces, including approval for the recruitment of 28,000 additional personnel, acquisition of critical military platforms and equipment, improvement in troops' welfare, and ongoing support for operational readiness and force modernization. The presidency says that the approval underscores the president's unwavering commitment to equipping the armed forces to address Nigeria's evolving security challenges effectively and to strengthen national defense capacities further. The outgone AIG Zone 5, Salman Dogo Garba, has expressed gratitude to the Inspector General of Police Tunji Disu, executive governors, stakeholders, the media, civil society, and well-wishers for giving him support while in office. Garba expressed his feelings during a pulling out parade held in honor of him by the Nigerian Police Force Zone 5 on Wednesday. Krista Bebukola Abiona reports that the colorful ceremony attracted high-ranking police officers, personnel of Zone 5, friends, and other associates. The report is presented by Efosa Owangwe.
The pulling out ceremony held at the police training school Ogida attracted representatives from the governors of Edo and Delta states, royal fathers, senior police officers, family members, and well-wishers who gathered to celebrate the AIG's years of dedicated service to the zone. Expressing his happiness for the successful years in service, the outgone AIG Zone 5 Salman Dogo Garba appreciated his family members for being by his side and serving as a source of strength even as he takes a bow from active service. He said though it has been tasking years, but was proud that he could impart so much to the police force by contributing his quota.
I remain eternally grateful to His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for the opportunity to serve our great nation's My sincere appreciation also goes to the chairman and member of Nigeria Police Service Commission for their steadfast support and commitment to the welfare and advancement of officers of Nigeria Police Force.
High point was the official pulling out of AIG Salman Dogo Gaba from active service. Some senior police officers said they will miss the professional prowess of the outgoing AIG 05.
He has always been, beyond the uniform, a wonderful father.
He's a very professional, gentle officer.
He works with topmost intelligence.
The reception was later held to culminate the pulling out parade of AIG 05 Salman Dogo Gaba from Benin. Fosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
Massive flood on Thursday morning took over Siloko Road around Eweka area in Benin City, following a downpour that lasted for hours. The flood made human and vehicular movement difficult for residents, motorists and commercial bus drivers. Progress Ejueye report that the situation resulted in gridlock. The report is presented by Efusa Uwangwe.
It was a pathetic situation as the flood crippled free flow of movement on Siloko Road and its environs. Mr. Oliver Mantiu, a resident in the area and a victim of the flood, said there has not been any desilting of drains in the area. He appealed to the Edo State government and relevant agencies to take urgent steps to tackle the flooding. He said the situation has become a major challenge for residents. Another resident, Mr. Adoye Pascal, called on the government to provide a lasting solution to the ecological menace, pointing out that whenever there is a heavy rainfall, the flood prevents them from carrying out their daily business activities. He expressed concern about their future if nothing is urgently done to address the recurring flooding.
We are calling the government to come and visit this gutter because it disturbs the business environment. This morning, what we explained this morning is quite alarming because it's very bad. Everywhere was filled with erosion. All the gutter, the roads, motor can't pass the erosion. Please, we are calling state government, local government to come and visit the gutter, please, because it disturbs the business, neighboring, everybody here. Please, the government should do something about it because the erosion is too much.
I'm pleading the government to come and help us to remove this gutter, because most of the time when rainfall like this, we cannot even say water is really disturbing the working environment, the road, everything. So we are pleading with the government to come and help us, especially this morning. We cannot even open now because there was so much water here this morning. That's why we are begging the government to come and help us.
It is the hope of residents that the revival of the Benin Stormwater Project will tackle the flooding on Siloko Road and its environs. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
As political discussions intensify ahead of the 2027 general elections, analysts on the program 60 Minutes Nigeria have weighed in on the proposed cabinet reshuffle by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Peter Obi's renewed commitment to serve a single term if elected. Esther Ogoro brings a report.
Political analyst Bishop Akalame says leadership must be driven by character, integrity and competence, maintaining that the electorate, not campaign premises, will ultimately determine Nigerians' next president.
A situation where people who do not have what it takes to hold the responsibility, occupy an office, will make them all productive. We have to ensure that to filter the system, let those who have the capacity come in.
Bishop Austin Igbesa says the Tinubu administration has made noble investments in infrastructure and education, describing education as a key driver of national development.
If you look back, you see that the issue of lead fund, it was even he has not even resumed as a president when he started fixing ASU. The proactive measure, the man always tap whenever anything ASU want to come up. Lead fund today, nobody will say my child is not going to school because there is no education.
Also contributing, human rights activist Dr. Jude Obasumi says Nigerians are demanding lasting solutions beyond palliative measures, adding that 4 years is sufficient for any committed leader to make a meaningful impact.
Everything is geared towards 2027. So it's not a matter of performance. You see, that term performance relative, what I might see as performance may not be the indicator definition within the palace of political gladiators.
ADC Edo State Vice Chairman Ohi Akarame, however, questioned the feasibility of a one-term presidency, arguing that 4 years may not be enough to deliver the levels of transformation Nigerians expect.
Anybody will go there and say if we do 4 years and actually mean it. Not in this Nigeria we are in. Wow. So if he's saying he's going there for 4 years, I don't believe.
The differing perspectives reflect the growing political conversations as attentions continue to shift towards the 2027 presidential elections. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, the ICPC, says it has uncovered 908 ghost workers across several federal ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, and a payroll fraud that allegedly siphoned hundreds of millions of naira. ICPC Chairman Musa Ali USAN, who made this known, said that the discovery followed a nationwide investigation launched in the year 2024 after the commission detected irregularities in pension payments. The anti-graft agency said that it recovered about 942 million naira, allegedly linked to fraudulent salary payments made to the fictitious employees. Ali said that the investigation uncovered cases where senior officials allegedly enrolled relatives and associates on a payroll and diverted the salaries for personal benefits. According to the ICPC chairman, the probe affected at least 50 ministries, departments and agencies, with some institutions recording significantly higher numbers of ghost workers than others. The Nigeria Police Force topped the list with 570 suspect ghost workers, while the National Water Resources Authority had 80 ghost workers, and the Federal Ministry of Works had 56 ghost workers. And that's the Science for package on the ITV News for tonight. I'm Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From everyone here, do have a pleasant night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, there is always this feeling that comes with knowing that it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon. And of course, it's time for your ultimate socio-cultural program on television. And I'm talking none other than Flipside on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, Flipside is a unique program that, tends to pinpoint some pressing issues in the society. Of course, there is always a different way to look at every, issue. All right, there is the popular view, and of course, there is the not so popular view. Now, that's basically what Flipside is all about. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it is my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, today we have a very, very important conversation, something that has to do with us as a people. Africans are unique in a very, very special way. And, ever since we gained independence, especially as Nigerians, a whole lot has changed. Okay, some persons are of the opinion that we've actually not gained independence because just like I think it was the late Kwame Nkrumah that said that Africans are still under neo-colonialism. What does that mean? Well, perhaps in the course of this conversation we are going to throw more light on that. Well, I've got joining me on the show this afternoon the erudite Kingsley Ikeke. He goes by he is a clergyman, and of course he's also a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, sir.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Always a pleasure to have you, sir. Yes. Today we're having a conversation about international organizations. Many a time we hear people make mention of international organizations, but I don't think it's everyone that actually understands what they stand for. So, what are international organizations basically, and what are their objectives?
Okay. Thank you very much, Harry. Well, like we all may know by now, we are already used to some of them unknowingly. The actual organizations are set up by interested countries. Most of these setup are voluntary; they are not mandatory.
Okay.
The idea is actually to foster peace, security, enhance adherence to international rules and engagement, promote international relationships, also to enhance the educational segment of some of the underprivileged countries. So they were set up to actually mitigate some obvious problem or imbalance that exists amongst nations.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the objectives, whether it have been met, is a different ballgame altogether. There are different segments of these international organizations, and there are actually two basic types. We have the one called the governmental.
Okay.
Those ones, the government are directly involved, like the United Nations, like OPEC, like the African nations. These are government-related organizations that are internationally known.
The African Union.
Yes, the African Union, even the ECOWAS.
Okay.
There's even a new one called the Alliance of the Sahel country between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. What I told you is voluntary. Like Niger was formerly.
What's the primary purpose of that one?
Initially, Niger was formerly part of ECOWAS.
Okay.
If you feel that where you belong to is not meeting your needs,
okay,
you are not obliged to be there. We are not there by compulsion. We are there voluntarily. You can choose to be. For instance, in OPEC, Russia is not a part of OPEC because they don't want to be restricted in their oil production. They've looked at their economy. They want to be free to determine how much how they produce oil on a daily basis. Unlike Nigeria is a part of OPEC, we have a limit by 1.something million, so close to 2 million barrels per day. We can't exceed that because our OPEC quota.
Okay.
So and if we have a budget that exceeds that, then we have to look elsewhere to source for funds. So that I said, most of these bodies are voluntary. It's not mandatory. I said that the governmental segment of it is also what called the non-governmental, which they call the NGOs.
Okay.
These ones are not really funded by government. For example, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, these are non-governmental organizations.
Is there a difference between non-governmental organizations and international non-governmental organizations?
They are all international.
Okay.
Only one of them is funded or government is fully involved in a way, in the fact that, for example, we are members of African Union.
Okay.
It's not a non-governmental organization, it's a national collaboration. We are part of that union. But when you say amnesty, we're not binding us to amnesty. We can choose to listen to their counsel, we can choose not to. See, Doctors Without Borders, they are working on they're independent. Although they are still somehow regulated by the country, but you can just talk about at any time. You're not directly funding them.
Okay.
Yeah, so their funds comes from donations from foundations, and what we call them non-governmental, and because government is not directly involved in their day-to-day running.
Okay.
That's why we call them non-governmental. And their funding are also safe. They do their funding by themselves, either by their foundations or by philanthropists, depending. So they are not governmental because they don't rely on government for anything.
Amazing. Now, how effective do you think the United States is, for example, in solving Africa's problems, especially economic and security problems?
The United States, especially
the United Nations.
Okay, nations.
Yeah.
For me, I would like to deviate to a point. I don't believe that, although the United Nations were actually set up after the Second World War, it was a fallout of the devastation of the Second World War.
Okay.
So as to ensure that they prevent further kind of catastrophe that went with that particular war. But when it comes to benefit, you look at it from, I think really the bigger nations really benefits from them, to be very fair. Because the exploitation has remained. It's just that this time it's like we are cooperating with them to be exploited. Some of the internal conflicts you have in Nigeria, you have in Africa, if you trace some of the root cause, you find that international hands are involved. If the weapons are not purchased here, where are they coming from? If you're only one manufacturer, where are they coming from? If the people are coming to the forest to lift people, where are they coming from? You see, somehow they are involved. So I think they have a role to play there because of the advancement. But I think that we should be the first point of call in resolving our own conflict.
Okay.
Yes, because they say he that wears the shoe knows where it pinches. Yeah. We should be the fulcrum of our issues, and we should understand our issues better than another person and know how to resolve our issues. Because most of these solutions that we think that are there for us, they're actually there for their own interest. No nation just does a selfless service for no reason. When the new president of America came up with Donald Trump, he was looking for what will benefit from Ukraine for him to continue pumping the billions that was pumped by his predecessor.
Yeah.
There were some areas that had these rare metals. He wanted to harness it and have a state there. Then he will now stand as a defense against the Russians. So when you look at the whole thing, it's pure politics. Economic policies are operating. They are not there for your vested interest. I don't want to lose billions in a region where there are no stake. There's nothing for them to carry over at the end of the day.
So it's a trade by barter.
It's not a trade by barter. On this platform, it's done with consent. You are agreeing to their alliance, and their terms. You don't have the technology, you don't have the wherewithal. If you see America coming down to Nigeria, like trying to come and assist us, we're very weary. There's a good side, and there's.
Could that be one of the sentiments that were expressed quite recently when Donald Trump showed interest in helping Nigeria fix its insecurity problems, and some persons were raising an eyebrow, saying that he must have some sort of ulterior motive.
As I said earlier, they only have their vested interest. I did see here once on this platform that I keep saying that that's not the best nation. In this northern part where we see these conflicts still prevailing, the level of minerals, recently it was published that in Kaduna alone, commercial deposits of lithium and some rare metals were discovered. But they are saying that it has been there, and presidents have annexed those villages and they are using them. So the government know that if they come in here, help us to give some bit of stability,
so there has to be something.
Yeah, there will be something that goes back to their country. Yeah. For example, most of those will be exported to their country at a very subsidized rates without tax. So they know what they're doing. They're not just coming here because they just love the black race, they just want to help us. No. They've also calculated what they stand to gain at the end of the conflict. So that's exactly what's happening. When you see them trying to mitigate in matters like this, there are always vested interest. It's why when you are dealing with those advanced and very highly economic countries, they are not just there as doing a philanthropic gesture. No. That's the wrong notion we have when we are inviting them, thinking they are there for us. No. Like we talked about the neo-colonial stuff. We have been liberated, let me say physically, but spiritually and mentally, we are still under bondage. It's just that they are not just here, but they are here. In fact, our action tells us that they are still here. That what they do, how they come to the country, do what they like and leave without us even knowing.
So it's more of a psychological warfare.
Exactly, and we are doing it with our own, allowing them to do so without saying that it's an invasion. It's an invasion to be precise. Before you get into any person's aerospace or whatever airspace, there must be permission. Some of these things are done without even the consent of the Nigerian government. Without even the Nigerian Airways, aviation, those in charge of the airspace, knowing what is happening. And you can't talk, you don't have what it takes. So they're not doing it for free. I can tell you that for free. They're doing it for a particular purpose. But by and large, we have found ourselves in the mess. We must find a way to find ourselves out of the mess.
Amazing. Now, talking about finding a way out of the quagmire, the contributions, I want us to take a look at the African Union, because we talked about solving our own problems by ourselves. Okay, so if we are going to leverage on our ability to solve our own problems, or our potentials to solve our own problems, let's take a look at the African Union, which is the biggest should I say, the biggest body that we have, that has the capacity to solve our problems. What contributions do you think it has made towards resolving conflicts on the continent? Because we've, experienced pockets of conflicts here and there, over the years on the continent. What role do you think the African Union has played in helping to mitigate against it?
Well, for me, from my own observation, I have not seen anything tangible. To be fair, nothing really tangible from the African Union. I think what was most effective then was ECOWAS.
ECOWAS,
the time they had what they called ECOMOG. They had a military arm that could enforce an ECOWAS policy. But for African Union, I don't think so. I don't think there's anything they've done. Look at what's happening in South Africa, for instance. Now, the South Africans are saying Nigerians should go. Now, go back to history and check what Nigeria has invested in South Africa. Now, you'll be shocked that the massive wealth in South Africa is not owned by the blacks. In terms of percentage, most of the wealth is they are owned by the whites.
When you say wealth, are you talking about
both the landmass, the economic strengths, the mega industries or whatever? They are owned by whites. Go and find out. If are the blacks, you see, I don't know how they do it, but the blacks now see the other blacks as the problem. One thing I've seen about one of these more advanced countries is that they found a way to make us fight each other at their own benefit. Benefit. We think that we are resolving our issues, but it's to their own advantage. What has the black man who opened a shop in South Africa has to do with your problem? It's not one holding your wealth or holding you from working. If it's work, but they need to cause a conflict where the blacks are now fighting the blacks, sending every Nigerians, Ghanaians, Mozambique, Zimbabwe out of their country. But when we look at the real core of the matter, who owns the resources? Who owns the economy of South Africa? It's not the blacks. It's the whites. Now, someone who came from somewhere else and has invaded your country is not a citizen, and those who fought for your liberation are now your adversary. And they are fighting with passion.
Brothers fighting with brothers.
Exactly. Nobody's even thinking that Nigeria was a heaven for them when their country was in turmoil. Even I saw recently in Israel that Ghanaians are saying the same thing. Ghanaians left their country and they came to Nigeria and they were helped. After a while they said the Ghana must go. But after that, we have to Nigerians in Ghana. Now Ghana says Nigerians must go. You see, we must sit down.
Karma playing out.
Exactly. We can see that we have not understood our problem. Let me give you a simple example. The EU has a currency, which we call the euro. Far before they even had that idea, there was this proposal for an EU currency. Even as simple as a regional West African currency, it's not even there. We cannot even cooperate to have a single currency. We cannot even integrate. We cannot allow ourselves to stay amongst ourselves, to enhance our economy. The connection is not there. And there is strength in unity, and we don't believe in it. Whatever you say, we don't believe in it. If you're asking us to leave, let's look at the economic benefit from Nigerians, from South Africa, and whatever takes away from Nigeria. Go and do the comparison. In fact, what we take away from Nigeria is if not 2-3 times its value of what we get from them in terms of diaspora remittances. And yet they're asking us to leave. Then we are in Nigerians crying that all South African companies here should be removed, or they should find their way out. You see, we are not helping ourselves because many of us are subscribers to their network. You can imagine if that begins to play out. You see, we are ended up fighting ourselves for no just cause.
No just cause.
So I think that we should look inward. The African Union should be more decisive. The ECOWAS, just like they did with ECOMOG, when they were trying to enforce democracy in Liberia, they did that. They did that, and it worked. So it's not about joining an organization, and you cannot bring the policies you are preaching to reality or people.
I actually do have a question to ask with regards to the ECOMOG thing, but that will be right after this break. In case you just joined us, it is Flipside on Independent Television. Please stay tuned. Alright, it's good to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, I have joining me someone who happens to be an entrepreneur and, of course, a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Matthew, or Deacon Matthew Ahiobo. In fact, his portfolio is actually very long, but let's not...
Thank you for having me. The little issues.
Absolutely. One of those things that happen sometimes. It's good to have you on the show.
I greet Edo State, I greet Nigeria, for having the opportunity to listen to us this time.
I like your African regalia.
I thought I told you we must inspired. Yes, we must buy made in Nigeria. We must consume made in Nigeria. Yes, and that will help internalize our economy. You know, to block leakages and all that we've been experiencing. Because we cannot keep depending on other products from other countries, creating market for them while we suffer.
And we are complaining of unemployment.
You see, complaining of unemployment while you are the one causing it by your consumption appetite. You know. So
okay, so we're actually not talking about internal production or economics today.
Global economy, talking about international agencies, what they influence. It still boils down to consumption.
Yes, absolutely.
And
so let's get started. Let me ask you this, because before you came, Mr. Kingsley was actually taking us on a journey through Africa's experience or interaction with the international community thus far, and the challenges that we've had, of course. So I would like to ask you, could you please set the tone for the conversation, with regards to organizations such as the IMF and the World
Bank? You see, it is derogatory to see that they are like cooperatives. Only they are made up of heads of government. When we talk about IMF, I think there are about 191 member states, and the other one 189 member states. Different. I begin to ask the question, what is the significance of African authorities, African heads of state in this global body? But I was told that it's just infinitesimal compared to what the composition is, as it were. And you asked me, talking about demography, talking about population, Africa, put together of the about 50-something states, commands huge population density in the global economy, that his contribution or his impact is small compared to what we are expecting. The other day I was told when the fuel, the petroleum we are consuming now, well, it was about, I think 200 and something thereabouts. IMF were predicting that the fuel price should be sold at about 700 and all of that. And not just too long now, about 2 weeks ago, we were also told that IMF is saying Nigeria is credit worthy, their debt is not that high compared to. Are they to dictate to us how we are to run our internal affairs? And that is because we've been depending so much on what comes from outside the country, and that has been the problem. So it is good to come together, like pooling resources, like when we talk about insurance, for instance, you do not wait for risk eventuality to happen before you organize yourself. You understand? You have to take a step ahead. It's good to come together, but by the time it gets to the point that you have no say whatsoever, whatever they dictate, they tell you, I have a problem with that. And that is why.
Are you implying that Africans are not proactive?
They are not just that they are not proactive. They've not been. How will I put it now? Productive to be able to decide what happens within their state. Then talk more of international influence. That is where I have the problem. You should be able to control your resources. What happened, within your as a sovereign state. That and outside the world power, so to speak, made up of like this organization we are talking about, and they now begin to decide what happened. I have a problem with that, and I'm not finding it funny with them. I say it everywhere. They are not helping us. If you want me to come that straight, they are not helping us to dictate, what is happening within our natural, what we do with our natural resources, the production process. Imagine now they are giving you that opportunity to come and borrow money, for instance, like the World Bank, and they will be telling you how you are going to spend it. Don't invest in capital projects. Don't invest in the industry. Don't invest in productivity. Invest in recurrent expenditure. Invest in palliatives. Invest in, to cushion like rolling out of vaccine. Just imagine. I'm not okay with it, and that is why I thank God and I salute RTV for this opportunity for me to air my grievances. For God's sake, we are a sovereign nation, and our leaders should act thus. They should act, in that direction to be able to dictate what we are doing and how we should go about it.
All right, thank you very much. Your grievances are very much acknowledged. And I'm hoping that the powers that be, especially on the international level, are taking notes and planning to do the needful, just so we do not keep moving in circles. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Kingsley, how has the World Bank supported economic development in African countries in the past, say, 10 years?
Well, they've been doing their bit, like he said. When you are in an organization where you don't have a say, or even when you have a say, the say is only when the money comes to you. There are two major problems. One, we don't have a voice in the World Bank.
Why don't you have a voice?
Because we are not. We are more of a third world country, and you cannot sit with millionaires and billionaires and a poor man. You say you have idea. Who wants your idea? If you have idea, why where you are?
I think there's a Benin adage to that effect.
Yes. so you may be talented, you may be wise, but because you are poor, your idea is discarded. That's where the problem is starting from. It's not as if we are not intelligent. For instance, I was looking at the IMF loan IMF loan that came to Nigeria. I thought I came out through the COVID-19. And you know that COVID-19, for crying out loud, I hate to sound always controversial, can be managed by our medical concussions.
Yeah. You think so?
I'm telling you the truth. Not anyway. I've read the symptoms. You see, when they say they have given you vaccine and they ask you to put a nose mask, if you understand what a vaccination is, what it means to be immunized. Yeah. If you are immunized, sometimes I can say for a decade, if you are predisposed to such infection, it will not affect you because you are already immune against it. How can they give you a vaccine and yet you are still following the preliminary precautions? It means you're not safe or you're not safe. So two things are wrong. One, we don't have a voice. Two, when the money comes, who are the ones the monies are given to? Is it the same corrupt leaders we're talking about? Now we engineer a project. There was a project that happened once. I don't want to mention the state so I can be covered, so I don't put people in trouble. It came in I think about 20-something million. And when we saw what was being executed, we raised an alarm. And they went to meet the governor. The governor said the governor has taken half of the money. Of about 20 million, 11 million has gone. Then you have paid tax. Then the contractor took another half of the money. What is and now called Mr. Harry, say you can build something. Say, yes, I have 10 million left, but I'm taking 5. Can you execute the project with 5 million? You say, I can try. And you want to also make profits. You now execute the project with about 3 million, you now make 2 million. From 23, 24 million, the project executed is barely 3 million. So when the WHO gives us funds, who monitors the implementation of those funds?
I think that's a very salient question.
Because most times we take loans. If you check, if you do what we call forensic auditing, you find most of the loans or facility that comes by donation. If you check the way the money are expended, you eventually find that more than 75% of that money ends up in the pockets of leaders. Let me not be specific. Ends up in their pocket. So the money is not really sent back to the economy. That's why it was complaining, how can they give you money and tell you what to do? Because they know our kind of person and what we do when money enters our custody.
And they know that we are not...
Yes, we don't have integrity. When you go to even the non-governmental organization, for instance, you know that at the time because of fraud, you can run an NGO, having partnered with some persons abroad. They'll be sending you money for a particular reason, maybe for child maternal issues, maybe for women empowerment. They may send you money of, say, let me just make it simple, 10 million. To disburse among women that are disadvantaged at the rural setting. And you look at the 10 million, you give them 100,000. So you just call some women, maybe like 50 or 60, you will give them maybe 20, 30, you write their name, they fill form, you submit the form. Out of the 10 million, you snap there, thank you. You find out of the 10 million that was given to you, only maybe if you have fear of God.
Generous.
If you have the fear of God, you may give half. But if you are devoid of the fear of God, you may give 10%.
Well, what kind of fear of God would that even be in the first place?
The fear of God means, to an extent, you have conscience. You have conscience, you are still compassionate. Some people are not even compassionate. Entire money enters back into their pockets. That's why most of these interventions by the government is not effective, because there's corruption on this end, and there's a lack of voice on the other end. So there's no proper synergy, and who monitors what is given and how it is implemented. So the effectiveness becomes almost zero. Because if I get funding because of a particular reason, and the funding will not get to the target audience or the target beneficiaries, then what is the essence?
All right. Now, the issue of monitoring is a very salient point that you've raised, and I would like us to revisit it right after this break, because we cannot keep moving in this direction. You know, we get funding from international organizations, but there's no accountability whatsoever. Now, that is the aspect I would like us to, focus on right after this break. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Kingsley, the point you raised about accountability is quite a very serious one, because it will go a long way to determine how these funds or these aids are utilized, when they do get here. Now, what do you think can be done to create a system of accountability, a mechanism that ensures that the wrong people do not hijack these monies that are actually meant for the well-being of the people?
I think the very first thing will come from your end as journalists. When monies like this are being sent, they should be made public. People should be aware that, for instance, UNICEF is donating $5 million to underprivileged Nigerians in some areas. They will give us a demographic of the breakdown of who gets what and what they are to get. And it should make a public document so that everybody can have an input. They can see exactly what is on paper. That way, whoever is trying to steal is already on alert that it's not going to be business as usual, because whatever is going to steal is already known to the public. Awareness should be made. Most of these transfers are done in secret. Most of the beneficiaries will get to know. For example, somebody sent a couple of grants to me to disburse to a couple of persons, and there's a grant. I've already told them where the money came. Not because of my kind of person, that's all. Ordinarily, money has even entered my custody. It's a small money though, but then I can just, but for conscience sake, I told them before now, it's small money, small pocket grant, fine. I knew the person is an NGO, send to, I have a few women that needs this help, send to them. So no, I'll send it through you because of the confidence. But what I'm trying to say, for those mega donations, mega transactions, the journalists should do their investigation properly and allow the public to be aware that this sort of amount is being sent to alleviate poverty. Some of these things are sent to mitigate this immigration influx of foreigners to their country. They're trying to make us to be a little bit comfortable here, so that the drive to want to come over will decline.
So as to also reduce the burden on
them, on their facilities, their security and stuff like that. So let's just help them, so they will not have to run down here. But what they don't understand, when the monies are sent, they don't also give us the feeling of knowing that this amount of money has been disbursed for this and this purpose. So we don't know. That's first problem. Second problem is that they should get religious bodies involved in a way. May not be the major agents of disbursement, but they should be formally aware, and before the money even lands, they will educate their followership that this and this amount is coming for this and these purposes, and it should be part of the board that disburses such money. That way we can, if you don't have, like you say, a monitoring system, it will not work. Like I did tell you once, I said, we do programs with TEDFund. I always say that. There's a way they monitor us. For example, when I did my master's program, it was sponsored by TEDFund. When I was done, they didn't ask me when they gave me the money, but I have to do a retirement. I have to send my thesis, my certificate, everything I got by virtue of that sponsorship, which they can always validate from the school I submitted for that I was going to attend. They can validate my claim that this young man was giving so and so amount of money. He went for the program. He has finished the program. Now, if they find out that the money was released and I didn't go for that program, I'm already in trouble. If I'm going to face either EFCC or ICPC, you get a picture. Yeah. There must be a check and balance routine that already puts fear in your heart that if I steal this money, it may not be easy. Yeah. I may easily be caught. But we don't have those checks and balances.
So you think all of this happens because it thrives in secrecy?
That's one. Then the composition of what, like we do in regular administration. Now you have the head that signs, you have the treasurer or secretary that signs. You have people that can checkmate the other person. When you have absolute power, you're the one that signs everything. They say absolute power will now corrupt you absolutely. Yeah. Because nobody checks you. Like we were saying earlier at the back door, we have the 3 arms of government. I would say there's no longer 3 arms. We are now having 2 arms. To be fair to the judiciary, let me still call them an arm. If I would say we have 3 arms, I will give it to you, the journalists, as the second arm of government. But when you say assemblies, whether at state or national level, they are an extended office of either the governor or the president. I don't call them rubber stamp. They've gone beyond rubber stamp. Rubber stamp still means you can have some bit of discussion before you stamp. You must stamp because you are an extended part. In fact, I'm your employer. You must stamp. And that's why we are advocating for independence when it comes to their financial dealings. Yeah. As long as the government is the one that funds the assembly, the day you refuse to stamp, that's the day funding will disappear from the assembly. And before you know, your roof is leaking. You go and hold your meeting somewhere else. And nothing will happen.
Right, that was a rather hilarious one. Now, I'd like to ask you, Deacon Matthew, what challenges, because he has actually pointed out some, okay, but let's take a look at it on the spectrum. Yes. What challenges do you think limit the effectiveness of international organizations in Africa?
The level of education is still...
On whose part now?
On our part. On our part, because what you refuse to find out will be hidden for you for, if not throughout your generation. Bible says, study to show yourself approved as a workman that need not to be ashamed. It takes through, the other day we talked about research and development. There's huge finance, capital allotted to that. Don't look at it that in everything I must get quick win, quick gain. Do your time, you understand? Study hard, and before you will know those things that are easily available to you. Okay. If you know the composition of the crude oil that is under our foot, you understand that when you distill it, you have so many byproducts. You understand, even down to the bitumen that we now go and source for as a raw material in constructing our road. You will not have that mind to say, let me sell it, to the international market for them to refile. And imagine the other day now, is it not Dangote that was saying he's taking delivery of crude oil from another country? When in OPEC, we are one of the biggest country with huge resources in crude oil. Why will it have to be sold? You understand? Because this same international organization that I'm very, very upset about, we want to use it as collateral, to get you the fund, that is, you see, in so many instances, it is easy for you to borrow. But how is good? No nation on earth will say it does not borrow. You understand? It's good to borrow, but what do you spend it on? So one of these challenges...
Do you think we are borrowing too much as a nation, for instance?
One, we are borrowing, we are not using it for what it is meant.
So the problem is not that we are borrowing?
No, it's not that we are borrowing.
But you don't think we are borrowing too much?
We are even borrowing too much because it is not being spent for what it is meant. Okay. So these are all these things we have to look at, Our nation, we should take the bull by the horn. Let us go the hard way. Do your time. Pay the sacrifice. Work on your raw material. Let it be that it is the product you don't have the raw material of making, you will not make for exchange in the international market. Because if you keep consuming, you are worsening your balance of payment deficit, and that will lower your voice in the international community. You understand? You cannot be talking when you are a highly indebted nation where other countries are talking, heads of states are talking. You understand? You have no voice. You understand? Because of what I do, you understand? I'm able to stand shoulder to when it comes to deciding policy, even for this state and nation. But if I have been so dependent on salary, looking up to somewhere, I will not have this credibility. So what I'm saying to us here in Nigeria, even to Africa member states, let us look inwards, work on our raw materials, add values to them. Then let it be that it is what you don't have, you make for exchange, to balance the economy. There must be trade, whether it's by barter or by currency. There must be trade, whether at the local market, national market, and the international market. So that is how it is. We must invest in education. Let us know, the composition of what we have, and how we must utilize them. And also talking about monitoring. You understand? It is the duty of the legislative arm to check what the executive is doing. So if there can be a way, each of these arms gets their funding from the constitution, not passing through the executive, I think that would be another way that this monitoring will be more effective. You understand? Because it becomes like an appendage of the executive, even to the judiciary. Just not too long, we are told that judges should not be taking gifts so that it does not corrupt them. Yeah. You understand? Because if what they decide, who pays the piper dictates. You understand? Is coming from only the executive. They'll be able to, that will influence their judgment in court. Then for the legislator, that will influence their oversight. We cannot be keeping moving around circles, circumnavigating and think we are going far. You come to where you started from, you go over again, you come to where you started from, and those around their journey, they are heading on. So that is how it is. Let's invest in education, then monitoring and evaluation, very important. Because if you do not know where you are coming from and know where you are now, it's difficult for you to dictate where you are going.
So when you say monitoring, you're saying that it's the role of the international organizations to actually monitor?
Even if they have business, because no nation is an island of its own. Okay. You understand? Whether they are doing well to my own perception before now or not, let them involve, like my brother said, let's involve religious leaders. Those some can also be corrupted.
Of course, but I was going to say, yes, religious leaders are even.
We understand that. So by the time media takes it up, we'll be able to know what is happening.
But the whole according to him is transparency.
Transparency. Mm-hmm. Let the journalists put it up. Let us know what is coming in. Then who is it on his table now? Let us know. Then where is it going from there? Because look, ITV, thank God for what ITV is doing, even with all your sisters program and all that. How we are able to even call, while on program, we call a sitting chairman, called DPO, called the State Commissioner of Police, to give accounts of what they are doing. This makes for check. It's not just what the legislators are doing that we don't see. Let us hear from them live.
Could that be the reason Mr. Kingsley called us the third?
Yeah, even now doing more, They say we are the fourth.
No, they call them the fourth. But in my own explanation, I will rewrite the economic history and call them the third arm of government. Because one arm is already missing. It's not an arm anyway, it's an extension of one of the arms. So they are the third arm.
You think we'll fill the vacuum?
To a large extent.
You are acting
because we are actually flattered, and
you don't have a flatter. It's obvious. You are able to make people know what is happening. Give people space to air their opinion, to voice their grievances. You are now doing the job that we expect the legislature to do. That's what you're doing. Okay. I'm not speaking about any legislation in Nigeria, because it's like the same trend all over. Yeah. When you have an assembly that is at variance with that we have in River State, it's always volatile. There's always one institution where the assembly will say yes. And late Archbishop, the Patricia will say, if all the people around you are the yes type, you are finished.
The Bible says, all men say well of you.
Yes, you are not safe.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, this is our final break on the show. When we return, we are going to be, piecing things up and just, find a way to make sense of all of this conversation, especially focusing on the solution part of the conversation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is the final lap of Flipside for today, and I still have Mr. Kingsley Ikeke and of course Deacon Matthew Ehorobo right in the building with me. Now, finally, I would like us to begin to examine the way out of this problem, because so far it seems like we've been focusing on the problems and so let's begin to prefer solutions in the best way that we can. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Kingsley. What reforms do you think are needed to make international organizations more effective in Africa?
The one first thing I said when I was talking was that we need your arm. In trying to get ready for this program, something struck me. I remember that when you say cleaner air or using a greenhouse emission, whatever, there used to be compensations. I forgot, but when I was trying to, when I got read through, I felt there used to be, so I checked. There are funds. What I said, education is one of the key. Journalism is another key. That people should be aware. For instance, if Edo State, for instance, now decides to change all the transportation vehicle into electric cars or into solar vehicles, they can do a proposal, a calculation of the level of emission that comes out of these vehicles on a daily basis, and the benefit of bringing in vehicles that don't use fossil fuel. The fossil fuel are the one that comes from petroleum. And those vehicles that don't use fossil fuel, they tend to be more friendly to the environment, and they make the environment healthier. They also help to check climate or global warming, because most of these vehicles that we use, or machines that we use, we do what we call carbon 2 oxide, which forms carbon 4 eventually. And that carbon 4 has a way of trapping heat. And when it traps it, you have what we call the heating of the atmosphere, what we call global warming. The other ones that deplete the ozone layer. The point I'm going to is this: if we are aware, but there are funds, there are even concessionary loans. When they know that you are trying to make the environment healthier, they give it to you with almost zero interest. So you can now implement those transportation, like we talk about CNG, that the emission rate is far minimal than the regular diesel or fuel. So you can have a calculation and make requests, and you're giving even funds outside the loans you are giving. So we need enlightenment. That's why I say you are very key to this matter. We need education. We should be enlightened. We are ahead. I think there's a university that is using solar cacao. Yes. So that does not use any. Does not pollute the environment. It makes the environment healthier for all of us to live in. If they are covering a very large population and they could calculate what they have removed by virtue of this new introduction, they are compensated. People should go and investigate. Most of these things are hidden. They are buried because the awareness is not there. People are not aware. Even when we are aware of most entertainment, Wizkid is coming, Davido is in town, Rema is in the stadium, everywhere is jam-packed. Those ones that brings benefit to life, we don't emphasize them, and we don't reward them accordingly, and that keeps us in the dark. And once we're in the dark, after a while, you begin to see. And what you see is not the real thing. What you are saying is virtual. So we need education. We need you guys to step up your games. Investigative journalism, very important. The case in question, which they are still battling with the chief of staff and the whatever, and that person's agency was captured in the budget. Somebody raised the eyebrow. This agency is in the budget. Now they are investigating. Only God knows the truth of the matter. But the point is that somebody looked into it when they were trying to deny the existence. They found that same body was captured in the national budget, and money was assigned. So who was supposed to do an oversight? Who assigned people to the agency? So many questions get unanswered.
Okay. You have something to conclude quickly.
To add to that, I want our politicians to know that, I keep saying this over and over, your political party will come and go. What remains is your identity. First, you are a Nigerian, or you are an African, and that is your identity in the global community. You understand? That is your DNA, your deoxyribonucleic acid. It works in you, and that is what you transfer to the next generation. 4 years will come and go, 8 years will come and go, but what you make out of it, the value of your economy remains. So they say he that lives in a glass house does not throw stone. You know, if you want Nigeria to take her pride of place in the community of nations, know that it is beyond your political party. So let us stop patronizing those that help us carry ballot box during the election. Stop, look for technocrats, those that are professional in that field. You know, like you imagine a medical doctor who walk all his way through the school, you know, blocking lecturers and all that. That is when you see the number of deaths, you know, coming from surgeries and all of that. You know, but if you know your onion, you know what you are made. The last time we had in the immediate past doctors president of all doctors, he's a Nigerian, even an Ibeman. World Trade Organization, he's a Nigerian. That is the chairman there. Yeah. So we have brains here. Let us know to add value to our resources. We may be well read, know all the theory, but if you do not have product to offer and service to tag to your identity, you keep living a consumption life, and your imports, your balance of payment will keep you know, displacing, you know, at the international community. All so right. What is necessary is that it is beyond your political party. You understand? It is beyond your tenure. Patronize professionalism, and be transparent in your dealing. Okay. You understand? It is, Bible says, having food and raiment, be content. It is not food or money or a car or a house our leaders are now still looking for. They have all of that. Okay. So let them be content with what they have.
In a nutshell, they should strive to make impact.
Make impact, positive impact, such that when you travel out, it will be respected that this is a Nigerian. Right. Your passport, you know, will be given the honor it deserves.
It's okay. Thank you very much. I'm taking Matthew Hirobo, entrepreneur and, of course, public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for being on the show.
It's nice being here.
And, of course, the erudite Kingsley Ikeke. He's actually a clergyman, but it's actually amazing how much he knows about Nigeria and, of course, international affairs. Thanks so much for being on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's been Flipside on independent television, and it's been a very interesting conversation. It's also an ongoing one because it never ends here. There's so much more to say. But I guess that is where our leaders come in. That is where the stakeholders come in. Okay? It's not just enough to talk here. All right? We expect that action is taken. And of course, the needful is done. It's been an amazing conversation indeed. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the morning to you. Welcome to the program this morning on ITV. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens, and I have my colleague joining on this table, Harry Aigboje. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning, Anu. Good
How are you? Good to see you too. And also joining this morning in our Lagos studio, I have Patricia Gabriels. Good morning, Patricia. How are you? And how is Lagos today?
Good morning, Anu. Lagos is good and I'm fine. Thank you so much. And how's been in?
Benin is great and amazing, and of course the weather is doing its thing at this point. Well, hopefully we have our Abuja studio join us on the show this morning. A lot of things to talk about, but let's quickly rub minds as regards the economy, as we get to see in the news that the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the benchmark interest rate at 26.5%, maintaining a cautious stand amidst inflationary pressures right here in Nigeria. Now, the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso disclosed this committee's decision at the conclusion of the bank's 2 days 306th Monetary Policy Committee meeting held this month from July 20th to July 21st. 2026 right there in Abuja. So the decision marks the second consecutive retention of the MPR at 26.5% following a 50 basis point reduction in February from 27%. So speaking after the meeting, the CBN governor stated that the committee's decision was based on a thorough assessment of the economy. Harry, what do you really make out of this, especially in the country where we're still grappling with high inflationary measures, and it seems to a lot of Nigerians that what is going on as regards all of the, the laid down conversation, the policies, the implementation is really not trickling down to the common man on the street, the SMEs, the businessman who gets to complain of high diesel, high fuel, and all of that. How do we marry everything?
Well, every time there is a decision of this nature, it is the common man that is worse off for it, because we complain every day that life is not easy for the average Nigerian, and every time a policy is implemented, it seems like it's even making things worse for the average Nigerian. Now, he said that they came up with this decision after a thorough assessment of the economy. Right. So I believe he did that, or they did that from an expert perspective. But the question is, how does this affect the common man? Now, a lot of Nigerians are struggling to survive. Businesses are, barely surviving, okay? Getting a loan nowadays is not a joke. And of course, what this means is that it's going to be even harder to get a loan because of the interest rate and all of that. So one would have expected that, okay, in making this decision, they would put the masses into consideration. But it seems like, as always, it's about them, and it's about what they think is in the best interest of the country. Now, although he found a way to blame this on the current crisis in the Middle East, he said the inflation level balanced at some point, I think sometime in February, but it went up again as a result of the escalation of the crisis. Well, what can we say? We can only hope that the crisis, subsides, so that we can get back to, we can get our lives back, because apparently the crisis is affecting everything. Let's not forget how the crisis also affected fuel hike quite recently. Right. So the crisis, tends to be affecting everything. In fact, everything that concerns us. So I guess at this point, Nigerians need to start praying that the crisis will end. Well,
when you say hope, it just makes me remember that we're currently in the renewed hope administration of the president, and that's what the president came on board to offer to Nigerians. But concerning this MPR retaining the 27%, remember that he did actually say, the CBN governor, Olayemi Cardoso, did say that the Naira currently doesn't need protection. What the Naira needs is competition, right? Now, moving over to you, Patricia, a lot of the times we get to see inflation in the country being influenced by insecurity and a whole lot right here in Nigeria. Now, the question is, the retainment of the MPR, do you think it's going to enhance price stability across major sectors in the economy here in Nigeria?
Well, Anu, thank you so much. Just like Harry said, policies are made not looking at the common man in the country. Policies are taken when they look at how it will affect them, if it's going to affect them positively. That's my opinion. So I don't think that will help in the price in Nigeria right now. Instead, it's going to cause more inflation, because the common man on the street is complaining. Just like Harry said, with the crisis in the Middle East, we know how the fuel hike just went up last week or some days ago. And then we that are close to the common men on the streets, we discuss with them and we ask questions. Everybody is complaining bitterly, and trust me, I don't think this policy is going to help in the prices.
Right. Well, away from that, let's look at another major trending conversation currently emanating from the educational sector here in Nigeria. As yesterday, we did see that the federal government approves downward review of textbook assessment and ranking fees. Now, the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has reduced the cost of textbook assessment and ranking, and also directed that publishers who paid the previous higher assessment fees be refunded. So in a move actually aimed at easing the financial burden on stakeholders ahead of the implementation of the federal government's national textbook ranking system, the decision was announced in a statement personally signed by the executive secretary of the council, Professor Saliu Shehu, and released yesterday in Abuja. So basically, according to the statement release, the assessment fee has been reduced from 2,000 naira to 1,500 naira per page, while the ranking fee has been reviewed downward from 1 million naira to 750 naira per textbook title. So the federal government has actually done this, and it's a good law of Nigerians talking, especially authors in Nigeria. Now, Harry, I'd love to ask you this question. So with this reduction in the assessment fee, do you think we're still going to, you know, have any other barriers currently facing the authorization of books? And do you think it's also going to enable authors, give us quality for our monies?
I think this should be cheering news for authors,
right,
authors and publishers, because if I was an author, I probably would be, you know, popping champagne right now, because it means that I don't have to pay as much as I used to, you know, to get my work reviewed and of course ranked. I think it's a welcome development, it's a step in the right direction, because one of the things I believe has waned over time is the reading culture.
Right.
And this will also impact positively on the reading culture, because though it seems like books are now more in e-format than in hard copy, okay? But I believe with this particular one, attention will be shifted back to hard copy books. And of course, publishers and authors will have a sigh of relief, okay? And they will be, you know, better off for it. This will help them, it will encourage them to produce more, you know, to write more, and of course give them a lease of life.
Absolutely. Well, back to you, Patricia. Now, there's this popular saying that says, if you want to hide something from an African man, or should I say Nigerian at this point, just put it in a book. I don't know how true that is. But then again, back to this policy, how is it going to impact schools, students, and, you know, the educational system right here in Nigeria? What's your take?
Okay, like Harry said, it's a good way to go. You know, reducing the price costs for production of textbooks is actually a good way to go. Truly, our libraries are almost all empty these days when you go to the library. I remember when I was in school, we used to go to the library a lot to, you know, get textbooks that will assist us in our courses. But right now, libraries are almost all empty. Like Harry said, we're all having soft copy now, e-books are everywhere. But with this, I think that production of books will become more massive, and then we'll have more books in circulation for us to read. And I hope Nigerians would also see the opportunity to pick up books and read. It's very important when we read, and it makes us to understand what is going on and how to help us to improve in our courses, especially as students.
Okay. And also, there's another saying that says, readers are leaders. Harry, you did make mention of the, why did you chuckle when I said that, right? You did make mention of the fact that a lot of persons, especially the young folks, barely read these days. Yeah. Now, the question is why, and how can we build the reading culture back here in Nigeria?
Okay, I think it's a case of misplaced priority. A whole lot of things have distracted the young people of this generation.
When you say a lot of things, what are those things? Social media?
Social media mainly.
Content creation?
And of course, yes, content creation. In fact, the average young person is a content creator nowadays, which is not a bad thing.
Everybody basically is doing content, right?
Which is not a bad thing in itself. But I think there is a shift from the focus on creativity to, you know, the need to make money at all costs. So everybody wants to become a millionaire at the youngest age possible, which is not also bad, but the way you go about it is what matters. And just like you rightly said, readers are leaders. But again, most of our leaders today, are they readers or were they readers? Do they even act like leaders? With all due respect, but it is what it is, okay? But the reality is that we really need to bring back the reading culture. I am a product of the reading culture. I remember how passionate I was about reading when I was in my junior secondary school, even in my primary school. I read quite a lot of books from An African Night Entertainment, Cheer Brother, and you know, Things Fall Apart, No Longer at Ease, and the rest of them. So these things formed. And apart from just the fact that it helped us academically, it also helped shape us, shape our values. The value system that Africans are known for are actually gotten from most of the books that we read. For instance, if you read a book like Without a Silver Spoon, you'll see that there are lots of moral values in there that can influence the young person positively. But nowadays, how many of such materials are still out there, you know, to influence people positively?
Well, good question there. And I'd love to throw that question right now to Patricia. How did we get here with the reading culture in the country, and how can we make it better? What's the role of the school, the parents? Of course, we're aware that the family is the first institution when it comes to the social network in the nation, right? Patricia.
Okay, let me start by telling you a story of a young lady I came across yesterday. Okay, she's pregnant for her first child, and she's in her 20s. I think she's a doctor. She's 27 and thereabouts. So we were talking, and I was like, "Oh, your child is going to be watching a whole lot of cartoons and all that." And she said to me, "No, I won't allow my child to do that. I will imbibe the habit of reading once he or she is 1 year." So, you know, it caught my attention because these days, parents don't care. They just want something that will keep that child somewhere so they can go out to work or go out for businesses just to make money. Everybody's focused on making money. So you see them throw cartoons at them, and then these children just sit down in one place and watch cartoon. Even the schools are not left out. If you go to the schools these days, that habit of, you know, taking a storybook, let's read together in the class, they're not there anymore. Everybody is in a hurry to make money. Everybody is in a hurry to go do other things. Nobody is focused in educating the children to study. So it will start from the parents. If you could, at least twice in a week, take your time out to read with your children. And also the school, make it a habit. Maybe once in a week, everybody goes to the library to read. Pick up a storybook or a book you find interest from the library to read. I think that will help.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to the impact of this new policy and other policies that would shape the educational terrain right here in the country. Now, back to you, Patricia. What are we getting from Lagos this morning on the table?
Okay, this morning we're going to be looking at the preparedness of INEC. Is INEC actually prepared for the 2027 elections? We all know that there's been a lot of attack on the INEC. You know, I think Nigerians have lost some kind of trust on INEC. So we're going to be looking at how prepared INEC is. Are they really prepared for the 2027 elections?
Right, well, that's a big question that only the electoral umpire can respond to at this point. Let's not forget that we have the Osun governorship election coming up pretty fast. It's just next month, August 15th, and a lot of Nigerians are looking forward to the outcome of that election. Well, back here in Edo State, Nigeria, we turn our attention back to what went down over the weekend with the NBA election. There's been a lot of controversies surrounding that particular election, and we'll do justice to the conversation and talk about the aftermath of the NBA 2026 election right here in Nigeria. And if time will permit, we'll also look at the 2027 election. Has governance taken the back burner, and a lot of other interesting questions that should be asked right here on the show. We'll do justice to that. And interestingly, we'll be having our guest join in virtually, Barrister Benjamin Benyam, the immediate past chairman, NBA Boko Benue State, who'll be joining virtually this morning from Benue State, Nigeria. And also live here in Edo State, we'll have Barrister Chris Otasoe, Secretary, Nigeria Bar Association, Edo State, joins in the studio this morning. Well, all of this and more today on the show. As we take a short break, when we return, we'll look at the front pages of the newspaper. Please stay.
At Admissions are currently ongoing at Nigeria's premier private university, Ibadan University Okada. At Ibadan University Okada, we deliver world-class education in a highly conducive global environment, inspiring a culture of creativity and innovative experience. We are the vanguard of digital literacy. Enroll to study in any of Ibadan University's colleges of learning: College of Arts and Social Sciences, the College of Business and Management Studies, College of Engineering, College of Health Sciences, College of Natural and Applied Sciences. At Ibadan University Okada, students enjoy international exchange programs which take them beyond the shores of Nigeria annually to attend summer classes in partner universities in the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, and Asia. Candidates are to complete and submit application forms online on the website www.iuokada.edu.ng. Our hotlines 0703-292-4219. Canadian University, Nigeria's premier and leading private university.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying. If you're just on, you're on to This Morning on ITV. Now, we'll quickly take a look at the front pages of the newspaper this morning. We have the Punch newspaper, the Guardian newspaper, and the like. So let's start off with the Guardian newspaper this morning. And the major headline, interestingly, is about politics. The 2027 presidential election, that's what it's saying. INEC helpless as early campaigns flout Electoral Act fairness rules. Now, the question is why? On page 6, you find out more on that story. Court finds poverty keeping Nigerian prisons congested, says NHRC on page 3. Presidency pegs yearly power investment deficits at $11 billion. That's in Business News. Controversy trails 2026 budget amid Palace Church allocations delays. On page 6, away from that, payroll fraud, police top list as ICPC uncovers 908 fake workers. Police top list as ICPC uncovers 908 fake workers on page 5. Harry, this story is interestingly, it's funny, but it's not funny. And it seems that what we get to see every single time in federal parastatals right here in Nigeria. The question is why. There was a trending video of a particular governor, I'm trying to remember which state now, where he interestingly went to the studio, I said studio, he went to the office, right, in the morning, only for him not to meet anybody there. And he just went around. You know that's unplanned visit you get to make impromptu just to see how things are going on in your company. Now he did that, and to his greatest surprise, there was nobody there. And now we're having a report of persons, not even, you know, fake workers, ghost workers as the case may be. Now this is the same country where we've talked about fake agency that we're still grappling with in Nigeria. And shocking to see how the police is topping the chart.
Well, it still trickles down to the corruption conversation. And, you know, I've often said on this platform that corruption has eaten so deep into our very fabrics as a people that I think it has been institutionalized, where people don't see corruption as corruption until they become victims of corruption. Okay, to the average person, corruption is connection when it favors them. Okay, and let's not forget the fact that the eye service culture is a thing in Nigeria, where we only work when we know that we're being watched. Okay, we only do the needful. We only perform our duties when we know that we are being monitored. But the moment the eyes of the powers that be are no longer there, we just go about doing what we like. And this is actually a good thing. This is not the first time we're seeing something of this nature. I remember a story of a particular military administrator in Edo State. I think it was Anthony Onyerebulem of blessed memory, how he disguised as a common man to, you know, visit a filling station. He got there, and of course, the person working there, the fuel attendants, you know, disrespected him like the common man, and he just kept tagging along until, you know, he had had enough, and he got what he wanted, and decided to, you know, teach them a lesson. So it has always been like this. A lot of us only work when we know we are being watched, and it actually says a lot about our attitude to work, our attitude to duty, our attitude to responsibility. We do not think we don't do things because it is right. We do things because we want to impress. And that in itself is a problem.
Right, 908 fake workers. That number is really a lot. It's not 50, it's not 30 or 100.
It's crazy.
908 fake workers, it's a lot. It says a lot about the systematic failure we're currently experiencing in the country, and a lot of persons should be held accountable, and those guys should be flushed out as soon as possible.
In a country where a lot of people are looking for jobs, and then you have people who are privileged to have jobs, but they are not, doing what they're paid to do.
And it's really quite shocking that the personnel who should even be enforcing the law are also the ones, culprit to all of these things. It's really sad. But anyway, we fall back to the Guardian newspaper and look at other major headlines this morning. It says Nigeria's solar market hit $2.4 billion as Africa attracts $13.5 billion renewable energy investment on page 3. Dangote returns to Naira sales, raises ex-depot price to 1,215 Naira per litre on page 2. For a lot of Nigerians, when would this tussle end with the amount we tend to buy and purchase fuel in the country? Osho Guba polls, parties cite fresh concerns over electoral integrity, violence on page 7 of the Guardian newspaper this morning. World Day Against Trafficking, NAPTIP says 3,000 trafficked in $64 billion scam on page 5. And finally, Zenith wins Africa's Best Bank, retains industry award. Well, congratulations to them. Well, that's all the Guardian will permit us this morning.
All right, our focus now shifts to the Punch newspaper, and the Punch is leading with the headline that says ICPC team grills and battled DG inside police detention. ICPC team grills and battled DJ inside police detention, and that's on fake agency probe. Now that can be found on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. The writer there says Adeyemi quizzed for hours. Interrogation continues today. Reps to question Akume, Ribadu Fagbemi Disu, Accountant General today. Now it seems like a whole lot is happening today. Right. And another writer there says controversial DG gets new lawyer. Atiku tackles Tinubu over phantom agency controversy. Okay, let's take a look at the top of the page. And first here says Trump hails Tinubu over anti-terror war. And that's on page 7 of the Punch newspaper this morning. And next to that, police top list as ICPC uncovers 908 ghost workers, just like you were saying, Anu. Right. Page 27 of the Punch newspaper. And Zenith Bank named Africa's Best Bank and Nigeria's Best Bank at the 2026 Euro Money Awards for Excellence. Congratulations to Zenith Bank on that one. Page 15 is where you'll find that. And still on the Punch newspaper this morning, Dangote resumes Naira petrol sales, hikes price by 140 Naira. You can find that on page 21 of the Punch newspaper. Crackdown on cultists. Police arrest 3, seize firearms in Lagos. Now it seems like there is a raging war against cultists and cultism in Nigeria. I mean, kudos to the Edo State governor
for topping the chart and taking the lead.
Absolutely.
Right.
And then you can find that on pages 4 and 5. And finally, on the Punch newspaper this morning, Ondo Speaker gets Sunday deadline to resign or face impeachment. I know that's it seems like there's fire on the mountain for Ondo Speaker right there. And that's on page 14 of the Punch newspaper. That's it. Right.
Away from that, the Nigerian Tribune is up next, and the big, major, bold headline says APC, Atiku, trade words over 12.8 trillion naira service-wide vote. Subwriter says ADC presidential candidate lacks the basic understanding of public finance. Who was speaking? APC. You failed to address central issues on how SWV ballooned by over 1,918% in 2 years. Atiku responding, more or less like a tug of war, or tug of words between Atiku and the presidency at this point. On page 3, details of that story. Illegal mining, Senate proposes bill on tighter regulation penalties on page 4. Oil government, EFCC, battle in court over state's finances on page 3. Fubara declares support for Rivers Rainbow Coalition, backs Tinubu Chinda on page 25. Now, Harry, I feel we need to just talk about this a little bit. Now, for all of Nigerians, the question has been, where has he been Fubara, because for quite a while he hasn't been trending, he hasn't been saying anything. It seems the whole controversy and tug of war between him and his principal, or former principal, if I should say, really had a strong hold on him. And just yesterday we saw the video, hopefully we'll have it on TMI Socials, where he was saying what beautiful things about Wike, and he also did say, you know what, I'm supporting whoever Wike is supporting and the president is supporting for the next governor of Rivers State. What do you think played out, especially with the whole drama and shenanigans we've been seeing over time coming out from Rivers State?
Now, that sounds to me like a rhetorical question, because we already know what played out. You know, power play, power tussle. If you can't beat them, you know you have to join them. So
really?
That's what I think is playing out here. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. It's a case of a child, an owl crying in the middle of the night and a child dying in the morning. How did we move from these two people being at each other's necks to becoming best of friends? Now, it actually goes to tell you that behind the scene, there's a lot of politicking. There's a lot of power play that happens, even beyond what we see on the surface. So I feel like Wike is everybody knows how ruthless Wike can be when it comes to politicking and when it comes to power play. So I wouldn't be surprised if some sort of, should I call it intimidation or bullying, has played out behind the scene. But the more you look, the less you see in Nigeria.
Well, as we would say, allegedly, because we really can, put words to this.
Absolutely.
Well, still in the same country where they say in politics you have no permanent friends or permanent enemies. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. Away from that, we'll turn our attention over to another major headline that says, on the foreign scene, President Trump lauded Tinubu over fight against terror, protection of Christians. We saw the State House of, Abuja right there did post an interesting message from President Donald Trump on his X account yesterday. Away from that, okay, we've talked about the Dangote refinery hiking petrol price. I think that's all Nigerian Tribune has for us this morning, Harry.
Okay, let's take a look at the Nation newspaper. And the Nation is leading with this screamer that says, Tinubu's decisive blows on terrorists excite Trump. Tinubu's decisive blows on terrorists excite Trump. And the writer that says, U.S. President pledges more support in letter to Nigerian leader. Okay, now let's take a look above the masthead. CBN, banks must now support productive sector. Okay, and Osun 2026, Oyebamiji to voters, don't be deterred by violence rumors. Well, that's really hard to do, given the antecedents of elections that we've seen in recent time. Give APC candidate a chance because of his politics. I think that's on page 6 of the Nation newspaper. Accord stakeholders threaten withdrawal of support for Adeleke. You want to know more about that? Pick up a copy of the Nation newspaper. And still on the Nation newspaper this morning, 2 million naira loan offers opens for young entrepreneurs. That can be found on page 25 of the Nation newspaper. Otedola tightens hold on first holdco with 7,759 billion naira shares acquisition. And that's on page 7 of the Nation newspaper. And finally on the Nation newspaper this morning, 5 Southeast governors back Tinubu's re-election. And that's on page 30 of the Nation newspaper.
Right, well, we wrap up with the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, and it's leading with an interesting headline that says 2026 budget, federal government allocates 22.15 billion naira for traditional rulers' palaces renovations, furnishings. Now, subwriter says 11 palace projects valued at 5.85 billion naira have no identifiable locations. Who was speaking? 46 MDAs without statutory mandate to build or renovate places to execute projects. ICPC uncovers over 908 ghost workers on federal government payroll. We've talked about that. Federal government 12.83 trillion naira service-wide vote covers salaries, pensions, legacy debt, not presidential slush fund. Now, Harry, this has actually generated a lot of controversies online, and I would love to have, you know, a grasp or a content really based on what this is about. Really, with the major headline that says the federal government of Nigeria has earmarked a whopping 22.15 billion naira in the 2026 budget for the construction, renovation, and furnishing of 106 royal palace buildings across the country. And not just that, an extensive review of the budget document released by Public Accountability Organization yesterday exposed widespread accountability loopholes, showing that 11 palace projects worth 5.85 billion naira have no identified physical locations in the country, making public tracking and oversight impossible. Now, this has got a lot of Nigerians talking.
Now, $1 million question would be, what is it with us and misplaced priorities in this country? There are lots and lots of issues on the front burner that actually deserve our attention, but it seems to me that we are always chasing shadows. And I'm not in any way saying that traditional rulers do not deserve a good place to stay.
You're not just traditional rulers, even, you know, places of worship as well.
Absolutely. And for me, these are secondary issues. As much as they're important, I believe there are so many more important issues that deserve our attention as a people. And by the time we begin to chase shadows like this, then what impression are we giving the average Nigerian? It actually just goes to prove that we are more interested in, you know, chasing peripheral issues rather than actually focusing on issues that affect us. Now, the issue of insecurity has become a cankerworm. Even though Donald Trump, President of the United States, just gave President kudos for his efforts so far. But I think there is a whole lot more that needs to be done. Because, like they say, he who wears the shoes knows where it pinches. So we are in the middle of all of this. The average Nigerian that travels from Benin to Lagos, you know, with his heart in his mouth, you know, is still in the better position to, you know, to score the president in that regard. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not saying these things are not important, but they are secondary. There are more important issues. There are more pressing issues that deserve the attention of our leaders.
And do not forget that we are really pretty religious in Nigeria. Exactly. So when we see news like this, we shouldn't really be surprised. But then again, a lot of things to talk about on the show this morning. And as some netizens would say on the line, that if you actually explain Nigeria to you and you understand
something is wrong.
Definitely, I don't know. I'm just going to leave it right there. Now we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to the first part of the conversation this morning. Please stay with us. Welcome back. Now, President of the Nigeria Bar Association, Afam Osigwe, on Friday dismissed allegations that he was attempting to rig or interfere in the association's national officers' election, insisting that the Electoral Committee of the Nigeria Bar Association operated independently and took no instructions from him. While addressing a journalist in Abuja, Osigwe said allegations that he was backing a preferred candidate were politically motivated and unsupported by any evidence whatsoever. His remarks came against the backdrop of weeks of controversy over the July 18th NBA election, during which some presidential candidates and stakeholders questioned the integrity of the process, called for the election to be postponed, demanded the use of National Identification Number Verification, that's the NIN, and accused the NBA leadership of attempting to influence the outcome of the election. The association consistently denied the allegations, maintaining that only the Electoral Committee was constitutionally empowered to conduct election. Now, we're looking at the aftermath of the NBA election 2026, controversies that actually did mar the election. Well, my guests right here already, and then we quickly introduce Barrister Chris Otasowie, Secretary, Nigeria Bar Association, Edo State. Thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And also joining virtually this morning, I have Barrister Benjamin Benyam. He is the immediate past chairman, NBA Boko, Benue State. He joins virtually from Benue, Nigeria today. Good morning, Barrister Benjamin. How are you? Okay, well, so while we're trying to regain connectivity with Barrister Benjamin, let me move back to you here in the studio, Barrister Chris. Now, tell us your assessment of the NBA 2026 election.
Okay, thank you so much. Before they try to attempt an assessment of the process,
right,
it's good to also let you understand how the system is structured.
Okay.
You know, the Nigerian Bar Association has a national body and also state branches. Decision flows from the national body to the state body, guided by our constitution. The constitution empowers the National Executive Council to appoint an electoral body in every election year to oversee the conduct of a free and fair election. That election committee is not tied to the apron string of the national officers. It is being appointed by NEC. NEC is a combination of all branch chairmen and secretary nationwide, and chairmen of forums, past presidents, past secretaries. So you can see that it's an amalgam of stakeholders in the association. So that is the body that appoints the electoral body. Now, before 2016, we had a delegate system of voting where few individuals from the branches are appointed or to represent the entire branch to vote in a national election. Yes, like what you have in the party primaries.
Okay.
People became dissatisfied with that system of a few persons leaving from the branch to vote the interest of the entire members.
So in a nutshell, those few persons were like delegates, right?
Delegates. So that delegate election paved with 2016 when our leader, Austin Alege, was president, and now introduced what we call a universal suffrage, that every members of the association, as far as you are a financial member, you are qualified to vote, you vote and decide. It's a secret balloting. But we did this through an electronic voting platform. In fact, we were the first to develop that in Nigeria. Yes, like every other system, it comes with its challenges.
Right.
Over the years, when the challenges come up, we look for a way to rectify it. This year's ECNBA was not without challenges, like every human endeavor, but they also took steps to try to ameliorate it, by consulting with the stakeholders, the candidate themselves, and all that. But to say that the election was not fair and fair, I think I would dispute that with you. It was, because I will give an insight into how the voting patterns were. Now, to qualify to vote, you must be a registered member of the association, in the sense that, lawyers are given a unique Supreme Court number, that in fact every lawyer has his own profile in our portal. Now, that unique SCN number is what qualifies you to vote at first. So you have a situation whereby non-lawyers cannot vote in an election, because to vote you must be a lawyer registered at the roll call of the Supreme Court. Now, the second stage is that there is a phone number attached to every lawyer, a registered phone number in our database. These two combinations, what the ECN Elections Committee used in drawing up a temporary and a final voters list.
Okay.
Which members used in assessing their voting.
Supreme Court number and the phone number.
And the phone numbers. And the email, there are three. But this year, because of the problem we had the previous election, a lot of these candidates who also are now complaining came to the stakeholders meeting to say, because when you enter your Supreme Court number, it sends you an OTP.
Right.
It is that OTP that is your password to access the voting platform, see the list of cleared candidates, and vote your preference. Now, when it got to this year's election, there was massive opinion against OTP being sent through email of members, and they asked that the preponderance of opinion and suggestion was that the OTP should be sent to individual members' phone number, not email. So you have a situation in the past if your OTP does not come through the phone numbers, it comes through the email. But this time around, it was restricted to the phone numbers only. I think that's where you had some persons complain that they didn't receive OTP on time or at all to vote in an election.
Well, just to fact check you there, regarding the OTP, but there are those who actually did say that they preferred the case of the OTP being sent to the mail as regards the number, because that way it's actually easy, it's easy for them to hack whatever the case may be with the OTP. Latif Akombe also raised the question, I know it was one of the contestants, the second runner or the first runner up, during the election, where he did say that he preferred them to have even done an NIN. You want to react to all of that?
Yes, like I said, the OTP ought to be, in the previous election, was sent to phone number and email simultaneously. You have a situation where either you receive it here or you receive it. But this time around, it was the same set of persons now in the stakeholders meeting that protested that OTP should not be sent to email. That in previous election, they suspected that people's email were hacked and their OTP was generated to vote for a preferred candidate. That will curb that angle of fraud, because it's difficult for me now to access your text message when it comes through SMS. But people can actually, with the use of technology and all that, hack the mail. So they were afraid, they didn't want that to be sent to the mail. So we all now agree that, okay, let it be sent to phone number in such a way, maybe we'll minimize the issue of, suspected cases of people hacking into email to, harvest OTP that are sent to members to vote.
Okay. Now let's get back to our guest joined in virtually from Benue, Nigeria this morning. Barrister Benjamin, immediate past chairman, NBA Boko Benue State. Thank you so much indeed for your time this morning. We've been talking about the pre-electionary period of the NBA elections, and I'd love to get your view regarding what you observed over time, because there's been a lot of allegations and counter-allegations, especially from Latif Akombe SAN, one of the major contenders in the election, where he did talk about the fact that a lot of persons were actually disenfranchised, and even before that there were a lot of questions as regards whether the election should be postponed or not. And some persons also did talk about other issues as regards the use of the NIN, which regards the OTP and a whole lot of things. I'd love to get your view regarding it.
Yes, thank you very much. Like politicians, lawyers are also politically inclined, given any opportunity to lead. And the problem of choosing leadership in our country generally has been one of a struggle. Everybody wants to be there. But that notwithstanding, my humble view about the conduct of the present NBA national election is that the elections were conducted. I cannot vouch that the elections were devoid of shortcomings, but to some extent, there was a reasonable achievement. The idea of sending OTP to private members of the voters, to me, is the best, because emails can easily be hacked. Last year's election, we had a lot of challenges. Even some people, some of the voters to access their own email, some had forgotten even their password, and there are challenges. But when it comes to using your phone number, it's always a direct message. And so nobody else can access your phone number, your OTP, and then your phone number at the same time, because your device is there with you. And so you are the one to use it and then access the voters register. So on that score, I feel is the best approach in the circumstance. I'm also aware that Latif Akande actually made very series of concerns. Of course, it's not the only person. I'm also aware that the Akimboro SN and Akade SN, they raised series of concerns, which to some extent were reasonable, but they should also be aware that why the election was to kickstart in the early hours of 18th of July, that fateful Saturday, there was a serious technical glitch to the extent that the service providers had to grapple with it. And the electoral committee did not even hide it. They made it clear that the portal was even hacked. And so they had to struggle with it until they had to secure it and then reverse the challenge before we have to proceed with the election. And so it is true that the election has its challenges, but what matters importantly is the ability of the impartial umpire, as the electoral committee, to ensure that everything, every due diligence is carried out and everything is done satisfactorily, and at least if not satisfactorily, to almost the best possible way, so that will be justifiable. And so elections in Nigeria and in any given setup, we continue to experience some of the challenges. It's for us to sit up, because these challenges actually educates us so that we can sit up and then strategize, come up with the first all technical, administrative, and all stakeholders, involvement, and all political practices to prevent some of the issues which are raised in the present.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Benjamin. Now let me move back to you, Barrister Chris. He made mention that it behooves on the electoral umpire, to the impartial umpire. He called them impartial. Now, how impartial do you think the umpire is in the light of these allegations and counter-allegations?
Okay, they are very impartial in the sense that they are not, like I told you, tied to the apron string of the national officers, or they are not being influenced by virtue of.
You are sure they are not being influenced?
Yes, Part 5 of our Constitution. In fact, there is a post-election audit, and audits that is to be done in every election. At the end of 12 hours of voting, the electoral umpire is supposed to audit and come up with a list of persons that voted in an election and send them to each of the candidates and the members. They've done that. In fact, as I speak to you, the ECNBA today came up with a list of those that voted in this election. In fact, that list contained the names of members who voted, their Supreme Court number, the phone number between which they received their OTP, where and the time, date and time they voted.
Okay.
It's like a self-audit. They audit themselves and give you the result to see. Unlike what you have in the regular Nigerian election, where it's difficult to even audit the election itself. In fact, I'm trying to describe how unbiased the committee is that they audit themselves and put it in the public domain. As I speak to you, they've done that. It was circulated all over the branches. All the candidate has it. So if you have anybody that is not a lawyer or anybody that didn't vote, you will see the list of persons that voted from each branch. We have 129 branches all over the 36 states, including FCT. So the list of Benin branch is with us.
Okay.
We know our members that voted, the percentage that voted. That's how transparent the process can be.
So are you implying that there is no element of truth in the allegation that the NBA president is throwing his weight behind, a certain candidate?
No, that's not true. He has consistently, in fact, at NEC, most of these decisions are taken at NEC. He is also a lawyer. He's a human being.
But you admitted a moment ago that lawyers are not different from average Nigerians after all.
Yes, because we are Nigerians. we are Nigerians. The fact that we are Nigerians, we are as lawyers, we are by your training, we are trained to be above board at all times. Yes, we may lead the way, not perfectly, but as of today, the lawyers in this country, when it comes to electoral system, still leads the way. Still better than what you have.
All right. Now, let's quickly run through the numbers. The three major contenders actually came out tops in the 2026 NBA election. Let me start with the least. Olumuyiwa Akimburu, SAN. He polled a total of 5,855 votes. Lateef Omoyemi Akambe, SAN, polled 7,934 votes. And of course, the winner of the election, Onyinkansola Badejo Okunsiya, SAN, polled 12,317 votes. Now, we really have to take a short break now, but when we return, we'll actually take a closer examination at a statement made by Lateef Akonde, where he said that this actually is the worst ever election conducted in the history of the NBA. All of this and more after the break. Welcome back. Now, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Mrs. Onyinkansola Badejo Okunsiya, SAN, on her election as the first elected female president of the Nigeria Bar Association, while describing her victory as a milestone for the legal profession and a triumph for merit, excellence, and gender inclusion. Now, Tinubu, in a statement issued on Tuesday by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said Badejo Okunsiya's emergence underscored the increasing recognition of women's contribution to national building and the administration of justice. The president said the senior advocate's distinguished legal career marked by integrity, professionalism, and commitment to justice had earned her the confidence of lawyers across the country. Now, let me move back to you, Barrister Benjamin. Let's get down to the assessment of the election. What do you make out of the statement coming out from Barrister, what's his name now, Barrister Omoyemi, SAN, who happened to be the first runner-up of the election, where he did categorically state that this is the worst election so far in the history of the NBA right here in Nigeria?
I think you are referring to Akangbe SAN. My humble view is that he has expressed his personal displeasure with the conduct of the election, but I don't think what he has said is actually or represents a true picture of what transpired. We all agree that given our Nigerian setting, it has been very difficult to conduct large-scale elections without hitches. Virtually every election is amenable to some hitches and glitches. We agree that there are some technical glitches, but the problem started even before the election, where some lawyers had even approached a high court in Oyo State to restrain the electoral committee of the Nigerian Bar Association from conducting the scheduled election on the 18th of July. It was, I think, few days, about on the 14th of July, that the Court of Appeal cleared the air that, look, Oyo State High Court don't even have jurisdiction to have entertained the subject matter, and so even the injunction was, the restraining order was even nullified. And if you look at the underground circumstances, you can agree that the electoral committee has, on their part, done all the best they could, and the Nigerian Bar Association, through the National Executive Committee, also resolved that the election should hold The reason is that if we continue to postpone elections, it gives a very bad signal, a very bad impression to the entire society. Anytime an election of this nature is postponed, that sends a very bad signal because it affects the tenure, it affects even the psyche, it affects the integrity of the association. As lawyers, we have to be very careful in whatever we do. Ours is to uphold the rule of law, to promote justice. And so, to me, I feel he raised some concerns which might be genuine, but at the same time, it is not really ideal to conclude or for him to have said that this is the worst election the association has ever had. He has not been participating in the previous election. He has come to contest for NBA president. This is his first step, to my knowledge. This is his first step. And he has to endure that it's possible. There were 3 aspiring for that position. Is for one person to emerge as the president at a time. I believe strongly that if he was declared the winner of that election, frankly speaking, he would not decline. Number one, he would have actually accepted the outcome of the election. So I believe there was human factor with him that angered him to draw that conclusion that it is the worst election.
Amazing submission. Now back to you, Barrister Chris, as I also get to have your own assessment of the election so far. I would love you to run us through the issue of disenfranchisement that a lot of major lawyers actually did complain about, during the course of the election. There are those who did say that their OTP wasn't working, they didn't get their OTP on time, they couldn't vote. Conversation regarding different links flying all over as regards which one should we even use for the election. And it also did state, according to the outcome of everything, that out of over 82,000 members right there in the body, only 25,000 voted. Run us through that.
Okay. Well, the statistics are there.
Right.
I told you this year's election, OTP was sent to individuals a phone number through SMS. Yes, there were complaints that some persons they didn't receive OTP on time, or a total absence of receipt of OTP. Yes, we've got that complaint, but we feel that it didn't substantially affect the outcome of the election.
You think so?
Yes, we feel so. You see the numbers of persons that voted in the election, it should be separated from the irregularities complained of.
But right now, it's not even a case of low turnout, as we get to see happen in some, political election right here in Nigeria, Harry. It's a case of, I want to vote, but I cannot vote because of the technicalities and the technical issues that actually, surrounded the election.
To us, we feel it's more of a case of voter apathy.
Really?
Yes, because how do we quantify those that didn't receive OTP?
But if they say they didn't receive, don't you think they have a legit reason to say that?
That's what I said earlier, that there's no perfection in every human system. Yes, cases of OTP would arise, no receipt of it on time. Well, I know of a particular member that came to the branch. At the level of our branch here, we tried to also set up a support center to entertain members who could not get OTP. We advised them to come to the bar house. In fact, the ECMBA MBA set up a support center, phone numbers to call, emails to reach. If you don't get OTP on time, the steps to take. Because when this election started, because of the compromise that almost took over it when it started. When it started at about 7:45, when it ought to start at about 12, there was this rush. Supporters of every candidate wanted to vote first.
Okay.
That may account for the reason everybody was trying to log it up.
Heavy traffic.
Yeah, heavy traffic. Of course, it's a human-built system. Yes. So that accounted for the delay in OTP. In fact, messages were sent all the time to members that if you request for an OTP, doesn't come within 5 minutes. Stay back 20 minutes. and reapply. That was to ensure that people don't clog up the system. But a lot of people voted seamlessly, just the way you have people complaining. We have people who also said they received it once when they requested. So how do we quantify the numbers of those that didn't get OCP? If you generate them, are they up to the number that would have substantially affected the outcome of the elections? Those are questions that we will sit back together as an association, examine and look for how to, surmount these challenges in future elections. So there is always room for improvement.
Okay.
It is not a perfect system. Nobody is coming here to defend the NBA elections as a perfect system, but it is something we can all build on. To say that it was rigged, that is not part of it, because as I've told you, the audit is out. Those that voted, you can easily see it from your branch, the names. Because we are all here, we know those that are not lawyers. When you see somebody's name that is not a lawyer that voted, you can raise alarm.
Right.
Yes, technical glitch, no receipt of OTP, yes, but it didn't substantially affect the outcome of the election.
Okay, so the person that emerged the winner in this election happens to be a female. And there have been sentiments in some quarters as regards some gender bias in this election. What do you make of that?
Well, I think, you can't stop an idea whose time has come. I think the Nigerian Bar Association at the national level was this time ready for a female leadership, right from the start.
Was it because you guys have not had a female leader all along, or she actually won because she deserved to win?
She won. It's a combination of all the factors.
Really?
Yes. She won because she was popular. She won because she was a female. Because don't forget, you had 4 candidates initially in the race, 2 male, 2 female. I think the female themselves came together and said, oh, this is our time.
Yes. So you're saying that the females voted massively for her because
look at the votes of the 2 other male. They were, and compare it, if it was just...
Are you implying that there are more females in the association than male?
No, maybe female took more interest in it because you have the National Women's Forum, a forum of the National NBA that has branches all over 36 states. They are a group. You have the FIDA. I think they all came together. They supported their own. The woman is well deserving. She's a senior advocate.
By your own assessment, of course.
Yes.
I don't know why Harry is trying to bring the gender sentiment to this, but let me move back to Barrister Benjamin. Now, still talking about the newly elected, the first elected female NBA president, Madam President, as some persons are already tagging her right now, Onyikonsola Badejo Okonsaya, SAN. Now, so far so good with the aftermath of the election. There has been so many controversies surrounding it. Now, what do you think she should be doing at this point, especially with aggrieved persons, aggrieved members of the association, the likes of Lateef Omoyemi, the likes of Olumuyiwa, who did say that he actually reached out to her. That's Lateef now. He called her and she didn't even pick up. What should she be doing at this point?
Thank you. As a noble association, which Nigerian Bar Association is, the new president-elect is the 33rd president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and she's also the second female to lead the Nigerian Bar Association. I have gone down the history records of the Nigerian Bar Association. She's not the first, she's the second female to lead the Nigerian Bar Association. There is one top secret about women. If they want to make peace, the whole world can be at peace. She has to set up a reconciliation committee, because not just the presidential aspirants that have their grievances, there are other positions, national offices, that there are also grievances, except that the presidential candidates are more strong and loud in their voices. So she has to now set up a reconciliatory committee, because Nigerian Bar Association is one. And if you look at the number, like Lateef Akangbe SN, he scored close to 8,000 votes. That is 7,934 votes, which is huge. It's a very reasonable number. That is the number he scored. And so if his supporters continue to grieve over the activities of the present leadership, either because they did not vote for her, and so she has emerged, and if they continue to grieve, that will affect the progress, the joy, the beauty, and then the nobility of the association. Then Akimboro SN scored about 5,855 votes, which is still a very big, a reasonable number. Now, if you add up the two, you will discover that that is even more than 12,317 votes, which she scored. And so, out of 26,000 voters, you discover that almost half would continue to be grieved and to be disenchanted. And so there is every need for her to set up a reconciliatory committee. If she has called Akimboro and he has not picked, I think it's not proper. It's not proper. But by the time a reconciliatory committee is set up, the Nigerian Bar Association has elders. We have well-respected citizens. We have leaders. We have national leaders. And so if by the time those people come in, reconciliation will be achieved, there will be peace, there will be stability, and the association will be in a better position to work stronger and stronger under her. But if she fails to do that, there will be another challenge in the association moving forward. So that is my suggestion.
Right, okay. Well, we're still turning our attention to the road ahead. Now, aside the reconciliation committee we've actually, established on this platform, what should be the immediate priorities of the newly elected NBA leadership, moving forward? I actually listened to Oyi Consola, actually, where she was talking about how she was going to put the members of the association at heart. She's going to ensure certain things are actually being put in place to ensure that, the right things are done moving forward. But away from that, let's talk about electoral reforms. In your own suggestion, if you were to give a piece of advice to her, what would you say she should actually focus her attention on?
Okay, yes, first of all, I was to advise her, the first step I agree with my distinguished colleague who said, there's need for reconciliation. Reach out to those that, are aggrieved, unite them. The Nigerian Bar Association is one, and I can assure you, those who lost in this election are called barmen. The bar is bigger than all of us, so we're going to join our hands together to support her to ensure that she succeeds. Secondly, there's need to dissect the election. Like I told you, we keep trying to improve every election year, just the way you have the National Assembly trying to amend the Electoral Act to cover up for lapses in each election. That is the same thing we do at the level of NBA. Now, we have tried this time to send OTP to phone numbers, excluded email, and we saw that some persons couldn't receive it. So I believe by the time we all put our heads together, we're going to look for ways to reform the electoral system within the NBA so that it will be taken to an enviable height and you have less complaint. And I believe that's one of our priorities. Then I also advise her, she has campaigned to us, brought out her manifesto, would expect her to deliver a manifesto the way she has outlined it to the people. We have confidence in her that she will do that anyway, but I also know that this issue of electoral reforms within the NBA would be revisited and consolidated. Don't forget the criticisms that followed. Anything lawyers do, people tend to criticize, because we hold ourselves above board. We tend to hold ourselves above board. So, like we are the envy of all, we set standards. So whenever there's a little mistake or itches in our affairs, people try to, overemphasize it. It's just like when an individual that is not a pastor that hold himself out not to be a cleric commits an offense, you won't see it at the news, but let it be a pastor. You see it everywhere. Oh, pastor did this, pastor that. Just that's the same way, because society looks up to us. They expect the highest standards to come within the NBA. So when there's a big little drift, people are interested to say, oh, are they not lawyers? Look at them. We expect that. We also take that into account, and I assure you that the discourse around the election now is very intense. And we are willing to look at how to make it a better platform and set it as an example for future elections in Nigeria.
Absolutely. Well, we really need to take a short break now, but we're still going to turn our attention over to future elections in Nigeria, looking ahead. What are the lessons that can be learned from the 2026 NBA elections right here in Nigeria? Short break, and we'll be back.
All right, many thanks for rejoining us. In case you're just joining us, it is TMI on Independent Television. Now, we still have the two barristers in the house, Barrister Benjamin Ben-Yam, immediate past chairman, NBA Boko Benue State. He is actually joining us virtually. And of course, we have in the studio Barrister Chris Otasowie, who happens to be the Secretary, Nigerian Bar Association, Edo State. Now, my question goes to you, Barrister Benjamin. You made mention earlier that the new NBA president should be able to organize or set up some sort of reconciliatory committee to bring all the aggrieved members together to ensure that the issues are resolved. But given the body language of these aggrieved members, do you think this is feasible? Do you think it's practicable to bring them together and, of course, to meet their needs and, of course, placate them? Barrister Benjamin, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you got my question.
Yes, I've got your question. I heard you.
Okay, just in case you didn't quite get it, I'm asking. You made mention of the need
I heard
for...
your question very well.
All right, so respond to it then.
Okay. Yes, the two aggrieved presidential aspirants, they are men of high pedigree on the profession. They are men of has also demonstrated that they love them. It's actually not easy to score even 5,000 votes in an association of this nature. So, and then 7,000 votes. The two senior advocates that lost out of the race, all of them are prospective leaders, and as a matter of fact, they have also reached the top standard of this profession as senior advocates. So they are also duty bound to do everything possible to protect the unity of the Nigerian Bar Association. They are also bound to do everything possible to maintain the sanctity of this association and the profession. And so, to the best of my knowledge and conviction, it's easy to have them reconcile. Like I've earlier said, we have very senior leaders and in this profession. And by the time a reconciliatory committee liaises with those caliber of persons, and they will meet with the aggrieved candidates, then it will be very easy to resolve issues, because all of them were seeking to lead the association is for the progress and the common good of the association. They were not coming to divide the association. And so if for any reason any of them refuse to adhere to reconciliations, we will be tempted to believe that the motive which they were coming to aspire for leadership in the association was not genuine. And so it will be a serious dent on their integrity and pedigree. Because by the time they accept reconciliation, they will now bring out the ideas, the initiatives which they wanted to deploy in developing the Nigerian Bar Association. And that way, it will be of more benefit to the association and the entire society at large. So we don't need division. We don't need disunity. We need progress. We need unity. Divided we fall. United we stand. Nigerian Bar Association is part of the life wire of this country. And given the situation within which we found ourselves in, particularly insecurity, and then the Nigerian elections coming just 2027, the entire nation is bound to look up to Nigerian Bar Association to ensure that the right things are done. There is rule of law, and there is fairness. There is sanctity in whatever even the political class is doing. So we don't need division within our house, and they must give us the unity we need from them. They are also leaders, at least having stepped up to the positions at which all of them are right now.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Benjamin. I actually do like your spirit. I admire the optimism with which you are addressing these issues. But we shouldn't also forget the possibility of an impasse where some persons refuse to be placated. Now, we've seen several cases in the past where factions were formed as a result of unresolved issues within a system. Do you see that playing out in this context?
Honestly, I don't see it. I don't see it because the Nigerian Bar Association is one unique body that is configured in a manner that, as a member, you cannot divide the association. In fact, it's unethical. It's actually unprofessional for any lawyer to think of dividing the Nigerian Bar Association. It's unethical, and every lawyer knows that. And as senior advocates, they know that very well. So they are stakeholders. And as presidential candidates, the Nigerian Bar Association will continue to look up to them. They have come to a position they need to provide solutions, not problems. They are problem solvers. They cannot project themselves as problem creators. If any politician refuses to reconcile, then definitely the person is not a good politician. By the way, there is nothing so serious that will prevent the reconciliation. There's nothing so serious. There's nothing so serious. I agree that at the moment, things are not done the way they expect. But frankly speaking, we are all human. If you had appointed, if the Nigerian Bar Association had appointed any of these two presidential aspirants to lead the electoral committee, the hitches we experience, they are bound to still occur, and it will be incumbent on them to do everything possible to redeem the image of the Nigerian Bar Association, as well as the integrity of the electoral umpire. And so it's just that maybe you are wearing a different shoe. you take different movements. That is just what is now transpiring. It's a temporary grievance. It's not as if they can have permanent grudges. No. A lawyer is trained with some special traits.
Right.
You can absorb.
Okay,
Yes.
Barrister, thank you so much. We hear you loud and clear. As we helm the conversation, back to you, Barrister Chris. What are those lessons do you think that the legal body, especially the governing body, the ones who are in charge of the electoral process in the system and the association, can actually pick out from this election as against upcoming elections, in years to come in the NBA?
Right. The lessons are, they are there, like the complaints, like I said, the incoming president should ensure that the various complaints that were associated with this election are itemized. Let a committee be set up to look at it, examine it. Suggestions should be, entertained to see how future elections, these things will not occur in future elections. Okay. In fact, the standard of this election should be raised higher in future elections to ensure that the level of complaint are minimal. There cannot be any human system that will be devoid of complaint. You recall even the American elections during the second term of Trump, after the first, you see that he even had cause to complain about their own election, and that's a system we all look up to. So what I'm trying to say is that there is never a time we'll have an electoral system that will be devoid of complaints, itches, and all that. But the level of complaint should be minimized so that by the time you look at it, you look at all the factors, the complaint, the probe in the whole system should be better. By the time you look at it, you see that compliance with a free and fair election has been carried out. That is what we all look up to as in the election. There will always be complaint, but like I said, these senior advocates who lost are great bar men. They are men that are interested in uniting the bar.
Are you just saying this to massage their ego?
No. For you to say you want to lead an association, you must have the love of the association at heart.
Right.
Yes. Taking that there are some persons that are trying to take advantage of the system, these irregularities, to organize the Nigerian Bar Association. You see them already forming their own group. That desperation has always been there. And if you watch, after every election, they try to rear up their heads to ensure that they use that opportunity to divide the bar. But the bar is one strong,
indivisible force.
Yes, so it's difficult. I know that we will come together as a family and move the bar to a greater height.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking forward to that, especially now that we have a female president, Madam President. I'd love to rub that in on the show. Now back to you, Barrister Benjamin. Lessons that people actually, the members of the association can learn, especially the electoral body in the system, as against the 2027 NBA election.
Sorry, can I get your question clear?
Okay, so we've been talking about the lessons, and I would love to also get your take on the lessons that can actually be spotted on this election.
Okay. The first I would like to suggest is that the Nigerian Bar Association in subsequent elections need to improve the technical skills, particularly the security of the service platforms. That is very important because what transpired this year shouldn't be allowed to resurface in subsequent elections. Then the second suggestion I'd like to make is that the stakeholder involvement should be stepped up. I think there is a disagreement on the way why the electoral committee was engaging with stakeholders. There were some disagreements on the way, and those disagreements were not fully resolved. In subsequent elections, there is every need to ensure that all grievances or concerns raised by the stakeholders are resolved timeously before proceeding to the polls. And then there is also another serious challenge which I feel should be addressed in subsequent elections. Nigerian Bar Association is an association that has over up to 8,000 members. Granted that some may not be ICT compliant, but the
Barrister Benjamin? Okay, well, it seems technicality has actually played out, or the network has actually played out on this one here. But I really must thank you so much, gentlemen, for your time this morning on the show. I love the fact that you were fully in support of, the president-elect, Oyinkansola Abadejo Okunsayo. It's on that note that I say a big congratulations to her. Thank you so much for coming.
I see your sentiment.
So no, it's no sentiment. I'm just excited that we are seeing women lead, in different parastatals here in Nigeria. Now we'll take a short break. When we return, there's more coming up on the show. Please stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. Thank you for finding time to join us out there as our viewers, finding time to sit down and watch our programs. This morning we'll be looking at INEC. Is INEC actually prepared for the 2027 election? Hopefully, we hope that all the criticism on INEC is taking at looking at them and trying to make amends where they think Nigerians are complaining. And also, we're going to be having the Osun elections, governorship elections coming up soon, and that will have a test on INEC to see if actually they are prepared for the general elections of 2027. In looking at this with me this morning in the studio, I have Bishop James Okocha. Bishop James Okocha is a political analyst who is going to be discussing and looking at this with me this morning in the studio. Bishop, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Let's see your assess on INEC's level of readiness for the 2027 general elections.
Well, thank you for bringing me on the program this morning, and thank you Nigerians for always being part of this. Before I say anything, I want to appreciate your studio, and I want every other media outfit to emulate certain things in the studio. Spend all your time to promulgate things that will help to boost, the civil society. In fact, virtually every program in this studio is gearing towards having a better Nigeria. So I sincerely, appreciate that. About INEC, I want to say that. To me.
Anyway, before you go on, let me quickly say thank you for appreciating us.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, for me, I think there are a lot of issues with INEC. It's been, and then I don't know the degree of preparedness they have as regards 2027. Previously, whenever there is election, there will always be a lot of irregularities from INEC. At times, people will go to vote, they will stay from morning till 12, and they will tell us accreditation will start by 8 a.m. But in some polling, you will stay till 12 o'clock. You say INEC, presence will not be seen. I mean, previously, and a lot of issues like that, glitches and see things like that, on the previous elections. Regarding 2027, I don't think Nigerians expect to have excuses because the money I'm projecting to use for this election, about hitting $1 trillion, over 800. Do you understand? And you can't vote in such money and dream to receive an excuse. But assessing from what has been there, I think that readiness is not, I can't find it, because currently now, people are registering. And then the link that was shared online, ask people around, for some days now. We still have like 3 days to go or something. But for some days now, that link is no longer functioning. You get it? And for me, I have been talking about, INEC call this registration continuous registration exercise. I don't see the reason. I want to start from that point. I don't see the reason why, there should be time that we say we are registering now, and they have, from now to this time, we'll stop people from registering, because on daily basis, people are hitting 18. On daily basis, people are hitting 18. I think that should be really, really, really continuous.
A continuous exercise.
People should register anytime they clock 18 or change their mind to participate in a civil process. They should just go there and register. That's number one. Number two, I expect also INEC to be updating us, because they are an institution to serve the public. You saw last election, we had an INEC that was updating Nigerians on step to step of the things they are doing. I suppose this INEC also to be updating us, to be interactive. Yes, they are there to serve the people. So if you look at it from my own assessment, it seems to me like they are not yet ready. They are not yet ready. From my own assessment, because there are things I think we should have been seeing. The last INEC chairman, you see him coming out to talk with Nigerians, to even visit the crowd, not even talking virtually, in person and communicate to the people. And when these communications go on, you see where people can ask questions, where people have concerns. But I have not seen that kind of openness in this current INEC. So I am calling for that kind of openness, so that can make their input. Nigerians can express where we're having challenges. I think a lot of work still has to be done as regards preparation up to 2027. It's just a few days from today. Don't forget it.
Yeah.
So for me, INEC is not yet ready. There are lots to be done before we can boast that we have an electoral commission that is standing firm to handle our free and fair election.
Okay, Bishop, you in your own opinion, you say INEC is not ready, but we have also had INEC official who say that you can now comfortably vote from your home. How possible do you think this will be?
That you can now comfortably
vote from your home?
Vote from your home.
Yes, you can cast your vote from your home.
You see, this is just the best thing to be done. But that statement, I'm not comfortable with it.
How visible is it?
That's what I'm saying. If registering of members, getting your voter's card is having this kind of issue, if you can't even, this one is not as if anybody is trying to win or lose. Now, how do you think that the one that somebody will win or lose, that the process will be free? INEC should not play us the kind of game they have been playing, because Nigerians are getting wiser every day.
But let me quickly ask you on same that you can actually cast your vote from the house. If that is possible, do you think it's a good move?
That's the best thing. You see, I have been on different fora, to advocate for that. But because we don't like to do things transparently in Nigeria, that's why such electronic, that kind of voting is not happening. In one state where I stay, at the Keja here, some time ago wanted to vote who becomes the estate chairman. I was in Abuja. I voted. Immediately I voted, they saw my vote. So it is doable. It is very, very doable. But Nigeria will not do that. You know why? Because we like to, we don't like transparency.
Bishop, you're just complaining that Nigeria will not do that. But we had one of the INEC officials who said that you can now actually vote from your home. I
am believing him, let me believe him. But you know that this is not the first time INEC has made us a promise. In 2023, they promised us, IRF, real-time electronic transmission. And you saw what happened in presidential election. They came up the next day and said there were glitches. And they were other, like the Senate and the House of Reps. Those things were done the same time. You didn't have glitches on the senatorial election, no glitches on the Reps. They were done the same time. You only have glitches on the presidential. So we are used to this story. And the reason why we talk about it is because we want INEC to know that we are used to their story. And we will not take their story any longer. We want a transparent election. We want a free and fair election in 2027. They shouldn't tell us the story that when I vote from my house, look at the NBA election that happened. People are complaining that they voted like that, and the link didn't go through. So they should not bamboozle us with all these things. Let them, if we are voting, if we are going to our polling, we are used to it. Let us go there and vote a free and fair election. We count it, they count it, they record exactly what there is. So them not bring something else, they will start us something tomorrow. That among all the voters that voted at home, maybe 5 million will be invalid. Let them not play us anymore.
Let's practical steps. What practical steps do you think INEC should take to rebuild public confidence? Because you are a Nigerian.
Yeah.
You are a public figure, or rather, you are a Nigerian.
Yes.
So now you're complaining that you don't have confidence for INEC. So what steps do you think INEC should take to rebuild this confidence in Nigerians?
It is not difficult to change the mind of Nigerians. Just do whatever you are saying you will do, just do it. If I do it 80%, Nigerians will rejoice. Do you understand? An election is coming before the main election. Let them use that to show us that they are ready for transparent election. Do you know at times, if it's just a state election that INEC is doing, state election, they will still complain of irregularities.
And we've had past state elections, and then we had the local government election in FCT.
Yes.
So what's your judgment on INEC in all of those?
If you bring that FCT matter here, you just know that, what I'm telling you is what it is. Do you understand me? What I'm telling you of not being prepared is what it is. Look at only FCT. Check what happened. They gassed people. People were gassed at the polling station, the polling unit. Are you getting it? So if we go by all those things, our confidence will never, we can't give them vote of confidence. But let's call it the mistake of the past. Now, let's use the next election to prove to Nigerians that can do what you can.
That's your election.
The Osho election supposed not to be partisan. INEC supposed not to have sympathy for any candidate. Do you understand me? With this kind of money they are budgeting, I don't expect them to take bribes. I expect them to go out there, prove to Nigeria that for once, INEC could do it. So practical steps, let them prove through with Osho election that INEC can be really independent.
Let's talk about independency in INEC. We would really want that. Nigerians will want that INEC is independent, as its name reflects, independent body. But let's look at transparency. How important is transparency in voters' registration, result transmission, and collation?
See, this thing goes beyond the election. There is nothing that would all right, that will make us to feel like Nigerians if transparency in electing our leaders. It's beyond the election. It goes in, it will affect our character, the way we handle Nigerian issues. If you go out there, you see that too many people, I spoke of people, they say, I'm not interested. You say, why? They say, because our votes don't count. Too many, almost half of Nigerians.
How do you think this can change in the mindset of Nigerians? Because a whole lot of Nigerians believe that their votes don't count.
Yeah.
And they also believe that INEC is not doing the right thing. How do you think this can be changed?
See, the way it can be changed is I am in polling station XYZ and I cast my vote. I I hung around. You counted it, right? When they will call that my polling unit in Abuja, let what they call there be in tandem with what I witnessed. Because people do have their own results. Like if I am an agent of a or maybe a voter, people stay around. They count the election.
At what point does this numbers change?
Well, most of the time, in between the polling unit and getting to Abuja, So before you know it, things we hear from Abuja will be different from what you have. All right. So that's why we're pushing for real-time electronic transmission.
Yeah.
And of course, the same people that are telling you right now that you are going to vote, all right? You are going to vote through a link. The same people did not allow real-time electronic transmission. So tell me how transparent you think that process will be. Let INEC show us, I said it before, with Osun election, let what we count as be what the INEC will pronounce for us. Just like what happened in Abia State in 2023 election.
Okay, I was going to come to 2023 election. There was a 2023 elections, okay? And Nigerians also complained. I'm sure you also complained.
Yes, sir.
A lot of Nigerians complained. But what lesson should INEC learn from these 2023 elections? There must be some lessons to be picked up from the 2023 elections so they don't make the same mistake. What lessons do you think they can learn from?
Well, if it is lessons Nigerians can from that, I can confidently say, because I doubt if INEC is learning any lesson. It seems to me like they just have a culture where they want to do their own thing. So irrespective of what you feel or what happens. And that's why we are pushing. We believe, for me, I'm thinking they should learn a lesson. But I can't say the lesson they have learned. But I think one of the lessons they should learn, I'm suggesting to them, is to learn that Nigerians are getting wiser. We have become aware of their insincerity. We are aware right now. And then and we don't wish to continue with this trajectory of INEC, messing up with our mandates. Because right now, we don't want INEC to decide who will be our leader. We don't want the court to decide who will be our leader. We want us to decide by our voting. We count it. If I have a candidate and my candidate goes out there and I see that the vote he got is less, I will celebrate whoever that wins because you become the people's mandate. And everybody will, all hands will be on deck to make the government work. Are you getting it? But when we perceive that there is a threat somewhere that is undermining the people's mandate, that's why you see everybody getting angry on a daily basis, losing interest on national issues.
Will losing interest help this issue? How do you sensitize the people out there for them not to lose interest? To be able to live and cast their vote come 2027.
First of all, National British Commission agents. I don't think per se, but this education, first of all, is one of the things. This activity, it's one of the awareness that the orientation agency should pick up right now. By now, that should have seen them in every nook and cranny, to reawaken the Nigerians, trying to tell them, okay, we know that there could be some irregularities here, and this time around, we are going to do things differently. First of all, let's make that promise. That promise will go a long way. See, don't abandon us. When we cry for a foul play, don't push us by the side. Don't abandon us. Nigeria belongs to everybody. And we want to see a better Nigeria. The masses want to see a better Nigeria. A Nigeria that works for everyone. Do you understand me? So if an orientation agency, a government agency is coming to tell us, okay, we have seen the fault, of the last election. Okay, you people made this complaint that that glitches that happened, really weighed you people down. Your enthusiasm to, national issues just got flattened. All right, but right now we're going to do the things differently. At least that promise will get a long way. Somebody should be addressing us. Orientation agency should be addressing us. INEC should be addressing us so that we can find a way, something to hold them accountable for. So let them talk to us. Let them update us on the things happening. We are Nigerians. We want to know. We want to know the processes that things are happening. Don't just go there and do your own thing and abandon us like what we say does not count. Let INEC open up. Let rotation agencies, speak to Nigerians. All right? I think it will go a long way. Then let them use the small election that is coming to prove to us that really we are ready, to do things differently.
We hope INEC does all of this that you're talking about. So go to the political parties. We have the opposition political parties. We have the ruling party. What role should political parties play in ensuring credible elections come 2027? Because I'm sure the political parties also have roles to play. We don't just leave it to INEC alone. So what roles do you think these political parties should play to ensure
voters education. This is supposed to be one of the duties of a political party, to give voters education. And Nigerian political parties don't do that. All we do in Nigerian political party is to share rice. All right? So they should do voters education. Even if you don't belong to my party, all right? They should just create that awareness. The people that don't belong to party in Nigeria, they are like 80% of Nigerians. They don't belong to political party.
For real?
I'm telling you, how many people are in political parties? People do their own thing. People that come to vote, they are Nigerians. They are not partisans. They can just pick up a candidate. Like last election, 2023, there are too many people I know that never had gotten involved in anything political, and they just, casted their votes and they go back to their businesses. All right? So
at that point, they're just looking at the personality, not the party.
Exactly. So the political parties should go out. There are parties that don't even know their manifesto. They should go out and let people know their manifesto. Let people, it's just because everything is shrouded in ambiguity, like I was saying. Parties should let us know. The ADC should let us know their manifesto. The NDC should let us know their manifesto. The ruling party should talk to us. Not just at the day of election they will come out. Do you understand? So political parties have role. And also when we talk about electoral irregularities and then whatever it is, parties also have roles they play. There are major players in party that also play a role to influence INEC decisions. This vote buying we're talking about, it's not INEC that does vote buying. Yeah. It's the political parties. So the political parties should also be called to order. And unfortunately, many people that have been arrested for, giving money while voting is going on, we don't see them being persecuted.
And so that helps it to continue.
Definitely. So you can't make laws and without enforcing the law. Let's tighten up our political, circle, because this is where, everything happens. People that come out of these political activities, they make our policies. They decide our destinies. They decide the destinies of our unborn children. So if we don't tidy these things up, we keep just rigmaroling at the same spot. So I'm saying that political parties should take up the responsibility of voters' education primarily, and let us know their what do you call it, their manifesto.
Manifestos.
Yes.
Okay. I was actually going to talk about vote buying, but now you have talked about it. We do not have just vote buying. We also have electoral violence, where ballot boxes are grabbed, where people are killed. We have seen where people were beaten in polling units, where guns were shot in polling units. Who is to, mind all of this? Is it the political party or the security, or it should be a combined effort to try and stop this?
It should be a combined effort, but to be honest with you, corruption has eaten up all the, into the fabric of, the people that handle the election in Nigeria. And I am telling you that if INEC can dare politicians and declare, and they will mean it, that people can comfortably vote from their homes without their so-called glitches, all right, without playing pranks on that would have been the best. you can't come into my home and shoot me. There's no how you can carry the ballot box.
But is voting not supposed to be a secret affair? How do people know who you vote for and decide to shoot?
Well, you see in Nigeria, people can trace you. People can know your passion. It's a secret thing. But don't forget that the polling unit where you are voting is around where you stay. You do have conversation. Your conversation has exposed your intention, has exposed your sympathy. So people know who you are supporting. Even when you try to pretend, people definitely will know who you support. So for that reason, once they see you at the voting unit, they know. At our Agor area, 2023 election, there was somebody came down and declared, say people from Agor should not come out and vote. It's all over the place. Why? Because he felt in his mind that these people in Agor will have a voting pattern. Just assume that. So that is how bad it has gotten to. That is how bad, you see, religion and tribe has not played a good role in Nigerian politics. And until we deal with these things, all right, I see this violence keep repeating itself.
We've had a guest in this studio who also said he was given quick notice during the 2023 elections because of the particular person that he supported. And we hope all of this will change come 2027, because that won't actually help us to vote properly. Okay, let's look at technology. INEC has been allocated, funds have been allocated to INEC for these upcoming elections, and we're thinking and hoping that INEC will introduce more technology. So do you think this technology will improve election credibility while reducing manipulations?
It's a certainty. It's a certainty. See, when we introduce systems in our operations, we'll make things easy. Things wrong with transparency. Let me give an example before I talk about that INEC. You see, there was a time I was on a project on how people can clear their goods at the wharf, right? Without going to, like, you can, the way people slot in a coin, all right? Like if I go to shopping, right, I slot in a coin. The coin will tell me how long I've stayed. You can see how much of ease that has brought in that sector. You don't need to go and queue, before one person that is collecting money looking for, balance to give you and all of that. You just get your coin, slot it in. You see how much, you pay, you go. Now, you can do this in every sector in Nigeria. You can do this work. And there is nothing else that can give us that confidence more like technology, because you cannot bribe technology. You can't change the mind of technology. Are you getting it?
It cannot be manipulated.
You cannot manipulate it, except you stop the oppression. It can't be manipulated. So, by the reason of the kind of money that have been voted in, if INEC will come up with a technology, in fact, there is nothing you cannot achieve in technology, and Nigerians are very, very good when it has to do. So, if I can, at the comfort of my we use electronic transfers to do money.
Yeah.
And when I send the money right now, it will hit you right now. We can also do our voting like that. So it's a good idea. It's good to talk about it, and I hope INEC will hear this. If they can bring technology into our voting, it will curb violence. It will curb electoral boxes snatching. Do they still do that snatching anywhere in the world? People come out with paper, casting their vote. Somebody will just take up the ballot box and run away. Do you still see it anywhere in the world anymore? We shouldn't present ourselves to the world like people that are backwards.
Okay, Bishop, we're just hitting on INEC and INEC. It's not INEC that grabs these ballot boxes.
Yeah.
They're Nigerians that grab the ballot boxes too.
Yeah.
So how can we stop them from doing this? What sensitization can we give them, or what can we say to them to make them understand that all of that shouldn't play out during the elections? Because INEC didn't ask anybody to go grab ballot boxes.
Good.
Nigerians are the ones grabbing the ballot boxes and shooting.
Good.
I have not seen an INEC staff coming out to shoot. So how do we pass the message to Nigerians to say this has to stop?
Okay, this question is in two dimensions. You know, we keep hitting on INEC because INEC can do something differently. It mustn't be casting votes into a box. All right?
Yeah.
That's why we're hitting INEC. The INEC can come out with an innovation that can warrant, you know, this kind of election we have been doing to be outdated. That's on the INEC side. Then on the Nigerian side, I am telling you with all sense of responsibility that our electoral system has been corrupted. It's become a norm. There are young people that have been waiting for that season of ballot snatching because that's the only time they can make real money. And there are politicians, they know that they don't have that influence to win election, and they are waiting for that moment. Even any boy you see that does that, somebody sent him. Our political parties should first of all, like I said, talk to their candidates, because candidates are the ones, politicians are the ones that are sending people to snatch boxes. And because you and I know that it's not easy to change the mindset of Nigerian politicians. So why can't we beat them by it? If it is a system that they have benefited from. You saw how they messed up with the new INEC whatever. That can tell you that they're not ready for change. If they are going against electronic transmission, that tells you they're not ready for change. That tells you they have something at the back of their mind. So how can INEC beat the politicians to their games? It's only to introduce technology, because talk from today till tomorrow, Nigerian politicians will do anything desperately to win the election. So political parties cannot manage them, because it will get to a point where parties will do the best they can do, but individuals play their game.
Don't you think sanctions should be given to these politicians?
Definitely. I told you that the whole system is corrupt. Even that sanction, INEC should also sanction if a politician goes to court and it's proven that you involve in any electoral malpractice or the other. INEC should come up and say, such a person, we will not accept you. It should be part of the screening. INEC should also say, if we are screening and we see that there is a malpractice you conducted in the time past, we will not screen you through. This bottleneck should be there to checkmate the excesses of Nigerian politicians. If you just leave everything bare, they will do whatever they have to do to have what they want to have. So INEC has a role to play. The party has a role to play. The police has a role to play.
I hope all of this changes, because we still have a few months to the 2027 general elections. And just like you said, ITV has always been trying to,
Sure.
Yes, so we hope that they're listening to us and will be able to change all of this. But you just said that the police has a role to play, INEC has a role to play, the political parties has a role to play. So that brings me to my next question. What about the religious bodies and the civil society? What roles do they have to play to promote peaceful votes?
Okay, first of all, I want to be very emphatic on that. If any religious body is excusing itself from active participation in the process of picking up a leader in a country where you belong, your head needs to be examined. Because the people that will stay aloof after you vote, they will say this one is the wrong candidate. They will go and pray. Your fasting and prayer will not kill a leader. The only way to handle it is to participate. We are Nigerians. And I'm telling you that the religious bodies should have a role to play, because most of these politicians are loyal to one Alpha, one pastor, one native doctor, or the other. So if the pastor, if the Alpha, if the native doctor has, been telling a candidate that come from their circle that if you do X, Y, Z, I will withdraw my support from you, I will stand against you, it will go a long way to checkmate the excesses. But it's unfortunate that our religious, bodies are, whatever a candidate of their interest does, they can comfortably come and defend it. And it's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate. You know, that brings me to, you know, the budget. There's the issue in the budget right now, that there is a money that was allocated to religious bodies. You know it. Now, see, I was on a podcast yesterday. I was asking a question. What is that money for? Could this be the reason why some religious bodies have lost their voices in correcting leaders? Because go check, both in your Quran, both in the Bible, the prophet of the old days, they correct political leaders. But today, the political leaders, you know, correct, put in shape some religious leaders. So I think there's an aberration somewhere. Something has gone bizarre somewhere. The religious body should know that they have a role to play in nation building. They have a role to play in putting the politician, you know, on check. And civil society, I don't understand what we are doing in Nigeria. Civil society should not be partisan, and they should not be voiceless. Civil society should be very vocal. But here in Nigeria, you see a criminal charge or allegation could come against somebody. Before you know it, you see some CSOs will come out and say, we are 50 CSOs. We are declaring that this person did not commit such offense. And is it your duty to do that? It's God that should do that. I saw this happen last month. Over an issue, somebody was alleged. Civil society came up immediately and said, no, the allegation is wrong. Civil society should be non-partisan. They should seek for justice. They should speak the truth at all times. If we don't correct our politicians will do us.
Well, that's a lot. But let's look at criticism currently facing INEC. You know, INEC has been criticized about a whole lot of things. Justified. What are those criticisms? Do you think they're justified from the criticisms? If you know some of the criticisms, in your own opinion, what are the criticisms facing INEC?
Like I tell you, we are, you know, we have experienced INEC. In fact, all through my years in, you know, in nation building, participating in having my civic duties, we have been dealing with INEC. And then I don't remember when we can come up and say INEC has done very beautifully well. And we have been expecting that, you know, there should be, we mustn't see automatic change one day. But we expect that there should not retrogressive experience. We're supposed to see improvement on every electionary year. There should be something better. But because we're not seeing it like that, that's what you see on speaking. Like what I told you that one of the things we have criticized is lack of transparency in handling certain electoral matters. Now, I told you about the link of registration. Yeah. All right. When somebody cannot access his voter's card, you are trying to trample on that person's right. That's number one. Number two, when I come out to vote and you told me accreditation will be by 8 a.m., I will come there. I will stay till 2 of you are not there. You are trampling on my right. And I may shock you that at times there are even people that don't see money tonight. The reports are there. Now, the reason for this criticism is not to paint the commission black. Is to let them know that in case this thing didn't come to your table, and there is no other way. Most of the time, you write them, you won't see the response.
They don't respond.
Does INEC, are there institutions in Nigeria that feel they are accountable? And that's why someone like me and people like me, we have been advocating that institutions, all right, should be accountable. Political personalities and leaders should be accountable to us. Because whoever that leads any institution, We put them there. They should be accountable to us. And because such things are not there, they will not, you wouldn't even know what is being cooked. So we are asking that let them listen to the complaints. If we say things that are not right, let them also come on air and debunk and say, no, this is not right. The perception you have about this is not right. Because I can't know everything they are doing. I'm talking from outside. All right? They can come out and, shaping our perception of what they are doing and of the entire, commission. So these criticisms, like I said, is to let them know where we're having shortcomings. Let INEC, the House spokesperson, let them be, especially before this election, let them be coming to talk to us, and then they will hear our own suggestions.
Okay, Bishop, that brings me to one question a lot of Nigerians are actually wanting to get an answer to. Do you think INEC has sufficient independence to conduct a free and fair election? Do you think they're being interfered? Their activities are being interfered?
INEC is not independent. You can't be a referee. Not be a referee in a match you are playing. Or you be a referee in the match you are playing. Or you appoint a referee in the match you are playing. How would Nigeria work these things out? That the president should not be appointing INEC chairman. There has to be a way Nigeria should know, is it civil society that should vote or whatever? But once the president is the one who appoints the INEC chairman.
But in 2015, when the President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was defeated, he appointed the INEC chairman. So what do you think was different from now?
Well, let me tell you. You see, there are appointments that come by volition. There are appointments that come by pressure. People can tell you this is who you appoint, and because you don't want things to go bad, there are circles, there are cabals. So when a cabal dictates to you who to appoint over a thing, he has his interest. He has his game he's playing. So I don't know how Jonathan came about appointing who he appointed, but I knew that during Jonathan there were interests here and there. So a major player can tell you, this is my lot, give to this person, and he knows that that lot is someone he is planting to play a game in tomorrow. And it's different from somebody I looked at and I appointed by my own volition to do my biddings. But however the case may be, let's separate the INEC from presidency. Because if I am the president of Nigeria tomorrow and I appoint someone, even if I didn't tell that person, do this to my favor, that person's conscience will tell him, there are millions of Nigerians that are dead that should have appointed. This man that saw me worthy, how do I repay him? Do you understand me?
Okay, Bishop, quickly, because we don't have enough time. But we're talking about INEC, not having enough sufficient independence. We also have the professor in Abia State. She's the commissioner in INEC. She did the right thing. Don't you think this has to do with personalities?
It has to do with personalities. Mm-hmm. But that woman was not appointed, all right, by a player. She wasn't appointed by the governor. So it's INEC that brought her there. And then she being one of a kind, decided to go for what is the truth. But I ask you, how many Nigerians will see millions without bowing to it?
That's why I said personality.
Personality plays a role. Personality plays a major role. But the role that personality plays is not much. Because some people, not everybody that you see that, there are people that change result at gunshots. At gunpoint rather. So there are too many things. But to just make this INEC to be independent, we can't stop talking about it. Separate INEC from presidency.
Okay. Bishop, just because of time, quickly in 1 minute, what message do you have for Nigerians ahead of the 2027 elections in 1 minute?
Yes, don't lose hope. people should not cave in. We have to keep doing it, and one day it will work. 2027, make sure you come and vote. Go. We have a few days to end the voters registration. Please go to the local government. Make sure you have your PVC. It's your power to deciding who leads you.
Good. Thank you so much, Bishop. Go out there to get your PVC. Like Bishop said, is your power to decide on who leads you. Thank you, Bishop, as always. Thank you for finding time to be here.
Thank you so much.
And to our viewers out there, thank you so much for sitting down to watch this morning on ITV. We are taking you back to Benin. Program continues. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
Top of the morning to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igbo-J. The distribution of 8,000 bags of fertilizer to over 12,000 profiled small-scale farmers in Edo State has been officially flagged off by the federal government in collaboration with the government of Edo State. Ofuri Aneto reports that the policy is part of government strategies to enhance food security under the Renewed Hope agenda, in line with the Edo State government's SHINE agenda for the agricultural transformation.
The Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Dr. Jerry Uwangwe, described the exercise as a federal government intervention to ease the high cost of fertilizer and boost farming.
This ceremony is not just a formal exercise, but a reflection of the federal government's continued commitment towards ensuring food availability and security, which is in line with the Edo State SHINE agenda.
Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Mrs. Bamayi Osedebame, alongside the Director of Agriculture, said over 12,000 genuine farmers were profiled across the 18 local government areas ahead of the distribution exercise.
We went around the 18 local governments, informing all the smallholder farmers that the state is interested in them. They should be profiled so that they can benefit from the state and benefit from the federal government.
This is a renewed hope agenda for everybody. This fertilizer will be used to improve crop production.
Edo State Coordinator, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and representative of the National Agricultural Development Fund commended the Renewed Hope agenda and assured farmers of a transparent distribution process.
After the distribution, we are expecting to have more yield of agricultural produce in Edo State.
I want to appeal to everybody to make sure we have enough fertilizers that will go around for profile farmers.
Beneficiary described the intervention as timely.
I want to say a very big thank you to our Otokinadu governor.
The exercise featured presentation of fertilizer to the farmers and the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Edo State government and the National Development Fund.
So far, as of today, we have received 8,000 fertilizers. It's going to be shared across the 18 local governments.
From Benin, Ofuri Aneto, ITV News.
The Rotary clubs in Benin have reaffirmed their commitment to improving healthcare through maternal and child health outreaches. The clubs under Rotary International District 9141 made the reaffirmation while donating medical items amongst others at the Oluku Primary Health Center in Benin City. Esther Goro reports.
The items donated include oxygen cylinders, delivery beds, maternal and child kits, amongst others. There were also health talks for expectant mothers as well as nursing mothers. Assistant Governor Elizabeth Ativier said Rotary's guiding principle of service goes above self and beyond donations, adding that the outreach also focuses on educating mothers to promote healthier families.
We decided to supply materials and also to take care of delivery kits for women who are pregnant and are going to have babies, and also to talk to them and educate them.
President of the Rotary Club of Benin, New Etete, Ekide Okiaisebo, said July is dedicated to maternal and child health by Rotary International.
Our basic purpose of being here is because in this month of July, in Rotary is for maternal and child health as an organization to come and make the expectant mothers healthy.
Some Rotarians, including Dr. Osawunyi Irowa, Ogunya Kinu Kayode, amongst others, commended the interventions.
This little effort we are putting in from our new resources, collective support from all persons who are Rotarians, will help to reduce this death that we normally experience and even the morbidity, that the sicknesses that we encounter in children and in mothers. We are able to provide the oxygen cylinder and food delivery bed and the pneumatics to them.
Matron of the health facility, Ago Natasha, and some beneficiaries appreciated the Rotary Club.
We are here to say thank you very much.
The highlight of the outreach was the presentation of the items by the President, Rotary Club of Benin United, Rotarian Rihanna Abdul Wahab. From Benin, Esther Ogoro, ITV News.
And the management of Independent Television and Radio has expressed deep appreciation to the Vice Chairman of the station and former Governor of Edo State, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, over his unwavering support for the organization, particularly the construction of the new ultra-modern communications office complex at Igosa, Benin City. Donald Emir reports that a commendation was made during an appreciation visit to the former two-time Governor of Edo State.
The Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, led members of the management team on the appreciation visit, commending Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion for his steadfast commitment to the growth of the station, especially his support for the new communications office complex. Engineer Obaseki described the Vice Chairman's contribution as visionary and invaluable.
The vision is broad, and we cannot but remember the visionary who in his book, everything that has to do with him is always blazing the trail and daring where mortars dread. When broadcasting came, he took the first lead.
In separate remarks, Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Serena Ojomo, Executive Director of Operations, Chief Eda Ogbedewonsi, Director Independent Radio, Pastor Dan Omozusi, and the Deputy General Manager Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, expressed gratitude for his fatherly guidance and enduring support.
Your kindness, generosity, and willingness to support this family have made a very, very meaningful and huge difference.
The primary reason we are here is to come and say thank you. That's why we are here. For all you have done for us.
I entered the place and went around up and down, just when it was perfect. I will still want to beg him. Only please ask for more.
Anytime we come into your presence, we are always at home. And you have a way of making the atmosphere very exciting, very interactive, and lovely.
In his remark, Sir Chief Dr. Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion thanked the management for the visit and urged them to remain committed to professionalism and excellence.
All of you have your different areas of expertise that you should be able to contribute genuinely with integrity.
The visit was climaxed with the presentation of a gift to the Vice Chairman by Engineer Elvis Obaseki on behalf of the management. From Benin, Donald Ehiminyeng, ITV News.
And moving on, a bill seeking to ban the production, importation and sale of unbranded and unfortified edible oils in Nigeria has failed to scale second reading in the House of Representatives. Ogani Victor reports that a bill sponsored by Honorable Chike John Okafor was stepped down by the sponsor after it generated strong debate on the floor.